Welcome to By Mouth, bringing classic novels to sonic life in their essence. By Mouth presents The Fountainhead by author Ayn Rand. The year, 1922. The setting, wilderness, near the Stanton Institute of Technology, Massachusetts. Howard Rourke stood naked at the edge of a granite cliff, a lake far below him. As he leaned back and stared at the granite, the wind waved his orange hair.
You, I will cut and turn into walls.
He stared at a tree.
You, I will split and turn into rafters.
He noticed a streak of rust on the rock.
You, I will melt down and turn into girders. They're waiting for me, waiting for the drill, the dynamite, and my direction, waiting to be split, ripped, pounded, reborn, waiting for the shape my hands will give them.
Stepping to the edge, Rourke raised his arms and dove into the cool blue water below. On her porch near the Institute, Mrs. Keating was feeding her canaries.
Mr. Rourke!
Yes?
Mr. Rourke, I'm so sorry about it.
What?
Why, you're being expelled from the Institute. I can't tell you how sorry I am. I want you to know that I feel for you.
Rourke stares right at her, but doesn't respond.
Of course, you'll have to give up the architecture profession now, won't you? But then a man can always earn a decent living clerking or selling something.
Rourke turns to go.
Oh, Mr. Rourke?
Yes?
The dean phoned for you while you were out.
Yes.
The dean himself. He said to tell you he wanted to see you the moment you got back in.
Thank you.
What do you suppose he can want now?
I don't know.
By the way, Petey is graduating today. When I think of how I skimped and saved to put my boy through school. Not that I'm complaining. I'm not one to complain. Petey's a brilliant boy. But of course, I'm not one to boast. Some mothers are lucky and others, well, we're all in our rightful place. You just watch, Petey, from now on. I'm not one to want my boy to kill himself with work, and I'll thank the Lord for any small success that comes his way. But if that boy isn't the greatest architect in the USA someday, his mother will want to know why. But what am I doing, gabbing with you like that? You've got to hurry.
Rourke went upstairs to his bare room, whose walls contained no pictures or pennants, but only drawing after drawing of buildings. Stopping at one, which had long dissatisfied him, he suddenly realized the mistake he'd made. Flinging it down on his desk, he began slashing lines violently through it. An hour later...
Come in.
Mr. Rourke, what on earth are you doing?
He turned and stared blankly.
The dean! The dean is waiting for you.
Oh, yes. I forgot.
You forgot?
Yes.
Well, all I can say is that it serves you right. It serves you right. And with the commencement beginning soon, how do you expect him to have time to see you?
I'll go at once, Mrs. Keating.
But you're not going like that.
Why not?
But it's your dean.
Not anymore, Mrs. Keating. Not anymore.
When Rourke entered the dean's office...
Yes, Rourke, sit down. Do sit down. Well, it won't be necessary for me to express my regret at the unfortunate event of this morning, since I take it for granted you know my sincerest interest in your welfare.
It's not necessary, no.
Needless to say, I didn't vote against you. I abstained entirely. But you may be glad to know that you had quite a determined little group of defenders at the meeting. Small but determined. Your professor of structural engineering was quite the crusader on your behalf. So is your professor of mathematics. Unfortunately, those who felt it their duty to vote for your expulsion quite outnumbered the others. Professor Sumpkin, your design professor, made an issue of the matter. He went so far as to threaten us with his resignation unless you were expelled. You must realize you've given Professor Sumpkin great provocation.
I do.
That, you see, is the trouble. I was speaking of your attitude towards the subject of architectural design, and yet you have been excellent in all of the engineering side sciences. Of course, no one denies the importance of engineering to a future architect, but why go to extremes? Why neglect the artistic and inspirational side of your profession and concentrate only on dry technical subjects? You intend to become an architect, not a civil engineer, do you not?
Yes, but there's no point in discussing my choice of subjects now, is there? It's past.
I am endeavoring to be helpful, Rourke. You must be fair. You cannot say you were not given any warnings before this happened.
I was.
Every problem you were given, every project you had to design, what did you do with it? Every one of them in that, well, I won't call it a style, in that incredible manner of yours that's contrary to every principle we've tried to teach you, contrary to all established precedents and traditions. Why, you may think you are what's called a modernist, but it isn't even that. It's sheer insanity, if you don't mind me saying.
I don't mind.
When you were given projects that left the style up to you and you turned in one of your wild stunts, well, frankly, your teachers passed you because they didn't know what to make of it. But when you were given an exercise in the historical styles, a Tudor chapel or a French opera house, and you turned it into something that looked like a lot of boxes piled together without rhyme or reason, would you say it was an answer to an assignment or plain insubordination?
It was insubordination.
In view of your brilliant record and your other subjects, we wished to give you a chance. But when you turn in a house of glass and concrete as a Renaissance villa for your final project, really, my boy, it was too much. How did you expect us to pass you after that?
I didn't.
You left us with no choice. Naturally, you would feel bitterness toward us right now, but
I don't feel bitter at all. I owe you an apology. I don't usually let things happen to me. I made a mistake. I shouldn't have waited to be thrown out. I should have left a long time ago.
Now, don't get discouraged. That's not the right attitude to take, particularly in view of what I'm going to tell you.
The Dean smiled and leaned forward, enjoying his generosity.
Now that you realize how serious it is, if you take a year off to rest, to think it over, shall we say, grow up, there might be a chance of our taking you back. Mind you, I can't promise anything. This is strictly unofficial. But in view of the circumstances and of your brilliant record, there might be a very good chance.
I don't think you understand. What made you think I'd want to come back?
Huh?
I won't be back. I have nothing more to learn here.
I don't understand you. You will please explain.
All right. I want to be an architect, not an archaeologist. I see no purpose in doing Renaissance villas if I'm never going to build them.
My dear boy, the great style of the Renaissance is far from dead. Houses of that style are being erected every day.
They are, and they will be, just not by me.
Oh, come now. This is childish.
I came here to learn to build. When I was given a project, its only value to me was to learn to solve it, as I would solve a real one in the future. I designed them the way I'll build them. I've learned all I could here, in the structural sciences of which you don't approve. One more year of drawing Italian postcards would give me nothing.
Do you mean to tell me you're seriously thinking of building in that way? When and if you're an architect?
Yes.
My dear fellow, who will let you?
That's not the point. The point is, who will stop me?
Look, I know you've seen a modernistic building or two and it gave you ideas, but do you realize what a passing fancy the whole so-called modernist movement is? You must understand that everything beautiful in architecture has been done already. There's a treasure trove in every style of the past. Who are we to improve upon the great masters? We can only attempt respectfully to repeat.
Why?
Because it's self-evident. For heaven's sake, stop being so naive.
Really, I don't understand. You think that the Parthenon here, in that picture, is great architecture?
It's the Parthenon.
Yes, goddammit, the Parthenon. Look, the famous flutings on the famous columns, what are they there for? To hide the joints when columns were made of wood. Only these aren't. They're marble. The triglyphs, what are they? Wood. Wooden beams. The way they had to be laid when people built wooden shacks. Your Greeks took marble and made copies of their wooden structures out of it because others had done it that way. Then your Renaissance masters came along and made copies in plaster, of copies in marble, of copies in wood. Now here we are making copies in steel and concrete, of copies in plaster, of copies in marble, of copies in wood. Why?
Those are the rules.
Well, here are my rules. What can be done with one substance should never be done with another. No two materials are alike. No two sites are alike. No two buildings have the same purpose. The purpose, the site, the material determines the shape. Nothing can be reasonable or beautiful unless it's made by one central idea, and that idea informs every detail. The building's alive, like a man. It must follow its own truth, its one theme, and must serve its own purpose. A man doesn't borrow pieces of his body. A building doesn't borrow hunks of its soul. Its maker gives it the soul, and every wall, window, and stairway to express it.
No one's ever denied the importance of modern technique to an architect. We must learn to adapt the beauty of the past to the needs of the present. But the proper creative process is a slow, gradual, collective one in which each man collaborates and subordinates himself to the standards of the majority.
Standards of the majority?
Yes, they have endured for thousands of years. Nobody's been able to improve upon them. Where are your modernist architects? Can you name one who's achieved any permanent distinction? Look at Henry Cameron, a leading architect 20 years ago. Where is he today? A drunkard and a bum who's lucky to get a garage to remodel.
I won't discuss Henry Cameron.
Oh, is he a friend of yours?
No, but I've seen his buildings.
And you found them?
I said I won't discuss Henry Cameron.
Very well. Rourke, you've worked hard for your education. You only had 1 year to go. There's something important you should consider, particularly for a boy in your position. There's the practical side of things. An architect is not an end in himself. He's only a small part of a great social whole. Cooperation is the key word of our modern era. Have you thought about your potential clients?
Yes.
You should think of them above all. They who shall live in the house you build. You must aspire to give proper artistic expression to their wishes.
I would say that I must aspire to build for my client the most beautiful house that I can. But I don't intend to build in order to have clients. I intend to have clients in order to build.
And how do you propose to force your ideas on them?
I don't propose to force or be forced. Those who want me will come to me.
You'd sound more convincing if you spoke as if you cared whether I agreed with you or not.
But I don't care if you agree with me or not.
But that's monstrous.
Is it?
I'm glad we've had this meeting. It relieved my conscience. I believe, as others have stated, that the profession of architecture is not for you. I have tried to help you, but now I agree with the board. You are not a man to be encouraged. You are dangerous.
To whom?
Architecture, my friends, is an art based on two cosmic principles, beauty and utility. In a broader sense, these are but part of three eternal principles, truth, love, and beauty. Truth to the traditions of our art, love for the fellow men to whom we serve, and beauty. Beauty is a compelling goddess to all artists, be it in the shape of a lovely woman or a building. Yes. In conclusion, I should like to say to you who are about to embark upon your careers in architecture that you are now the custodians of a sacred heritage. Yes, may you all serve faithfully, neither as slaves to the past nor as upstarts of the future who preach originality for its own sake. May you all have many rich, active years before you leave your distinct mark on the sands of time.
Thank you to our distinguished speaker, Mr. Guy Francone, of the illustrious firm Francone and Hire.
Thank you, Mr. Francone, for your wise and encouraging words.
My pleasure. Well, now that you've won the gold medal and the 4-year Prix de Paris, the spot in our office might not appeal as strongly as it once did. But I hope you'll consider it.
Petey, you've made your mother so proud.
Yes, Mother. Mr. Francone, this is my mother. Mother, Mr. Francone.
My pleasure.
Honored, sir, honored. Well, architecture is such a respectable profession, is it not?
Yes.
Please excuse us. And yes, I will certainly give your extremely generous offer a great deal of thought. Come along, Mother.
Later, when Peter spoke at his class banquet, he dared not show he knew nothing about architecture.
Ours is a great art, my friends, with our eyes to the future and reverence for the past in our hearts. Or, as the man who's an inspiration to us all said earlier, truth, love, and beauty, my fellow classmates. Truth, love, and beauty.
Hey, Pete, run on home and get out of that monkey suit. It's Boston for us tonight. I'll pick you up in an hour.
Oh, I don't.
Of course you're coming. No fun without you. And by the way, congratulations and all that. No hard feelings. May the best man win.
Thanks, old man. I feel awful about the gold medal. I thought you were the one for it, but you never can tell with these old fogies.
Rourke was sitting on the steps when Peter approached the house.
Congratulations, Peter.
Oh, Thanks. I mean, do you know, or has Mother been blabbing?
Of course.
She shouldn't have.
Why not?
Look, Howard, you know how terribly sorry I am about your being...
Forget it.
There's something I want to talk to you about. Ask your advice.
What is it?
You won't think it's awful of me to be asking about my business when you've just been...
I said forget about it. What is it?
You know, I've often thought you were crazy, but I know you know many things about architecture that, well, those fools never will. And I know you love it like they never will.
Well,
I've never said it before, but you see, I'd rather have your opinion on things than the dean's. I'd probably follow the dean's, but it's just that yours means more to me. I don't know why.
Come on. What do you want to ask about?
It's about my scholarship.
4-year ride in Paris. Pretty spiffy.
On the other hand, Guy Francone offered me a job in his office. I don't know which to take.
If you want my advice, Peter, you've made a mistake already by asking me, by asking anyone. Never ask people, not about your work. Don't you know what you want? How can you stand it not to know?
That's what I admire about you, Howard. You always know.
Cut the compliments.
I mean it. How do you manage to always be decisive?
How can you let others decide for you?
You see, I'm never sure of myself. I don't know whether I'm as good as they tell me I am. I would admit that to anyone but you, Howard. I think it's because you're always so sure that I...
Petey, sweetheart! What are you doing there? Oh, and here I've been sitting all alone waiting for you. What on earth are you doing on those filthy steps in your dress suit? Get up this minute! Oh, I've got hot chocolate and cookies ready for you.
But, Mother, I wanted to speak to Howard about something important. Okay? Look, Howard, should I junk the scholarship and go to work? Or let Francone wait and grab the 4 years in Paris to impress the yokels? What do you think?
Now, let me get this straight.
Wait a minute, Mother. I've got to weigh it carefully, Howard. It isn't everyone who can get a scholarship like that. You're pretty good when you rate that. A degree from the Beaux-Arts. You know how important that is.
I don't.
Oh, hell. I know your crazy ideas, but I'm speaking practically. For a man in my position, ideals aside for a moment.
You don't want my advice.
Of course I do. I'm asking you. I want to practice architecture, not talk about it. Gives one a great prestige, the French. Puts one above the rank and file of the ex-plumbers who think they can build. On the other hand, an opening with Francone, Guy Francone himself offering it.
Okay.
How many can match that? A year from now, they'll be boasting they're working for Smith or Jones, if they find work at all. Well, I'll be with Francone and hire.
You're quite right, Peter. On a question like that, you don't want to consult your mother. It's too important. I'll leave you to settle it with Mr. Rourke.
But Mother, of course I want your opinion. What do you think?
Petey, I never think anything. It's up to you, dear. It's always been up to you.
Well, if I go to Paris...
Fine, go to Paris. It's a grand place, a whole ocean away. Of course, if you go, Mr. Francone will take somebody else. Everybody knows Mr. Francone picks the best boy from Stanton every year for his office. How will it look if some other boy gets the job, But I guess that doesn't matter.
What will people say?
Nothing much, I guess. Only that the other boy was the best man. What's his name?
Not Schlinker.
Yes, Schlinker.
You think that Francone...
Why should I think of Mr. Francone? It's nothing to me.
Mother, you want me to take the job with Francone?
I don't want anything, Petey. You're the boss.
Yes, I know, but Howard...
If it were me, I'd choose the lesser evil. What will you learn in Paris? Only more Renaissance palaces and opera houses. They'll kill everything good you might have in you. You do good work once in a while when somebody lets you. If you really want to learn, go to work. Francone's a bastard, but you'll be building. It'll prepare you for going on your own that much sooner.
Even Mr. Rourke can talk sense sometimes, even if he does talk like a truck driver.
Do you really think I do good work?
Occasionally.
Now that it's all settled.
I'll have to think it over, Mother.
Now that it's all settled, how about that hot chocolate, eh? I'll have it for you in a jiffy.
What are you going to do, Howard?
Me?
Thoughtless of me, going on like that about myself. Mother means well, but she drives me crazy. Anyway, to hell with that. What are you going to do?
I'm going to New York.
To get a job?
To get a job.
In architecture?
In architecture.
I'm glad. Any definite prospects?
I'm gonna work for Henry Cameron.
Oh no, Howard. You can't be serious.
I am.
But he's nobody. Nothing anymore. Oh, I know he has a name, but he's done for. He never gets any important buildings. Hasn't for years. They say he's got a dump for an office. Just what kind of future will you get out of him? What will you learn?
Not much. Only how to build.
Oh, I forgot. I've gotta go.
Petey!
I'm in a hurry. A little party with the boys. Now, don't say anything. I won't be late. We'll celebrate me taking the job with Francone when I get home. And Howard, if you think no one better than Cameron will have you, I'll work on old Francone and...
Thanks, but it's settled.
What did he say?
Who?
Cameron.
I've never met him.
Peter walked through the marble lobby into a gilded elevator that brought him up 30 floors to a mahogany door where a brass plate read Francone and Hire Architects. Swept past the fancy reception area, he was deposited into a large drafting room with long tables, green shaded lamps, large filing cabinets, and scattered pots of glue.
Keating?
Yes.
This way.
Handing Peter a grey smock and a set of plans, the man turned his back as if he'd forgotten Peter's very existence. Later, Peter leaned in with chummy respect to the smock at the next table.
Pretty good for the old man.
Oh?
Francone, of course.
Francone, hell. He hasn't designed a birdhouse in 8 years. It's him.
Who?
Stengel. He does all these things.
Behind a glass door, Peter saw the shrewd eyes of the man who'd given him the smock. It was late in the afternoon when Peter learned through whispers that Guy Francone was in the building.
Hey, you. You doing the plans for this? Take this cardboard up to the boss for the okay. Try to listen to what he says and try to look intelligent.
Yes, sir.
He carried the cardboard up the plush stairway to the boss's office.
Well, Kitteridge, my boy, here we are, all set and at home. So glad to see you. Sit down, boy, sit down. What have you got there? Well, there's no hurry. No hurry at all. Sit down. How do you like it here?
I'm afraid, sir, I'm a little too happy. I thought I could be businesslike on my first day, but starting in a place like this, I guess it knocked me out a little. I'll get over it, sir.
Of course. Don't you worry. I'm sure you'll make good.
I'll do my best, sir.
Of course you will. What's this they sent me?
Francone extended his hand to the drawing, but his fingers came to rest limply on his forehead.
So annoying, this headache. No, nothing serious. Just a little migraine is all. One works so hard.
Is there anything I can get for you, sir?
No, thank you. It's not anything you can get for me, but something you could take away. That champagne of theirs wasn't worth a damn last night. Let me tell you, Kitteridge, it's very important to know about wines. For instance, when you take a client out to dinner, you want to be sure of the proper thing to order. Now, I'll tell you a secret. Take quail, for instance. Most would order Burgundy with it. What do? You call for Clos Vougueux 1904. See? Adds that certain touch. Correct, but original. One must always be original. Who sent you up, by the way?
Mr. Stengel, sir.
Oh, Stengel. Too grand to bring his own stuff up, eh? Mind you, he's a great designer, the best in New York City, but he's just getting to be a bit too grand lately. He thinks he's the only one doing any work around here just because he smudges at a board all day long. You'll learn, my boy, when you've been in the business longer, that the real work of an office is done beyond its walls. Take last night, banquet of the Clarion Real Estate Association. 200 guests, a few words to say informally in a little after-dinner speech. You know, nothing blatant, no vulgar sales talk, only a few well-chosen thoughts on the import of selecting architects who are competent, respected, and well-established. You know, a few bright little slogans that will stick in the mind.
Like choose the builder of your home as carefully as you choose the bride to inhabit it.
Not bad at all, Kitteridge. Mind if I jot it down?
My name is Keating, sir.
Keating, of course, dear me, one meets so many people. How did you say it? Choose the builder? It was very well put.
I'll write it down for you, sir.
Splendid. Well, I suppose I'll have to look at the thing.
Peter extended the drawing respectfully. Francone leaned back, held it at arm's length, and stared at it. He closed his left eye, then his right, then moved the cardboard an inch farther. Peter suddenly knew that Francone had stopped seeing it, that he was only studying it for Peter's benefit. It was then that Peter saw clearly the road to his future.
Not bad at all. Well, perhaps it could be more distinguished, you know, but it is done rather neatly. What do you think, Keating?
If I may make a suggestion, sir. It seems to me that the cartouches between the 4th and 5th floors are somewhat too modest for so imposing a building. Perhaps an ornamented string course. There, sir?
That's it. I was just going to say it, an ornamented string course. But look, it would mean diminishing the windows, would it not?
Yes, but windows are less important than the dignity of a building's facade.
That's right, dignity. We must give our clients dignity above all. Yes, an ornamented string course, only, look, Stengel's had this done up so neatly.
Mr. Stengel will be delighted to change it, if you advise him to.
Of course, but do you think the string course is really important?
I think it's more important to make changes you find necessary than to okay every drawing as Mr. Stengel designed it.
Because Francon said nothing, with his eyes focused straight at him, Peter knew he had taken a big chance and won.
We'll have an ornamented string course. Leave this here. Tell Stengel I want to see him.
Yes, sir.
Oh, Keating, by the way, may I make a suggestion? Just between us, no offense intended, but a burgundy necktie would be so much better than blue with your grey smock, don't you think?
Yes, sir. Thank you. I'll see to it tomorrow.
On his way back through the lobby, Peter saw a distinguished grey-haired gentleman escorting a lady to the door.
This way, my dear.
Though he was not bowing, not unrolling a carpet, not waving a fan over the lady's head, he seemed to be doing all of these.
That's Old Man Hire.
In the dark cubbyhole that was Cameron's foyer, a grey-haired skeleton of a man sat at a desk typing with 2 fingers.
I would like to see Mr. Cameron.
Yeah? About what?
About a job.
What job?
Drafting.
The old man stared at him blankly. At last he rose, shuffled to a door behind him, and went in.
Mr. Cameron, there's a fella outside says he's looking for a job. Here.
Why, the damn fool! Throw him out! Wait, send him in.
The old man jerked his head, and Rourke went in. Cameron and Rourke stared at each other. Rourke's eyes moved first to a drawing on the wall, the only one in the room, of a skyscraper that had never been built.
Well, did you come to see me or just come to look at pictures?
Both.
What do you want?
I've come to work for you.
You have you? What's the matter? None of the bigger fish will have you?
I haven't applied anywhere else.
Why not? You think this is the easiest place to begin? Think anybody can just walk in here? Do you know who I am?
That's why I'm here.
Who sent you?
No one.
Why the hell did you pick me?
I think you know.
What an impertinent son of a bitch you are. Have you decided I'm so hard up I'd throw the gates open for any punk who'd do me the honor? Old Cameron's a has-been, a drunk, a failure who can't be particular. Is that it?
No.
Where have you worked before?
I'm just starting out.
What have you done?
3 years at Stanton.
Oh, too lazy to finish, were you?
I was kicked out.
Splendid. You're not good enough for the lice at Stanton, but you'll work for old Cameron, eh? You think this is the place for garbage? What did they kick you out for? Drink? Women? What?
These.
Rourke extended his drawings. Cameron looked at one, then the next, then everyone to the bottom.
Sit down. So you think they're good? Well, they're awful. Look at that. What in Christ's name was your idea? What possessed you to indent that plan here? Did you just want to make it pretty? Who do you think you are? Guy Francone? Look at this building here. You get an idea like this, and you don't know what to do with it. You stumble on something magnificent, and you ruin it. Do you know how much you've got to learn?
Yes, that's why I'm here.
Look at this one. I wish I'd done that at your age. But why did you have to botch it? Do you know what I'd do with that? Look, to hell with your stairways and to hell with your furnace room.
Suddenly pushing the drawings aside, Cameron put his fist over them.
When did you decide to become an architect?
When I was 10 years old.
You're lying. Men don't know what they want so early in life.
I did.
Why'd you decide to be an architect?
I think because I never believed in God.
Come on, talk sense.
Because I love this earth, but I don't always like the shape of the things on it. I want to change them.
For who?
For myself.
How old are you?
25.
Men don't talk that way at 25. You're abnormal.
Probably.
I didn't mean it as a compliment.
Me neither.
Got any family?
Nope.
Worked through school?
Yep.
At what?
In the trades.
How much money you got left?
$17.30.
When did you come to New York?
Yesterday.
God damn you. I didn't ask you to come here. Why did you have to come here? You're setting out to ruin yourself. You know that, don't you? And I'll help you do it. I don't like your face. You're too sure of yourself. 20 years ago, I'd have punched that face with the greatest of pleasure. You're coming to work here tomorrow at 9 o'clock sharp.
Yes.
$15 a week. That's all I can pay you.
Yes.
You're a damn fool. You should have gone somewhere else. I'll kill you if you go somewhere else. What's your name?
Howard Rourke.
If you're late, I'll fire you, Howard Rourke.
Yes.
Now get out!
Toohey, Ellsworth Toohey. Read it aloud.
And now we come to another notable achievement of the metropolitan skyline, the new Melton Building by Francone and Heyer. It stands in white serenity as an eloquent witness to the triumph of classical purity and common sense. Here, tradition has formed a structure whose beauty can reach simply and lucidly into the heart of every man on the street. There's no freak exhibitionism here, no perverted striving for novelty, no orgy of unbridled egotism. Its designer, Guy Francone, knows how to subordinate himself, but at the same time display his own creative originality, not in spite of, but precisely because of the classical dogma he's accepted with the humility of a true artist. For dogmatic discipline is the only thing which makes true originality possible. There's more, but gee.
Pretty good, eh? And from Toohey, no less. So, he doesn't think I'm half bad, does he?
I wonder what he'll say about me someday.
I've no idea what he means by that string courses of men's brotherhood business, but if that's what he praises us for, we shouldn't complain.
It's the critic's job to interpret the artist, even to the artist himself. Toohey's merely articulated what was already in your own mind.
You think so? Quite possible. Quite possible. You're a smart boy, Peter.
Thank you, Mr. Francone.
Wait, don't go. One more cigarette, and then we'll return to the drudgery.
Peter had pumped from his fellow draftsman that Francone was a gourmet who'd married money and preferred designing buildings of grey granite, which he got from a grey granite quarry he owned in Connecticut. He also discovered that Francone kept a magnificent bachelor pad in Louis XIV, that his wife had died, leaving her fortune to their daughter, who, now 19, was away at college.
Your daughter's at Yale, is that right?
Yes, I suppose.
His expression told Peter not to inquire further. In a short time, Peter had made the men in the drafting room feel as if he'd been there a long time. He'd always known how to become part of any place he entered. His warm smile and voice and the easy shrug of his shoulders seemed to say that nothing weighed too hard on him, and he would not be one to demand or to accuse.
When you go, Peter, give this to Miss Jeffers to put in my scrapbook.
In the drafting room, Peter found Tim despondent over a drawing. He'd befriended Tim because he'd pegged him as the firm's favoured draftsman, and soon they were taking their lunch together and getting drinks after work.
Gotta stay late. God knows how late. Gotta finish this garbage tonight. Look at it. Hours and hours and hours.
It's because you're the best man. They need you.
To hell with that. I have a date with Elaine tonight. How am I gonna break it? This is the third time. She won't believe me. She told me so the last time. That's it. I'm going to Guy the Mighty and I'm gonna tell him where he can stick his plans. I'm through.
Wait. There is another way. I'll finish them for you.
Huh?
I'll stay. I'll do them. No one will know the difference.
Pete, would you?
I've got nothing to do tonight. You just stay till they all go home, then skip.
Gee, Pete. But look, if they find out, they'll can me. You're too new for this.
They won't find out.
I can't lose my job, Pete. Elaine and I are gonna be married. If anything happens...
Nothing will happen.
Shortly after 6, Tim furtively left the drafting room, leaving Peter at his table. It was late when Peter finished the plans, stacked them neatly on Tim's table, and left the office. As he walked, he glowed with a slightly undignified feeling. Suddenly, his loneliness hit him. He thought of Katie from Stanton. He'd sent her a telegram saying he was coming to New York, but had never followed up.
Hello, Peter.
Hello, Katie.
Give me your hat. Be careful of that chair. It's not very steady. We have better ones in the living room. Come in.
Looking vaguely about the room, he turned and took her in his arms and kissed her. Her lips met his eagerly.
God, I've missed you.
You haven't changed much. A little thinner, maybe. It's becoming. You'll be very attractive when you're 50.
That's not exactly a compliment.
Why? Oh, you mean I think you're not attractive now, but you are.
Well, you shouldn't say it right out to me like that.
Why not? You know you are. And I've been thinking of what you'll look like at 50. You'll have grey temples and wear a grey suit, and you'll be a very great architect.
You really think so?
I do.
He waited for the inevitable questions, but they never came. It was like they'd never been apart.
Did you get my telegram?
Yes, thanks.
Don't you want to know how I'm getting along in the city?
Sure, how are you getting along in the city?
You're not interested.
But I am. I want to know everything about you.
Why don't you ask?
You'll tell me when you want to.
It doesn't matter much to you what I've been doing, does it?
Not too much, no.
That's sweet of you.
It's not what you do that matters, really. It's only you.
Me how?
You here, or in the city, or somewhere in the world. I don't know. Just you.
You're a fool, Katie. Your technique is awful.
My what?
You can't tell a man so shamelessly that you're crazy about him.
But I am.
Yeah, but you can't say it. Men won't care about you.
I don't want men to care about me.
Just me.
You do, don't you?
I do.
He quickly changed the subject.
He's the greatest architect in New York, in the whole country, in the whole world maybe. He's put up 17 skyscrapers, 8 cathedrals, 6 railroad terminals, and God knows what else. Of course, he's a pompous fraud who oils his way into everything, but...
Yes, and?
Well, that's what I really think of him. I have no respect for him, but I'm delighted to be working for him. See?
You're ambitious.
You don't despise me for it?
No, that's what you want.
Sure, that's what I want. It's a tremendous firm, the best in the city. I'm doing really good work, and Francone's very pleased with me. I'm getting ahead. I think eventually I can have any job in the place. Why, only tonight I took over a man's work, and he doesn't know he'll be useless tomorrow. Oh, Katie, what am I saying?
It's all right. I understand.
If you did, you'd call me the names I deserve and make me stop.
No, Peter, I don't want to change you. I love you.
God help you.
I know that.
You say it like you're saying it's a beautiful day.
Why not? Why worry about it? I love you.
Don't ever worry about it. You hear me? Katie, I'll never love anyone else.
I know that, too.
He held her close. When he asked about her life in New York, she told him about her uncle.
He's wonderful, really wonderful. He's poor, but he took me in and gave up his study to make a room for me, and now he has to work here in the living room. You must meet him, Peter. He's away now on a lecture tour, but when he comes back...
What do you do with yourself all day long?
I read books on architecture. Uncle has tons of them, and when he's here, I type his lectures for him.
What does he do for a living?
He does so many things. I can't keep track. He teaches art history for one, and he writes a newspaper column.
Huh.
I've never met anyone like him. He's such fun, always joking, so clever. Nothing that you thought was serious ever seems to be when he's around. He spends hours telling me all about strikes and conditions in the slums and poor people in sweatshops, always about others, never about himself. A friend of his told me Uncle could be a very rich man if he tried. He's so clever, but he just isn't interested in money.
That's not human.
Wait till you meet him. He wants to meet you too. I've told him about you. He calls you the T-Square Romeo.
He does he?
Oh, you'll love Uncle Ellsworth.
Ellsworth? Huh.
Ellsworth Toohey. Why?
Listen, Katie, I don't want to meet your uncle.
But why?
I don't want to meet him is all. Not through you anyway. Katie, you don't know me. I'm the kind that uses people. I don't want to use you. Don't let me. Not you.
Use me? How?
I'd give my eye teeth to meet Ellsworth Toohey, that's all. He knows something about architecture. He's the most important man in architecture. Maybe not yet, but that's what he'll be in a couple of years. Ask Francone. He knows. That old weasel. You should see the big shots in our office, lapping up every comma he puts in print. So you think maybe he could help me, eh? He could make me, and he will someday, when I'm ready for him. But not here, not through you. Understand? Not from you.
She rose and stood in his arms, his face buried in her hip, and stroked his hair.
All right, Peter. Just tell me when you want it. You can use me if you want.
When you finish tonight, I want to see you in my office.
Yes.
It was the longest sentence Cameron had uttered to Rourke in a month. Rourke had come every morning, had done his work, but had heard nothing. Cameron would stand behind Rourke in the drafting room for a long time, looking over his shoulder.
What is it?
Cameron would turn away without a word, then Rourke would go back to drawing. A week ago, Cameron had thrown down on Rourke's table a violent sketch of a country residence.
See if you can make a house out of this.
When Rourke had finished the drawings, he left them on Cameron's desk. For the remainder of the day, Cameron was silent. When the others had gone, Rourke pulled a piece of oilcloth over his table and went to Cameron's office, where his drawings of the country house were spread on the desk.
You're fired.
Am I?
Come here. Sit down. You're too good for what you want to do with yourself. It's no use. Better now than later.
What do you mean?
No use wasting what you've got on an ideal that you'll never reach, that they'll never let you reach. No use taking that marvelous thing you have and making a torture rack for yourself out of it. Sell it, Rourke. Sell it now. You've got what they'll pay you for, and pay plenty. And if you use it their way, accept them, Rourke. Compromise. Compromise now, because you'll have to later anyway. And then you'll have gone through things you'll wish you hadn't. You don't know. I do. Save yourself from that. Leave me. Go somewhere else.
Did you do that?
Did I do that? Did I do that?
He stopped because he saw that Rourke was smiling. Then he smiled too.
That won't work. Well, you're right. You are as good as you think you are. But I want to speak to you. And I don't know exactly how to go about it.
I understand.
I'm the last one you should have come to. Somebody should have warned you against me. I won't discourage you. I'll push you on, drive you the way you're going now. I'll beat you into staying what you are, and I'll make you worse. Don't you see? In another month, I won't be able to let you go. I'm not sure I can now. So don't argue and get while you can.
Isn't it a little late for both of us?
Be sensible, Rourke. For once. There's plenty of big fellas who'll take you if I say so. They may laugh at me at lunch. They steal from me when it suits them. And they know I know a good draftsman when I see one. I'll give you a letter to Francone. He worked for me ages ago. I fired him, but that doesn't matter. Go to him. You won't like it, but you'll get used to it. And you'll thank me for it. Believe me.
Why are you saying all this? It's not what you did.
That's why I'm saying it. Look, if you were an exhibitionist, being different as a stunt to attract attention, I wouldn't worry. But you love your work. You love it. That's the curse. That's the brand on your forehead for all of them to see. You love it, and they know it, and they know they have you. Ever look at people on the street? They wear hats and carry bundles, but that's not who they are. Who they are is hatred for any man who loves his work. That's the only kind they fear. I don't know why. You're opening yourself up, Rourke, for each and every one of them.
But I never noticed people in the street.
Can't you see what they've done to me?
I only know you're not afraid of them. Why do you ask me to be?
You want me to say it? All right, I'll say it. You want to end up like this?
If, in the end, I'll be what you are today in this office, I'll consider it an honor.
Oh, sit down.
I didn't know I got up.
Listen, it's very nice of you, but you don't know. I thought a few days here would be enough to take the hero worship out of you. How grand old Cameron is. How you'd love to die on the barricades with me and eat in dime lunch wagons with me the rest of your life. I know, it looks beautiful to you now, at the grand old age of 25, but do you know what it means? 30 years of a lost cause. Do you know how many days there are in 30 years? Do you know what happens in those days?
You don't want to talk about that.
No, I don't, but I'm going to. I want you to know what's in store for you. There will be days when you'll look at your hands and you'll want to smash every bone in them because they'll be taunting you with what they could do if they had a chance. And you can't find that chance, no matter what you do. And there will be days when a bus driver will snap at you when you get on a bus. And that won't be what you'll hear. You'll hear that you're nothing, that it's written on your forehead, that thing they hate you for. There will be days when you'll sit in the back of a hall and listen to a person on the platform talking about the work you love, and the things said will make you want to get up and crack him with a 2x4. And then you'll hear people applauding him, and you'll want to scream, but you'll say nothing, because the sounds you could make, the sounds you could make. Is that what you want? Not enough, is it? All right. One day, you'll see on a piece of paper a beautiful building. You won't believe you've done it, but you'll have done it. And you'll think the earth is beautiful and the air smells like spring, and that you love your fellow men because there's no evil in the world. And you'll set out to have this drawing built because you won't have any doubt it will be built by the first man to see it. But the first and the second and the 10th man aren't interested. But you do finally get into a man's office who can do something about it, and you hear yourself begging him, pleading with him. If only he'd let you put up that building, you'd rip your insides open to show him, because if he saw what's there, he'd have to let you put it up. But he'll say he's sorry that the job's been given to Francone, and you'll go home. And do you know what you'll do there? You'll cry. You'll cry like a woman, like a drunkard, like an animal. That's your future, Howard Rourke. Now, do you want it?
Yes.
Cameron's eyes dropped, then his head. Soon he was utterly still.
Howard, I've never told that to anyone.
Thank you.
Go home. You've worked enough. You have a hard day tomorrow.
Cameron grabbed Rourke's drawings.
This is fine. I wanted to see what you do, but it's not good enough to build. You'll have to do it over. I'll show you tomorrow what I want.
A year with Francon had given Peter the whispered title Crown Prince of the office. Old Man Hire, who couldn't remember anyone's name, remembered Peter's and was especially tickled when Peter showed an interest in old porcelain, a subject about which Hire was fond, and Peter wholly ignorant, that is, until he'd researched it at the public library.
You're certainly good at taking your man, Guy. There's one boy I wouldn't want to lose, that Peter.
Yes, indeed.
In the drafting room, Peter focused on Tim.
I'll do it. Don't bother Tim with those little things. I'll take care of it.
Tim relaxed and began smoking a lot and lolling about.
Is the stuff ready, Pete?
Tim had married his girlfriend and was often late for work.
You're in with the old man, Pete. Slip in a good word for me once in a while, huh? So they'll overlook a few things. God, do I hate to be working right now.
I'm sorry, Mr. Francone, that the Murray sub-basement plans were so late, but Tim had a quarrel with his wife last night. It's Tim again, Mr. Francone. Do forgive him. He hasn't got his mind on his work.
When Tim lost his job, no one in the drafting room was surprised, but Tim.
It's all right, Timmy boy. I know a girl in another office, and she says they'd be very interested.
Tim's table, salary, and position were given to Peter.
Tim, who used to work here, I got him his present job.
Petey is such an unselfish boy.
Peter saw Katie occasionally and was happy when he saw her, but never mentioned her uncle and never spoke of his career.
I couldn't quite work it to ask Mrs. Dunlop to lunch, but she's coming to the exhibition with me tomorrow.
Splendid. That'll do just as well.
But I don't get it.
I explained it to you yesterday. Mrs. Dunlop's husband's planning to build a home for her.
Oh yeah, now I remember.
It's not a very large house, 50,000 or so, but Mrs. Dunlop's brother-in-law is Quimby. You know, the big real estate fellow. Won't hurt to get a little wedge into that family, not at all. You're to see that commission ends up with us. Can I count on you?
You can always count on me, Guy.
Peter's mind had already leapt to Stengel, but Stengel couldn't be befriended like Tim. Stengel knew that the corrections to his sketches were made by Peter. Still, Stengel was vulnerable. He'd been planning to open his own office and had picked a no-talent but rich young architect as a partner. Peter had an idea. 2 days later, when he escorted Mrs. Dunlop through the gallery, he put his plan into action.
Yes, magnificent work. Note the colors, Mrs. Dunlop. They say the artist had a terribly hard time. It's an old story, the same in all the arts, my own profession included.
Is that so?
Now, look at this.
He stopped at a painting of an old hag picking her bare toes on a street corner.
This is art as a social document. It takes a person of courage to appreciate this.
Simply wonderful.
Courage. It's a rare quality. They say the artist was starving in a garret when he was discovered. Glorious to be able to help a young talent on its way.
It must be wonderful.
Why, if I were rich, I'd make it my hobby to arrange an exhibition for a new artist, finance the concert of a new pianist, have a house built by a new architect.
Do you know, Peter, my husband and I are planning to build a little home on Long Island.
You are? How charming of you, Mrs. Dunlop, to confess such a thing to me. Aren't you afraid of me becoming a nuisance by trying to interest you in my firm? Or are you safe, having chosen an architect already?
No, I'm not safe at all, and would enjoy the danger. I've thought a great deal about your firm these last few days. I've heard you are so terribly good.
Why, thank you, Mrs. Dunlop.
Mr. Francon is a great architect.
Oh, yes.
What's the matter?
Nothing really.
Tell me, what's the matter?
Well, you see, Guy Francone, it's only a name. He'd have nothing to do with your house. It's one of those professional secrets I shouldn't divulge, but I don't know what it is about you that makes me want to be honest. All the best buildings in our office are designed by Mr. Stengel.
Mr. Who?
Claude Stengel. You've never heard the name, but you will. You see, he's the real genius behind the scenes. Francone just puts his signature on it and takes the credit.
But why does Mr. Stengel stand for it?
What can he do? No one will give him a start. You know how most people are. They stick to the beaten path. They pay 3 times the price for a thing just to have the trademark. Now, Stengel is a great artist, but there are so few discerning people to recognize it. If only he could find some outstanding person to give him a chance.
Really? How interesting. Tell me more.
He did, and by the time they'd viewed all the artwork, Mrs. Dunlop was shaking Peter's hand.
I'll arrange a lunch for you to meet Mr. Stengel.
So unselfish of you, Peter. You are so kind.
Peter approached Stengel.
What's in it for you? Oh, I see. Okay, I'll go to lunch.
When Stengel left to open his own office and build the Dunlop house...
The bastard! The absolute bastard! After all I've done for him!
You're right.
What beats me is how did he hear about it? To snatch it right from under our nose.
Me? I never trusted the man.
And so Peter became chief designer.
You're a good boy, Pete. I like you, and I'll do things for you. Haven't I already? You're going places in a couple of years.
Peter's first assignment was only a small house, but instead of seeing it rise, he could only see it sink into a deep pit with only Tim and Stengel rattling around inside of it.
It must have dignity, you know, dignity. Nothing freaky. A structure of elegance, and stay within the budget.
Peter hated every stone, every piece of timber. He hated himself for choosing to be an architect. When he finally began to draw, he tried to remember that Francone and Stengel, and even Hire, had done it, and if they could do it, so could he. The tension melted when he spent hours in the firm's library, selecting from photographs the look for his house. The masters had done it before, so he didn't have to wonder or take any chances. But when the drawings were done, he looked at them uncertainly. He couldn't tell if this was the best or the ugliest house in the world, so he brought the drawings to Rourke.
If you could help me, Howard. If you could help me with it a little. It's my first house, and it means so much to me at the office, and I'm not sure. What do you think?
Rourke threw some tracing paper over the plans and began to draw. Peter saw his imposing entrance and lightless corridors disappearing. He saw an immense living room growing, a wall of giant windows facing the garden, a spacious kitchen.
In the front?
I can't help you with that. If you must have it classic, have it good classic at least. You don't need 3 pilasters where 1 will do. And take those cherubs off the floor, it's too much.
Though he smiled gratefully, Peter left Rourke's hurt and angry. But 3 days later, working from Rourke's sketches, he had a new set of drawings which he presented to Francone with a flourish.
Well, I declare, what an imagination you have, Peter. I wonder, it is a bit daring, but it's just what I had in mind.
I studied your buildings, you see, and I tried to think what you do, and, well...
Francone smiled. Peter knew that Francone didn't believe it, and that he himself didn't believe it, yet both were perfectly contented and bound tighter together than ever before.
Mr. Cameron, after earnest consideration, the Board of Directors of the Security Trust Bank is not able to accept your plans for our new branch, and the commission has been awarded to Gould and Pettengill. Payment for your preliminary drawings is attached as agreed.
It's not even enough to keep the lights on.
He set the letter down gently on his desk.
Now, some of the directors won't see it as I do, but go ahead, Mr. Cameron. Take a chance with me, and I'll fight for you.
They'd worked savagely to have their plans ready first. Cameron and Rourke and a pot of black coffee had lived in the office for days. Rourke finally ordered Cameron home because his hands were shaking and his knees kept seeking the stool for support. The next morning, Cameron found the pot and a puddle of coffee on the floor and Rourke asleep next to it. On the table were the finished plans.
How in God's name will I pay the electric bill?
Your rent, Mr. Rourke.
I'm sorry, but I can't pay you for another week.
Somehow Peter got wind of it.
Go on, Howard. You need it. I know you need it.
Rourke only looked at him.
You can pay me back.
Rourke took the money.
What the hell are you doing wasting yourself on old Cameron? Just say the word. Francone will be delighted. We'll start you at $60 a week.
Rourke took the money out of his pocket and stuffed it into Peter's.
Oh, for God's sakes, Howard.
Good night, Peter.
Cameron entered the drafting room, handed Rourke the letter from the bank, then walked slowly back to his office. Rourke read the letter and followed.
Picked up this newspaper today, on my way in. Don't know what made me buy it. Look at it. An unwed mother shoots her lover. A lurid trial inside a crusade against utility companies. A horoscope, excerpts from church sermons, girls with beautiful legs, a baby contest, articles claiming it's nobler to wash dishes than to write a symphony, that bearing a child makes a woman automatically a saint.
Junk.
Yes, but it's junk that's liked. How can you fight that? They shouldn't have sent us that letter. They should have just sent us this, Winans New York banner. Do you know that in a few years, this bastard Gail Wynant will rule the world?
Don't.
It's funny. No one can teach you anything. Not at the core. What you're doing, it's yours, not mine. I can only teach you to do it better. What you'll be, if I could only live to see it.
You'll live to see it.
Architecture for Everybody by Ellsworth Toohey was a sensation.
I endeavour to bring architecture where it belongs, to the people. I wish to see the average man speak of architecture as he speaks of baseball.
Instead of boring his readers with technicalities, he amused them with homespun accounts, the Egyptian housekeeper, the Roman shoe cobbler, the mistress of Louis XIV, what they ate, how they washed, and what effect their buildings had on their existence. The impression given was that there were no achievements beyond the daily routine, that merely by living in obscurity, his readers were achieving the highest aim of civilization.
When we gaze at the magnificence of an ancient monument and ascribe its achievement to one man, we're guilty of spiritual embezzlement. We forget the army of craftsmen, unknown and unsung, who preceded him, each contributing his small share to the communal treasure. No, a great building is not the invention of a genius, but rather the expression of a people.
About modern architecture.
Thus far, it has represented nothing but the whim of isolated individuals, and as such is of little consequence.
With his pen, he called upon architects to abandon their selfish quest for individual glory and dedicate themselves to the people.
Architects are servants. They're not here to assert their little egos, but bring their work closer to mankind. Architects, my friends, are not to reason why. Theirs is not to command, but be commanded.
The notices for the book were glowing.
A stupendous achievement.
A profound thinker.
On principle, Toohey listed no architect by name, but in the footnotes there were several references to Guy Franchon,
who has a tendency to the over-ornate, but must be commended for his loyalty to classicism.
One note referred to Henry Cameron,
prominent once as one of the fathers of the so-called modern school, but since relegated to a well-deserved oblivion.
That oblivion came literally one day when Cameron reached for a pencil and collapsed at Rourke's feet.
You'll close the office for me, won't you, Howard?
Yes.
Cameron's sister came from New Jersey to take him. Before they left, Cameron handed Rourke a letter he'd written on Rourke's behalf.
Don't worry about me.
Let him keep the furniture for the rent. Take that drawing in my office and ship it to me. Only that. You'll burn everything else. You hear? Everything.
Yes.
You'll come see me, Howard, won't you?
Yes.
But not too often, eh?
Now in his third year with Franchon and Hire, Peter dressed well and liked others to notice. He had an apartment off Park Avenue and bought 3 valuable etchings, as well as a first edition of a classic he'd never read nor opened since. Occasionally, he escorted clients to the opera, and once created such a sensation at a fancy dress ball with his medieval stonecutter's costume that he was featured on the Banner's society page. He saved the clipping, of course. He'd forgotten his first building, along with its dubious parentage, and had learned that his clients would accept anything, so long as he gave them an imposing front, a majestic entrance, and a regal drawing room with which to impress their guests. If the guests were impressed, his clients were impressed, and therefore happy with him.
It'll do, Petey, for the time being.
He couldn't refuse to bring his mother up to live with him.
That Withers fellow had a much more expensive suit on than yours, Petey. That won't do. You've got to watch your prestige with these boys. That little one who brought in those blueprints, I didn't like the way he spoke to you. I'd keep my eye on him and watch out for the one they call Bennett. I'd get rid of him if I were you. He's ambitious. Franchon, has he any children?
One daughter.
Oh, what's she like?
Never met her.
Really, Peter? It's downright rude to Mr. Francone if you've made no effort to meet his family.
She's away at college, Mother. I'll meet her someday. It's getting late, and I've got a lot of work to do tomorrow.
He knew the daughter had graduated and was working at the Banner, where she wrote a small column on home decoration, but he hadn't been able to learn much else.
I hear such nice things about your daughter.
And where do you hear these nice things?
You know how it is. One hears things. They say she writes brilliantly.
Yes, she writes brilliantly.
I'd love to meet her.
She's not living with me. She has an apartment of her own. I'm not even sure where. Though I suppose you'll meet her someday. You won't like her, Peter.
Why do you say that?
It's just one of those things. As a father, I'm afraid I'm a complete failure. Say, Peter, what did Mrs. Mannering say about that new stairway arrangement?
That night, Peter visited Katie, who he found on her uncle's living room rug, surrounded by a typewriter, newspapers, letters, boxes, and a glue pot.
Oh dear. Sit down, Peter. I thought I'd be through before you came. It's Uncle's fan mail. You should see some of the things people write to him. Sit down. I'll be through in a minute.
You're through right now.
He picked her up, carried her to a chair, and kissed her.
Your hair smells nice.
Don't move, Peter. I'm comfortable.
They opened the Boardman building today. Francone had indigestion, so I went as his representative. I designed that building anyway.
I know. I've seen all your buildings. I have pictures. I cut them out of the papers. I'm making a scrapbook, just like Uncle's. Oh, Peter, it's so wonderful. Think of it. All these letters coming from all over the country. Perfect strangers. And yet he means so much to them. And here I am, helping him. Me, just a nobody. And it's so touching and so big. And it concerns the whole nation.
Did he tell you that?
He tells me nothing. But you can't live with him without getting some of that wonderful selflessness of his.
I'll say this, Katie. It's becoming, all of this. You could look stunning if you learned something about clothes. I should take you to a good dressmaker. Why, hey, where are you going?
It's almost 9, and I've got to have this finished before Uncle gets home. He'll be back by 11 from a speech at a labor meeting. I can talk while I work. Do you mind?
Yes, I do mind. To hell with your uncle's fans. You just stay where you are.
You mustn't talk like that about Uncle, Peter. You don't understand him. Have you read his book?
Yes, I've read his book. It's grand. It's stupendous. But honestly, I've heard nothing but talk of his damn book everywhere I go, so...
You still don't want to meet him, do you?
What makes you say that? I'd love to meet him.
But you said you didn't want to meet him through me.
Did I? How do you remember all the nonsense I say?
Peter, I don't want you to meet Uncle Ellsworth.
Why not?
I just don't. I don't know why.
Well, then forget it. I'll meet him when the time comes. Listen, yesterday, when I was standing at the window in my room, I thought of you. I almost called you, only it was too late. Sometimes I get so...
Suddenly, he saw her looking past him. Mouth open, she jumped up, dashed across the room, and crawled on her hands and knees to reach an envelope under the desk.
Now what?
It's a very important letter, and there it was, practically in the wastebasket. I might have swept it out without noticing.
I've just about had enough of this. Let's go for a walk. It's beautiful out tonight.
They sat on a bench in the park.
Katie.
I love you, Peter.
We're engaged, aren't we?
Yes.
A bulletin of the Architects Guild carried a short item announcing Henry Cameron's retirement. 6 lines summarized his achievements, and the names of his 2 best buildings were misspelled.
Who the hell is Howard Rourke?
I've told you about him. Cameron's designer.
Oh, yes, I believe you did. Well, go and get him.
Do I have a free hand in how I hire him?
A free hand? What is there about hiring another draftsman? Incidentally, did you have to interrupt me for this?
He might be difficult, and I want to get him before he decides on anyone else.
He's going to be difficult, is he? Do you intend to bake him after he worked for Cameron? Not a great recommendation for a young man.
Come on, isn't it?
Well, structurally, Cameron does give them a good grounding, and he was pretty important in his day. As a matter of fact, I was a draftsman for him myself once, long ago. Well, go ahead. Get your Rourke if you think you need him. Say, Peter, don't you think this is as lovely a snuff box as you've ever seen?
That evening, Peter arrived unannounced at Rourke's room.
How much?
What do you mean, Howard?
You know what I mean.
$65 a week to start, if you think that's not enough.
65 will do.
So you'll come with us, Howard?
When do I start?
Tomorrow.
All right, on one condition. No designing. Not any. No details. No Louis XV skyscrapers. Just keep me off aesthetics if you want to keep me at all. Put me in the engineering department. Send me on inspections, out in the field. Now do you still want me?
Of course. Anything you say. You'll like the place. Just wait and see. You'll like Francone. He's a Cameron man himself.
He shouldn't boast about it. Don't worry, I won't say it to his face. I won't say anything to anyone. Is that what you wanted to know?
I wasn't even thinking of that.
Then it's settled. Good night.
Yes, well, I'm in no special hurry, and really, I just came to see you and—
What's the matter, Peter? Something bothering you?
No,
You want to know why I'm doing it. Is that it? I'll tell you. I don't give a damn where I work next. There's no architect in town I want to work for, but I have to work somewhere. So it might as well be Francone, if I can get what I want. I'm selling myself, and I'll play the game for the time being.
Really, you don't have to look at it like that. You'll see. What a change it is working in a real office, especially after Cameron's dump.
I'd shut up about that, Peter, real quick.
I didn't mean to. Let's go out for a drink, Howard, to celebrate.
Sorry, that's not part of the job.
Can't you be human for once?
I am. Now go home, Peter. You got what you wanted. Let it go at that.
Rourke stood at his new drafting table, his grey smock like a prison uniform on his body. The lines he drew were of steel beams, but he tried not to think of what those beams would carry. On top of the existing plan, he could see the plan as it should have been, but he had to kill that vision. He had to obey and draw the lines as instructed.
Mr. Rourke, are you ready with the steel cage for the ARC building?
Yes.
Keating, you've got more sense than I gave you credit for, thanks.
What for?
Nothing intentional, I'm sure.
Once in a while, Peter would summon Rourke to his office.
Well, how do you like it here, Howard? If there's anything you want.
What is it this time?
I know it's perfectly fine just as it is, but what do you think of it, generally speaking?
Rourke looked carefully at the drawings.
I'd like to throw these in your face and quit, but I won't, because it's a building, and a building must be saved.
Then he'd work for hours, sometimes all night, while Peter sat and watched. Occasionally, looking at a sketch of a simpler, more honest structure.
That's not so bad, Peter. You're improving.
Peter would feel a little jolt inside, which he never felt from a compliment from Francone. To compensate, Peter would enter the drawing room and throw a tracing boy's assignment down on Rourke's table.
Howard, do this up for me, will you? And make it quick.
In the middle of the day, he'd send a boy to Rourke's table.
Mr. Keating wishes to see you in his office at once.
Or he would come out of the office, walk in Rourke's direction and say,
Where the hell are those 12th Street plumbing specs? Look through the files, Howard, and dig them up for me, yeah?
At first, he was afraid of Rourke's reaction. When he saw none, he couldn't restrain himself. He felt pleasure in giving Rourke orders and fury at Rourke's compliance. He knew he'd continue only so long as Rourke didn't explode, but no explosion came. Rourke preferred the days he inspected buildings under construction. One such day.
What's the matter, Bricktop?
You're wasting your time.
Yeah?
Yeah.
You don't say.
It'll take you hours to get your wires around that beam.
No, a better way?
Sure.
Get out of here, punk. We don't like college smarties round here.
Cut a hole and put your wires through.
What?
Cut a hole through the beam.
The hell I will.
The hell you won't.
Well, ain't done that way.
I've done it.
You?
It's done everywhere.
Well, ain't gonna be done here. Not by me.
Then I'll do it for you.
Oh, that's rich. When did office boys learn to do a man's work?
Give me your torch.
Oh, look out, boy. It'll burn your pretty pink toes.
Rourke took the man's gloves and goggles, knelt, and directed the torch's blue flame at the center of the beam. As the man watched, Rourke's steady arm held the hissing flame in check and straight. When the hole was finished, Rourke put down the torch and rose.
Jesus, you do know how to handle a torch.
I told you. Do it that way from now on. Tell the foreman I said so.
Where'd you learn to handle it like that?
I've been an electrician and a plumber and a rivet catcher.
And went to school besides?
In a way.
Gonna be an architect?
Yep.
You'll be the first one that knows something besides pretty pictures and tea parties. You should see the teachers' pets that send us down here.
I don't like him either. So long.
So long, Red.
The next time Rourke appeared on that job, the electrician waved him over.
Name's Mike. How about a glass of beer later, eh?
They sat together in a basement bar.
Can't abide them. Simply cannot abide them. Architects. Though there was one. You'd be too young to know him. He was the only man that knew building. I worked for him when I was your age.
Who was that?
Cameron was his name. He must be dead by now.
He's not dead. I just worked for him.
They looked at each other, and that look sealed their friendship. One day, while Peter was in Washington for the construction of a museum, Francone called Rourke to his office.
Sit down, my friend. Sit. You're the one who worked for Cameron, aren't you?
Yes.
Peter's been telling me nice things about you. Listen, what's your name?
Rourke.
Listen, Rourke. We have a client who is a little odd. But he's an important man, a very important man, and we must satisfy him. He's given us a commission for an $8 million office building, but the trouble is, he has very definite ideas on what he wants it to look like. He wants it He wants it to look like this.
That's the Dana building. Cameron did that.
That's what he wants. And since Peter's away, I've had Bennett and Cooper and Williams make sketches, but he's turned them all down. So I thought I'd give you a chance. You know Cameron's tricks. Of course, we can't let a crude building like this come out of our office. We must please him, but we must also preserve our reputation and not frighten our other clients away. The point is to make it simple and in the general mood of this, but artistic. You know, more Greek. Get the idea? Now show me what you can do. Bennett will give you all the particulars, and what's the matter?
Mr. Francone, please let me design it the way the Dana building was designed.
Huh?
Not a copy of the Dana building, but design it as Henry Cameron would have designed it.
You mean modernistic?
You could call it that.
Are you crazy?
Mr. Francone, listen to me. I don't blame you for the things you're doing. I'm taking your money. I have no right to object. But this time the client is asking for it. You're risking nothing. He wants it. Are you going to fight a client for the first time in your life? And fight for what? To give him the same old garbage when you have so many others asking for it? And only one, who comes asking for this?
Aren't you forgetting yourself? What difference would it make to you?
Just let me do it my way and show it to him. Just show it to him. He's already turned down 3 sketches. So what if he turns down a 4th? But if he doesn't...
Am I correct in gathering that you're criticizing me and teaching me something about architecture?
I'm begging you.
If you weren't a protege of Peter's, I wouldn't discuss this matter any further. But since you're quite obviously naive and inexperienced, I shall point out that I am not in the habit of asking for the aesthetic opinions of my draftsmen. You will kindly take this photograph and adapt the general scheme of this to our site, and you will follow my instructions as to the classical treatment of the facade.
I can't do it.
Are you speaking to me? Are you actually saying, sorry, I can't do it?
I didn't say sorry, Mr. Francone.
What did you say?
That I can't do it.
Why?
You don't want to know why. Look, I'll do any other kind of job you want, but not this. Not to Cameron's work.
You expect to be an architect someday, do you not?
Not like this. I can't do it.
You mean you won't?
If you prefer.
Listen, you impertinent fool, this is incredible.
May I go, Mr. Francone?
In all my life, I've never seen anything like it. Are you here to tell me what you'll do and what you won't do? Are you here to give me lessons and criticize my taste and pass judgment?
There are just some things I can't do, sir. May I leave now?
You may leave this firm from this moment on. You may go straight to the devil. Go and find yourself another employer. Try and find him. Go get your check and get out.
Yes, sir.
That evening, at the basement bar...
The bastards! The fucking bastards!
It's okay, Mike.
Well, what now, Red? What now?
When Peter returned from Washington, he stopped by Francon's office.
It's great to have you back. Just great. What'll you have, a whiskey and soda or a little brandy?
No, thanks. Just give me a cigarette.
Well, you look fine. Better than ever. How did it go in Washington? Everything all right?
Perfect. How's everything here in the office?
Hire had a cold and drank up all of my best brandy. It's bad for his heart and $100 a case. Besides, he got himself in a nasty little mess with his damn porcelain. Seems he went and bought a teapot from a fence. Took me quite a bit of bother to save us from a scandal. Oh, by the way, I fired that friend of yours, what's his name? Rourke.
Oh, why?
The insolent bastard. Where'd you ever pick him up?
What happened?
I thought I'd be nice to him, give him a real break. I asked him to make a sketch for the Farrell building, the way we talked about it with the Greek facade, and he refused. Seems he has ideals or something. So I showed him the door. What's the matter? What are you smiling at?
Nothing. I can just see it.
Don't ask me to take him back.
Of course not.
Peter thought about visiting Rourke, but as the days went by and he didn't visit, he realized he was free to forget him. Rourke made a list of architects whose work he resented least and set out to look for a job. Some of them smiled, some were cold, some even asked to see his sketches, but all had spoken to Francon. Once in a while, Rourke made the trip to New Jersey to see Cameron, now in a wheelchair.
How is it, Hard? Pretty hard. Want me to give you a letter to one of the bastards?
Forget it.
The trades union strike infuriated Francon, and the loudest attacks against the strikers came from the powerful Wynand papers.
We have always stood for the rights of the common man against the ravenous sharks of privilege, but we cannot lend our support to the destruction of law and order.
Only Francon knew that Wynand owned the corporation which owned the corporation which owned the Belmont, the hotel Peter had designed that had been derailed by the strike.
Nothing important. Just wondered if you'd be home tonight. Thought I'd drop in after dinner.
Of course. It's just I might be late working with Uncle. You've heard, haven't you, Peter?
I've been hearing about your uncle all day. He works for Wynand, for God's sakes. Why can't he just keep his mouth shut?
You don't know Uncle, Peter.
Anyway, I'll see you later.
Ladies and gentlemen, I have the great honor of presenting Mr. Ellsworth Tui.
My friends, I realize that
The strike put Ellsworth Tui in a bind. He made no secret of his sympathy with the strikers, but said nothing in his column, for no one could say what he pleased in a paper owned by Gail Wynand, except Gail Wynand. But a mass meeting of strike sympathizers had been called, and many notable men were slated to speak, including...
This is the time for every man to renounce his petty little problems, to merge himself in the rising tide, which shall sweep us all, willing or unwilling, into the future. Let us heed the call. Let us organize, my brothers. Let us organize.
Peter looked at Katie, who he'd found in the crowd.
Let's get out of here.
Oh, Peter. Yes, okay.
They emerged in the rain.
Now we're getting drenched.
I wanted so much to hear the next part of Uncle's speech. I typed it for him. But I want to be with you, Peter. I always want to be with you.
When the strike was settled, construction surged, and Peter found himself working day and night.
I was certain that you were Mr. Francone's partner. But it's Francone in hire, of course. How careless of me. Well, if you aren't his partner, you are certainly entitled to be.
Peter was surprised one morning to see Francone looking nervous and irritated.
Oh, nothing at all.
In the drafting room, Peter spied 3 draftsmen, heads together, bent over the banner. After a chuckle, the paper disappeared. Peter had forgotten all about it by the time a female voice in the lobby made him stop.
I'll see him now, if I see him at all. He asked me to come, and this is the only time I have.
Yes, Mr. Francone. You may go right in, Miss Francone.
Peter hurried to get a copy of the banner.
You enter a magnificent lobby of golden marble, and you think this is the main post office. But it isn't. It has, however, everything. The mezzanine with the colonnade, the grand stairway, and the cartouches in the form of looped leather belts. Only it's not leather, it's marble. Hanging on the walls are dead rabbits and bouquets of carrots, petunias, and string beans, which would not be attractive if real, but since they're plaster imitations, it's all right. The bedroom windows face a brick wall, but nobody needs to see the bedrooms. The cupids are well fed and present a pretty picture to the street, unless you can't stand to look at the dimpled things every time you glance out to see if it's raining. Of course, you can always look out the 3rd floor window at the rump of Mercury, who sits atop the entrance. It's a very beautiful entrance. Tomorrow, we shall visit the home of...
And from my own daughter. I'm used to anything from you, but this takes the cake. How am I going to explain? Do you have the vaguest idea of my position?
Peter knew better than to go in. He'd seen Dominique's eyes in the lobby. Mrs. Ralston Holcomb, or Kiki, as she was better known, hosted a Sunday afternoon salon.
Everybody who is anybody in architecture drops in. They'd better.
One such Sunday...
Why, Peter, how naughty of you.
Peter bowed over her hand, and she smiled. He was about to leave when he saw Dominique.
Well, Peter, want me to get you a drink? The selection's not great, but the Manhattans aren't bad.
No, thanks.
This place is a mess. Did you see that 2nd floor?
Peter was too fixated on Dominique to hear.
Well, don't blame me afterwards. You've asked for it. Come on. Dominique, may I present Peter Keating, my own right hand. Peter, my daughter.
How do you do?
Peter?
I've waited to meet you for such a long time.
Then this will be interesting. You'll want to be nice to me, of course, and yet that wouldn't be diplomatic.
What do you mean, Miss Francone?
Father would prefer you be horrible to me. Father and I don't get along.
Why, Miss Francone,
I think it's only fair to tell you this at the beginning. You may wish to redraw some conclusions.
He was looking for Francone, who had vanished.
Father doesn't do these things very well. It's obvious you asked him for the introduction, but he shouldn't have let me notice that.
I did ask for it.
Who wouldn't?
But any conclusions I draw will have nothing to do with your father.
By the way, don't say that I'm beautiful and exquisite and unlike anyone you've ever met and that you're afraid you're going to fall in love with me. You'll say it eventually, but let's postpone it. Apart from that, I think we'll get along nicely.
You're trying to make it difficult for me, aren't you?
Father should have warned you.
He did.
You should have listened. I've met so many of his right hands, but you're the first one who's lasted. My congratulations.
I've been reading your column with so much...
What?
Pleasure.
Oh yes, the Ainsworth House. I'm sorry. You just happen to be the victim of one of my rare attacks of honesty. I don't have them often.
I know. And that dome of Holcomb's is much worse than the things you blasted us for. Why did you give him such a glowing tribute? Or did you have to?
Don't flatter me. You think anyone at the paper pays enough attention to a column on home decoration to care what I say in it? Besides, I'm not even supposed to write about domes. Only I'm getting tired of lamps and settees.
Then why praise it?
Because it's so awful that to pan it would have been an anticlimax. Though I thought it would be amusing to praise it to the sky.
I see.
But no one reads my column, except housewives who can never afford to decorate anyway.
What do you like in architecture?
Nothing.
Now I don't believe that. Why do you write if you have nothing to say?
To have something to do, something more contemptible than other things I could be doing.
You know, I actually envy you, working for a magnificent enterprise like the Winans, able to command the best talent in the country.
Look, if you just met Father and he worked for Winand, that would be the right thing to say. That's what I'd expect you to say, and I don't like to hear what I expect. It'd be much more interesting if you said the Winand papers were a contemptible heap of shit and the writers not worth 2 bits.
Is that what you think?
Who cares what I think? I just don't like people who try to say only what they think I think.
What is he like, Gil Winand?
I don't know. I've never met him.
But you know Tui.
Of course I know Tui. He's a man I always enjoy talking to. Such a perfect villain.
You're the first person I've heard say that.
You don't often meet perfection in this world. Everyone else is so unfinished, so broken. Not Tui. He's a pillar. Sometimes, when I feel bitter at the world, I find consolation in the thought that the world will get what's coming to it, because there's Ellsworth Tui.
What do you need consolation for?
That was clever. That was the first clever thing you've said. You know, I told Holcomb tonight what I really thought of his dome, but he wouldn't believe me. He only beamed and said, "You're a nice girl."
Aren't you?
Not tonight. I've made you thoroughly uncomfortable. To make up for it, I'll tell you what I think of you, because you'll worry about that. I think you're smart and safe and obvious and quite ambitious, and you'll get away with it. I'll tell Father I approve of his right hand very much. Though it would be better if I didn't say anything to Father, because with him my recommendation would have the opposite effect.
May I tell you one thing I think about you?
Of course.
It would have been better if you hadn't told me you liked me. There would have been a better chance of it being true.
Then we'll get along beautifully. Then it might even be true. Darling Kiki, your dress is divine.
After forcing himself to join the other guests, Peter watched Dominique as she mingled, but she never glanced at him again. When she was leaving, he managed to be at the door.
Can I take you home?
No, I have a car waiting.
As he stood helpless, a hand touched his shoulder.
Going home, Peter? Let me give you a lift. Well?
Why didn't you tell me? She's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen.
Maybe that's the trouble.
What trouble?
Forget the looks. You'll see how quickly you forget that. What did you think?
She has a great deal of character.
I watched you, and you had quite a long chat with her. That's amazing. I fully expected her to chase you away with one nice poisonous crack. Maybe you could get along with her. You just can't tell with her. Don't pay any attention to what she said about me wanting you to be horrible with her. I don't want that at all.
You shouldn't have run away like that.
I never know how to speak to her. She won't behave like a normal human being. She was expelled from every school I sent her to. How she got through college, I can't imagine. But I can tell you I dreaded opening my mail for 4 straight years. Once she was on her own, I thought, I'm through. But she's worse than ever.
What do you have to worry about?
I just wasn't cut out to be a father. God knows I don't want it.
You let her frighten you, Guy.
You think so? Maybe you're the man to handle her. You're quite determined when you're after something.
The architect laid the sketch on the table and stepped aside so the client could view it. At the next table, with his back turned, was Howard Rourke.
This is the closest anyone's come to it.
I know you'd like it, Mr. Heller.
I don't. It's so close, but it's not right. That entrance? That's a lovely entrance. But you won't even notice it because you've seen it so often.
One wants to be modern, of course, but there must be a few softening touches. It's strictly correct architecturally.
No doubt. But I've never been strictly correct, you see?
If you'll just let me...
If only it had some unity, some central idea. If it were cleaner, more integrated.
Suddenly, Rourke turned and grabbed the sketch. His pencil ripped across it, slashing raw black lines over the watercolour, obliterating the Greek columns, the pediments, and the entrance, and hurling a terrace over the sea.
Why, you...
Leave him be.
You're fired. God damn you. Fired.
Then we're both fired. Come on. Have you had lunch? I want to talk to you.
Heller picked up the sketch, folded it neatly, and slipped it into his pocket.
But Mr. Heller, let me explain.
Not now. I'll send you a check.
Then Heller was gone, and Rourke with him. In the booth of a fine restaurant.
Because that's the house I want, and I've always wanted. Can you build it for me? Draw up the plans and supervise the construction?
Yes.
How long will it take?
About 8 months.
I'll have the house by late fall?
Yes.
Just like that sketch?
That's right.
I have no idea what kind of contract one makes with an architect, but you must know. So draw one up and get my lawyer to okay, yeah?
Yes.
How old are you?
28. Do you want any references?
Hell no. I have them here in my pocket. What's your name?
Howard Rourke.
Hella pulled out a checkbook.
Well, Howard Rourke, I'm giving you $500 to start. Get an office and whatever else you have to get, and go ahead.
The first visitor to Rourke's new office, one large room at the top of an old building, was Peter.
Well, fancy that. Your own office. Your name on the glass.
Hello, Peter.
Imagine.
Who told you?
When here's things, you know. You wouldn't expect me to not keep track of your career now, would you? You know what I've always thought of you.
Thanks.
Nice place you got here. Not quite as imposing as it should be, perhaps, but then the prospects are uncertain, aren't they?
Very.
It's an awful chance you're taking.
Probably.
And you're really going through with it, on your own.
Looks that way, doesn't it?
It's never too late, you know. I thought for sure you'd turn it over to Snite.
I didn't, and won't.
You know, Howard, I admire your courage. I have more experience and more of a standing in the profession, but I wouldn't dare take such a step.
No, you wouldn't.
Who would have thought it? I wish you all the luck in the world.
Thanks.
I'm sure you'll succeed.
Are you?
Of course. Aren't you?
I haven't thought of it.
You haven't?
Not really.
You'll get your registration.
I've applied for it.
But you have no college degree. They'll make it difficult.
I'm sure.
What if you don't get the license?
I'll get it.
Well, I guess I'll be seeing you at the guild. Don't go high hat on me because I'm only a junior.
I'm not joining the guild.
But you're eligible now.
Tell them not to bother.
You won't join the guild when you have a chance to?
I won't join anything, Peter.
But don't you realize how it helps?
I don't like being helped.
You're just making things harder for yourself.
I know.
You'll make enemies of them if you refuse to join.
I'll make enemies of them anyway.
The first person Rourke told...
What do you want here again?
I have something to tell you.
What?
I'm opening my own office. I've just signed for my first building.
Well, don't brag about it. Help me up.
Rourke took his elbow and led him to a bench where he told him the whole story. Cameron asked about the stone, the steel, the roads, the costs, but not a word of congratulations. Rourke handed him a snapshot of his office door.
Howard Rourke, architect. I did live to see it. Well, savor it hard. Savor it. Because now they'll come gunning for you. Not just for you, but for what you stand for. God bless you, son. God bless you and keep you. Because you're on your way to hell, Howard. You're on your way to hell.
Legs planted wide, leaning back into space, Rourke stood on the site of Hella's future house.
Well, you're a hell of an architect, neglecting the job like that. My second day here, waiting for you to show up.
But how did you...
Well, you didn't think I missed this, did you?
Rourke extended his hand, and Mike's grimy fingers closed around it hard.
Now run along, boss. Run along.
Rourke had trouble finding a contractor.
We don't do that kind of stuff.
Too complicated for a small job.
Who the hell wants that kind of house? Probably never collect from the crank anyway.
It'll never stand.
It will.
Yeah? Well, who are you to tell me, mister?
Finally, he found a small outfit that needed the work and took it for more than the job was worth. Often, he'd forget he was the architect and try to build the house with his own hands.
Control yourself, Red. Control yourself. God, it's indecent to be so happy.
Ella came often to watch the house grow.
What I like so much about it, Howard, is its integrity. It's just like a person's and just as rare.
How was that?
Well, look at it. Every piece is there because the house needs it. The site made the shape, and the shape made the rooms. You can follow each step. You know what made it and why. No columns supporting nothing. No false this or false that. The motive of your house is the house itself. When I move into it, even my simple daily routine will have a kind of dignity that I can't quite explain. Now, don't be shocked when I tell you that I shall have to live up to that house.
As it should be.
And incidentally, thank you for all the thought you've given my comfort. My study's a room I'll need most, and you've made it dominant. That was very considerate.
I haven't thought of you at all. Only really about the house.
When the Architectural Tribune published its Best American Homes of the Year, the Hella House wasn't mentioned. But in the clubroom of the New York Guild...
It's a disgrace to the country. A blot on the profession. There ought to be a law.
That's what drives clients away. They see a house like that and they think architects are crazy.
I think it's screamingly funny. Like a cross between a filling station and a rocket ship to the moon.
You watch. In a couple of years, the thing will collapse like a house of cards.
Why, these modernistic stunts never last more than a season. The owner will get good and sick of it, and he'll come running for a good old colonial.
Soon, people drove out of their way to stare at the house, now known as the Booby Hatch.
Now, you shouldn't say that about him. I've known Rourke for years, and he's quite a talent. He even worked for me once. He's just gone haywire on that house. He'll learn. You don't think he will, eh?
It was the Banner's editor who conceived the campaign against living conditions in the slums. It had human interest and, of course, embarrassed the landlords along the East River who'd refused to sell to an obscure real estate company owned by a corporation owned by...
Go ahead, Alva. Squeeze all you can out of the thing.
Yes, Gil.
Alva assigned Dominique Francon to investigate. Having just returned from a summer in Biarritz, she agreed to live for 2 weeks in a tiny East Side tenement, wearing rags, scrubbing the floor, peeling potatoes, and bathing in cold water.
Oh yes, the house you own on East 12th Street, Mrs. Palmer. Your house has a sewer that gets clogged every other day and runs all through the courtyard. It looks blue and purple in the sun, like a rainbow. And the block you control for the Claridge estate, Mr. Brooks, has the most attractive stalactites growing on the ceilings.
Alva arranged to have her address a meeting of social workers.
Now go to it, kid. Lay it on thick. We want those women.
The family on the first floor doesn't bother to pay rent, and their children can't go to school for lack of clothes. Father has a charge account at a corner bar. He's in good health and has a good job. The couple on the second floor just purchased a radio for 10 times the amount of their overdue rent. On the fourth floor, the father of the family hasn't done a day's work in his life and doesn't intend to. There are 9 children, supported by the local parish. A 10th is on the way. Any questions?
Well, how did it go, kid?
As expected.
Well, I've got good news for you. I've been working out a little scheme, and I figure we'll consolidate a few things into a women's welfare department. You know, schools, home ec, babies, juvies, all under one head. And I see no better woman for the job than you.
Not me.
Well, who else? Just as soon as Gail gets back.
But Alva, I don't want it.
What do you mean you don't want it?
I mean I don't want it.
For heaven's sakes, don't you realize what a break this would be?
Towards what?
Your career.
Well, who said I wanted a career?
You don't want to be doing the dinky back page column forever.
Not forever, just till I get bored with it.
But think of what you could do in the real game. Think of what Gale could do for you once you come to his attention.
I have no desire to come to his attention.
But Dominique, I need you. The women will be for you solidly after tonight.
I don't think so.
Why, I've ordered 2 columns on your speech.
You better tell them to kill it.
Why?
Here's my speech.
Da-da-da-da-da. Yikes, you're right. Hey, run as short an account of that social worker's speech as possible and don't mention the speaker's name.
Am I fired?
No. I'll squash it. Keep it from Gail.
I really don't care one way or the other.
But why, Dominique?
No reason.
That swank dinner where you made the very opposite remarks? Then you go and say things like that.
They're true. Both sides, aren't they?
Sure, but couldn't you have reversed the order?
There wouldn't have been any point to that.
Tjonge, jonge.
Peter got Dominique's number from Francon and called her often.
Of course I'll see you, but I'm busy for weeks, and would you ring me next month?
Let me ask her, Peter, but don't get your hopes up. She'll most likely refuse.
But she didn't, meeting them for lunch.
How wonderful of you, Father, to take time off to see me.
My God, that reminds me.
Let me guess, an appointment you forgot?
It slipped my mind entirely. Colson phoned this morning and I forgot to make a note of it. I simply can't refuse to see Andrew Colson today of all days.
It's perfectly all right, Father. Peter and I will excuse you, and we'll have a lovely lunch together. And I have no forgotten appointment, so you don't have to be afraid I'll escape him. It's nice to see you have Father on the leash. Oh, don't frown, Peter. I see a great many people, and if it pleases Father to have you as one of them, why not?
She spoke to him gaily and openly, but her manner suggested their relationship was of no importance. He disliked her violently, but couldn't help admiring her, as he had at their first meeting.
Will you take me to the theater tonight? I don't care what play, any of them. Call for me at 7. Tell Father. It'll please him.
He should know better. So should I, but...
Why should you know better?
Because you have no desire to go to the theater or see me tonight.
None whatsoever. I'm beginning to like you, Peter. Call for me at 7.
Well, what happened?
Nothing. We had a good time. You were right. The food was wonderful. Oh yes, I'm taking your daughter to a show tonight.
No.
Yes.
How did you manage that?
I told you, one mustn't be afraid of Dominique.
Oh, by the way, the hospital called. Old Man Hire will likely pull through.
I'm glad.
But I don't think he'll ever be able to come back to work.
He was seeing Dominique more frequently now.
What does she look like? What did she wear? What did she say to you? How much money do you suppose her mother left her?
Once in a while, he answered.
Yes. No. I don't know. Yes, she's lovely. Very lovely. It's awfully late, Mother. I think I'll go to bed.
Who can that be at this hour?
Good evening, Peter. Can I come in?
Katie, of course. Mother, it's Katie.
Good evening, Catherine.
Good evening, Mrs. Keating. I hope I'm not disturbing you.
Not at all.
I'll just take my hat off on the table. Would that be all right? No, it might hurt the varnish. I hope it doesn't hurt the varnish.
What's the matter, Katie?
Her eyes were terrified.
Here, take your coat off. Come here, get warm by the fire.
You have such a nice place. So warm and roomy.
Katie, what happened?
Nothing, really. Only I had to speak to you. Now, tonight.
If you'd rather Mother...
No, it's all right. Mrs. Keating can hear it. Maybe it's better if she does. You see, Mrs. Keating, Peter and I are engaged. Peter, I want to be married. Now, tomorrow, as soon as possible.
I didn't know it. I am happy, my dear.
Are you really?
Why, child, such things are to be decided only by you and my son.
Katie, what happened? Why the awful rush?
It's nothing. I'm all right now. I just suddenly had the feeling that I'd never marry you, that something dreadful was happening, and I had to...
Had to what?
I don't know. I was working all day for Uncle, and nothing had happened at all. No calls or visitors. And suddenly I had that feeling, like a nightmare, you know? The kind of horror you just can't describe. Just the feeling I was in mortal danger, that something was closing in on me that I'd never escape, because it was too late.
Never escape what?
I don't know. Everything. I just felt it would get me, that I'd never marry you, that I had to run now or never. Have you ever had a feeling like that?
Yes.
You don't think I'm crazy?
No.
Why, it's plain what's happened to you, my dear. You worked too hard and overdid it, and you just got a mite hysterical, is all.
Yes.
Mother's right. You're killing yourself for that uncle of yours.
But it's not his fault. He doesn't want me to work, but I like it. When I think that every note I make will be taught to hundreds of young students all over the country, I feel proud and I don't want to stop. Then, like tonight, I don't know what came over me.
Look, we'll get the license tomorrow. Then we'll be married at once, anywhere you'd like.
You really don't mind? Oh, I want it. I want it so much. Then I'll know everything's all right.
Now that it's all settled...
I was afraid you wouldn't approve, Mrs. Keating.
Whatever gave you that idea? You run on home like a good girl and get a good night's sleep.
Couldn't Katie stay here tonight? She could sleep with you.
Peter, don't get hysterical. What would her uncle think?
Of course not. I'll go home.
All right, but not yet.
Peter, you don't want her running around the streets late at night.
I'll take you home.
No, I don't want to be sillier tonight than I already am.
I'll come for you at 10 tomorrow, and we'll go for the license.
Yes.
Now, Mother, I'm not going to listen to any objections.
I've made no objections.
I love Katie, and nothing's going to stop me, and that's that.
Very well.
I don't see what it is you dislike about her.
I have no likes or dislikes, because nothing in the world matters to me except you. I know I shouldn't be that way, but I can't help it.
You know I appreciate you, Mother. I'd never want to hurt you.
You can't hurt me, Peter, except by hurting yourself.
How am I hurting myself?
It's not that I dislike Catherine. I like her very much. She's a nice girl, a respectable girl, and she'd make a good wife for anybody. Any nice, plodding, respectable boy. But to think of her for you, Peter.
But
you have a chance to become pretty near the top of the architectural profession.
Pretty near the top? If I can't be the best, I don't want any part of it.
That's right. But one doesn't become the best without the strength to make sacrifices.
But
you can't allow yourself to indulge every whim like ordinary people.
You just dislike Katie is all.
Well, I can't say I approve of a girl who has so little consideration for her man that she'll upset him over nothing at all. But don't you see that for me personally, she'd be a perfect match. I'd get along with her beautifully, and she'd be respectful and obedient to her mother-in-law. While, on the other hand, Miss Francone...
Mother.
Oh, yes, Peter. We've got to speak of it. You know I could never manage Miss Francone. An elegant society girl like that, she wouldn't stand for a dowdy, uneducated mother like me.
I'm not sure I'd even have a chance with Dominique, that she'd even look at me.
You're slipping, Peter. There was a time you wouldn't have admitted there was anything you couldn't get.
But I don't want her, Mother.
There you've got Francone, the best architect in town, just where you want him. He's practically begging you to take the whole thing over how many older men's heads? He's not just permitting, he is asking you to marry his daughter. And you'll walk in tomorrow and you'll present to him this little nobody that you've gone and married. How do you think he'll like that? When you show up with the little gutter snipe you've chosen over his daughter.
He won't like it.
You'll bet your life he won't. He won't kick you out on the street, but he'll quietly drop you.
Mother, please.
This is the kind of wife you'll have. A clumsy little girl who won't know where to put her hands or feet. Who'll run and hide from any important person you'll bring into the house. Don't kid yourself. No great man ever got there alone. You think Mr. Francone married a chambermaid? You've got to play the game.
I can't, Mother. I can't. I love her.
At least ask her to wait a few months. The old man might die at any moment. And then once you're a partner, you might get away with it. She won't mind waiting just a little bit longer if she loves you.
He was at Katie's promptly at 10.
Did you tell your uncle?
Yes, last night. He laughed and asked me what I wanted for a wedding present.
Didn't he want to meet me?
He had to go to the newspaper office. He said he'd have plenty of time to see more than enough of you.
Listen, Katie, there's one thing I wanted to tell you. You see, Old Man Hire is very ill, and they don't expect him to live. Francone's been hinting quite openly that I'm to take his place, but Francone has this crazy idea I should marry his daughter. Now, don't misunderstand. You know there's not a chance, but I can't tell him that. If we waited for just a few weeks, I'd be set with the firm, and then Francone could do nothing to me when I tell him I'm married. Of course, it's up to you. If you want to do it now...
But Peter, of course we'll wait.
You're not afraid that Francone's daughter will get me?
Oh, Peter, I know you too well.
You do.
As a matter of fact, this morning I thought it might be better if we waited. We got word that Uncle's been invited to give a course of lectures at a terribly important university on the West Coast this summer. I felt horrible about leaving him flat with the work unfinished, and I thought also that perhaps we were being foolish as we're both so young, and Uncle laughed so much.
What about how you felt last night?
I'm so ashamed of myself. I don't know what came over me. I said a lot of nonsense, didn't I?
Okay, we'll just wait a while.
Yes.
Insist on it. Now, Katie.
You see.
All right, it's better. I'll run along now. I'll be late to the office. I'll give you a ring. Let's have dinner tomorrow.
One day, when the Heller house was nearing completion...
You the fellow that built that booby hatch?
If you mean this house, yes.
Oh, I beg your pardon. It's only that's what they call the place around here. I got a building job. Well, not exactly. But I'm going to build a filling station of my own about 10 miles from here, down on Post Road. How I happen to think of you, Mr. Rourke, is that I like it, that funny house of yours. Can't say why, but I like it. It makes sense to me. And then again, I figured everybody's gaping at it and talking about it. Well, that's no use to a house, but that'd be plenty smart for a business. Let them giggle, let them talk about it. So I thought I'd get you to build it, and they'll all say I'm crazy. But what do I care?
When people voiced objections...
Maybe so, folks, maybe so.
But that didn't stop him from having Rourke build it. The day of its opening, Rourke stayed at the station, drinking coffee at the diner counter and watching cars filling up. It was late when he left, and when he looked back, the neon lights winked at him. At his office, he knew months of idleness awaited him.
What are you going to do, Howard?
What can I do?
You have to learn to handle people.
I don't know how. Besides, I don't like people that have to be handled.
You can't sit still and do nothing.
I can only show my work. If they don't like it, I have no desire to sell them anything else.
You're not worried?
I expected it. I'm waiting.
For what?
My kind of people. Why are you laughing?
It's just that you are the coldest man I know. A self-centered fiend in your quiet sort of way. And yet, when I see you, I feel you're the most life-giving person I've ever met.
It was Mrs. Wilmot of Long Island. She adored Austin Heller and wanted Rourke to build her a country house.
I follow him like a zealot, don't you? The house needs to have a library. I read to distraction. And a greenhouse. I grow lilies of the valley. My friends tell me it's my flower. Of course, as to the style, it shall be English tutor. I simply adore English tutor.
Have you seen Mr. Heller's house?
It's somewhere in Maine, is it not?
This is the Heller house.
Most unusual. Of course, that's not what what I want. That kind of house wouldn't express my personality. My friends tell me I'm Elizabethan.
Rourke patiently explained why she should not build a Tudor.
Look here, Mr. Rourke. I shall have a tutor, and I do not care to argue about it.
Then you'll need another architect.
You're refusing the commission?
I don't do this sort of thing.
Well, I certainly thought you'd appreciate the opportunity. I thought I could tell my friends I had Austin Heller's architect.
It was useless to try to explain.
It's not just a house, Mr. Rourke. It's what I've been working on for all these years. I have a great deal of money now, more than I'd care to think about. But I didn't always have it. When I was a boy in a little town in Georgia, I run errands for the blacksmith, and the kids laughed when carriages drove by and splashed mud all over my pants. And I decided someday I'd have the kind of house that carriages stop in front of. No matter how hard it was, I'd always think of that house. And it helped. For years, I was afraid of it. I could have built it, but I was afraid. Well, now the time's come. Austin said you'd be just the man who'd understand.
Yes, I do.
There was a place near my hometown, the Randolph place, an old plantation house. They don't build them like that anymore. Anyway, I used to deliver things there sometimes at the back door. That's the house I want, Mr. Rourke. Just like that. And I have photographs.
As Rourke spoke, the man listened, but Rourke's words didn't penetrate.
Don't you see? It's a monument you want me to build. Not to yourself, but to other people. You don't want the Randolph place. You want what it stood for. But what it stood for is what you fought all your life.
You may be right, but I like the Randolph place. And I like you. Why can't you build it for me? What difference would it make to you?
Rourke couldn't explain.
I expected it. I'm not blaming you, Howard. Only, he's so rich. It could have helped you so much. After all, you've got to live.
Well, I've never thought of it that way, Mr. Rourke. We just want our building to have dignity and beauty, real beauty.
You think columns and fruit baskets are beautiful on a modern steel office building?
I suppose that's what the public wants.
And why do you suppose that is?
I don't know.
Then why do you care what they want?
One must consider the public.
At the end of the interview,
I can't say you don't make sense. Let me think it over. You'll hear from me shortly.
A week later,
it's the board. If you're willing, I'll submit your drawings to them, and I can't promise anything, but I'm with you, and I'll fight them on it.
Rourke worked day and night for weeks. Then came the letter.
Dear Mr. Rourke, I'm sorry to inform you that our board of directors find themselves unable to grant you the commission.
When Mr. Sanborn decided he needed a new country house, he wrote to the architect who'd built him an office building many years ago.
If you're good enough for Henry Cameron, you're good enough for me.
Rourke was signed to build the house, in spite of the objections of Mrs. Sanborn, who desired a stately French chateau on the Hudson.
Of course I want a modern house. That's what Cameron would have designed.
What does Cameron mean now?
There's no building in New York like the one he did for me.
Is this what you want, Mrs. Sanborn?
He gestured to their existing home.
He's right. That's just what I don't want. That's just what I'm sick of.
When Rourke had finished the sketches...
It's great, just great. Cameron was right about you.
But the more his wife talked...
Why can't we have turrets there on the corners? All the other houses have turrets.
When she'd been talked out of turrets...
Why can't we have Gothic windows? It will soften things and give it a regal air, you know? A feudal sort of mood.
When that too was rejected,
Mrs. Walling called it preposterous. Mrs. Hooper, crude. Mrs. Appleby said it looked like a shoe factory.
Couldn't you give her a cornice, Mr. Rourke, to keep peace in the family? A cornice wouldn't spoil anything, would it?
I won't build this house, Mr. Sanborn, unless you approve the sketches just as they are and sign on every sheet.
Mr. Sanborn signed, but the Sanborns would never move in. Occasionally, on a weekend evening, Mr. Sanborn could be seen in an upper bedroom window, a small rectangle of yellow among the windows of the huge dead house. The Architects Guild bulletin carried a small item.
Designed by one Howard Rourke and erected at a cost of well over $100,000, the house was found by the family to be uninhabitable. It stands abandoned, an eloquent witness to professional incompetence.
Old men Hire refused to die. He had recovered from the stroke and returned to the office.
Lucius, you really shouldn't strain yourself.
When Francorn offered to buy him out, Hire refused, showing up to the office every couple of days to sit at his desk and draw flowers on a notepad. When he inquired dimly why he was no longer introduced to clients,
I wouldn't think of bothering a man in your condition. Any other man would have retired long ago.
Peter ignored him. When Hire issued some minor order to one of the draftsmen, it was countermanded by Peter.
That boy of yours, Guy, he's getting to be impossible. He's rude to me. You ought to get rid of him.
You see why I say you should retire? You're overstraining your nerves and you're beginning to imagine things.
Then came the Cosmo building competition. Cosmo Pictures of Hollywood had decided to erect a stupendous home office in the Big Apple, a skyscraper to house a motion picture theatre and 40 floors of offices. A worldwide competition for the selection of the architect had been announced.
Go to it, Peter. Give me all you've got. This is your great chance. If you win, you'll be known the world over. And here's what we'll do. We'll put your name on the entry along with the firm's. We win, and you'll get 20% of the prize, $60,000. I think of you as my partner already. You've earned it. This might be your key to it.
Peter redrew his project 5 times. It was a Renaissance palace made of rubber and stretched 40 stories. But was it any good? He had no one to ask. Then he thought of Rourke.
Hello, Howard. You're not busy, are you?
No.
Mind if I sit down for a few minutes?
Sure.
You've been doing great work. I saw pictures of the Heller House and the filling station.
Thank you.
You've been forging ahead. 3 commissions already?
4.
Pretty good. I hear you had some trouble with the Sanborns.
I did.
Not all smooth sailing, is it? No new commissions since?
No.
Well, it'll come. I've always said there's plenty of work for all of us. We must cooperate. For instance, take that competition. Have you sent in your entry already?
What competition?
The Cosmo building, of course.
No, I'm not entering.
You're not? Not at all?
Nope.
Why?
I don't enter competitions.
But I don't understand.
Come on, Peter. You didn't come here to talk about that.
As a matter of fact, I came here to show you my own entry. I'm not asking you to help me, you understand. I just want your reaction. Just a general opinion.
He opened his portfolio and showed Rourke the sketches.
Well, are they all right?
No, they're rotten, and you know it.
Then, for hours, while Peter watched, Rourke talked, explained, and slashed lines through the plans.
Jesus, Howard, why don't you enter the competition if you could do it like this?
I couldn't if I tried. I can't give them what they want, but I can straighten someone else's damn mess when I see it.
It was morning when he pushed the plans aside.
And the elevation?
To hell with your elevation. Figure it out yourself. Now go home.
Peter did, and copied Rourke's plans to the letter. Then he put the plans in an envelope.
From Francone and Hire, architects. Peter Keating, designer.
And submitted them. That winter, Rourke received no offers, not even the prospect of one. As spring approached, he knew his money wouldn't last much longer. That was when he saw the item in the newspaper.
Roger Enright, the millionaire oil tycoon, is spearheading a landmark project, a new kind of residential development, an apartment building but with each unit separate like a private home. Enright has stated that this project will not look like any other, and to that end has rejected offers from several of the best architects in town.
Rourke felt as if this news item were a personal invitation. He requested an interview with Enright, but got one with his secretary.
You say you have experience?
Yes. Here.
Rourke passed her photographs of his buildings.
I'm sorry, I don't believe Mr. Enright would be interested.
Down to his last month at the office, Rourke was asked to submit drawings for the new Bank of Manhattan by Mr. Wheatler, a friend of Mr. Sanborn.
I've had a stiff fight, Mr. Rourke, but I think I've won. I've taken them personally through the Sanborn house, and Dick and I explained a few things. However, the board must see the drawings before they'll make a decision. They've turned down 2 other architects, but they're interested in you. Good luck.
Henry Cameron had taken a turn for the worse.
Fix the couch in the living room. Howard's staying here.
Thank you.
But Cameron didn't want Rourke's constant presence.
Go out, Howard. Take a walk through the garden. It's beautiful.
He asked only that Rourke eat with him. On the 3rd day, he lay back on his pillow, the words coming slowly.
Watch the light metals industry, Howard. In a few years, you'll see them do some astounding things. Watch the plastics. There's a whole new era coming from that. You'll find new tools, new forms. You'll have to show the damn fools what possibilities. Gale Wynand. I've never laid eyes on him, but what he represents is everything that's wrong with the world. The triumph of vulgarity. It's Gale Wynand you'll have to fight hard. I know what you're going through right now. Don't say anything. Do you remember the day I tried to fire you? Forget what I said. it was not the whole story. This is. It was worth it.
He was dead within the hour.
Let's wait for the results of the competition. Yes, if I win, I'll be set for life. Then we'll be married, and that's when I'll meet your uncle. And he'll want to meet me. I've got to win.
Yes.
He also spent more time with Dominique. One night in the cab on the way home.
Dominique, I love you. Don't laugh at me. I'd give you my whole life. Anything. Don't you know how beautiful you are, Dominique?
He kissed her lips, but her lips didn't answer.
Don't you want me to kiss you?
Of course.
Have you been kissed before?
Many times.
Do you always act like that?
Always.
You're not human, Dominique.
Another night in her apartment.
Haven't you ever been in love?
Not even a little. I wanted to fall in love with you. I thought it would be convenient, but I can't feel anything. Not even a little.
Dominique, will you marry me?
You're not serious.
I'm crazy about you. Give me a chance. You'll learn to love me. I understand you. I'll be patient. I'll make you happy.
Peter, if I ever want to punish myself for something terrible, I'll marry you. Consider it a promise.
I'll wait.
Peter's fear had been growing for weeks. He would lose the competition. He walked towards the house of Old Man Hire. He would save himself from the coming disaster. If he failed the competition and Hire died, Francon might hesitate. And if Francon hesitated, the game was lost. Combing through Hire's office one night, Peter had found a letter from a contractor written 15 years before, stating that enclosed was a check for $20,000, a kickback. That was the year Hire had started his porcelain collection. Peter surprised Hire in his study at home.
So, unless you inform Francone of your retirement tomorrow morning, this letter goes to the guild.
But I don't want to retire.
You'll have to.
But I don't want to. I'm a famous architect. I've always been a famous architect. I'll let you in on a secret. Guy thinks he's outwitting me, but I can see through him. That's a good one on Guy.
I don't think you understand. You see this letter?
You can't send this to the guild. They'll have my license taken away.
They certainly will.
And it will be in all the papers.
All of them.
You can't do that.
I will do that, unless you retire.
Don't do that. Please, don't. Please. I don't feel well. I've never hurt you. In fact, I told Guy what a nice boy you were. We'll make you a designer one of these days. Please, don't.
You'll be exposed publicly. People will point at you. They'll print your picture in the paper. They'll throw you in jail. Get out of the firm. What do you stay for? You're no good. You've never been any good. Shut up! You've got nothing to say except yes or no. I'm not here to argue with you. Answer me! Why don't you answer me? Mr. Hire? Mr. Hire!
The next morning, Peter came to the office as usual.
He'd asked me to come to his house to discuss his retirement.
How dreadful for you, my boy. We all knew he would, sooner or later. He spared all of us.
It began with the ringing of one telephone. Then every phone in the office was ringing. It rushed out of the elevators and poured through the doors. The telegrams, the flowers, Peter shaking hands, an endless stream of hands.
Oh yes, the Cosmo building was created by Peter Keating alone.
It made a better story than even Francon expected. Peter's face, with that of his mother,
I'm so proud of my boy,
was on every paper. Peter appeared in newsreels, shaking hands with the owners, and at banquets and movie premieres. He was a judge at a beauty contest and posed with a famous prize fighter under the caption Champions. A model of his building was displayed in cinema lobbies throughout the country. Dominique congratulated him, but then looked at him blankly. She hadn't mentioned his victory in her column.
I'm going to Connecticut, Peter. I'm taking over Father's place there for the summer. He's letting me have it all to myself. No, you can't come and visit. Not even once. I'm going there so I won't have to see anybody.
But even she couldn't spoil his triumph, for he was confident he could get her to change. But there was one thing that could spoil it. Howard Rourke.
Hello, Howard.
Hello, Peter.
Well, things are happening, aren't they?
Congratulations.
What's the matter, Howard? You look like hell.
Yeah?
Why don't you drop it, Howard?
Drop what?
You haven't worked for a year. You might have a few hundred left, and then it's the end.
That's wrong. I have $14.57.
Well, It's up to you. Drop that full delusion you're better than everyone else, and within a year, you'll have more clients than you know what to do with. You'll be rich. You'll be respected. You'll be one of us.
I know you don't want me to reach for those things, and yet you continue to push me to reach for them. What is it that disturbs you about me as I am?
I don't know.
Let's forget it.
I wanted you to have this.
He handed Rourke a check for $500.
Thank you, Peter.
Rourke took it, wrote "Pay to the order of Peter Keating" on it, signed it, and handed it back.
That's all I can offer you. But later, when I have money, I'd like to ask you to please not blackmail me, because I don't want anyone to know I had anything to do with that building. No? Go home, Peter. You're perfectly safe. I'll never say a word about it. It's yours. Every girder, every pipe, every picture of your face in the paper.
God damn you! Who do you think you are? So you're too good for that building, eh? You lousy, conceited bastard. You don't even have the wits to know you're a flop, a beggar, a failure. You hear me? And you stand there, you against the whole country, you against everybody. Why should I listen to you? You can't touch me. I have the whole world with me. I've always hated you, Howard. And I always will.
Peter.
Oh God, what am I saying?
Are you all right?
I lost my head. I didn't mean it. Honestly, I didn't.
It's all right.
I was angry about what you did with the check, but I guess you were angry too. I'm sorry. We'll just destroy the damn thing. Are we even?
I think you'd better go now, Peter.
Mr. Rourke, it's Mr. Weidler from the Manhattan Bank. Can you come over?
He and the bank chairman were waiting in Weidler's office. Rourke could feel the $14 and change in his pocket.
Well, Mr. Rourke, the commission's yours.
We've had a hell of a fight over that building of yours. Some of our members just couldn't swallow your innovations. But we found a way to please them and get their consent. Mr. Weidler here was really magnificent on your behalf.
Well...
So the commission's yours on one minor condition.
Yes?
It's a small compromise, and when you agree to it, we can sign the contract. It's only the inconsequential matter of the building's facade. I understand you modernists attach no great importance to the facade. It's the plan that counts with you, quite rightly, and we wouldn't think of altering your plan in any way.
What do you want?
I'll show you. My son is studying architecture, and I had him draw me up a sketch, just a rough sketch, so the members of the board could visualize what I meant.
It was Rourke's building, but now it had a Doric beard and moustache and a Greek skirt.
Personally, I wouldn't have insisted, but I really don't think it spoils anything, and this is what the board has decided.
Rourke rose and spoke for a long time.
Mr. Rourke, I agree with you. But unfortunately, in life, one can't always be so consistent. There's always the element of emotion. You can't fight that with cold logic. Anyway, the matter is closed. The decision of the board is final.
You understand the situation, Mr. Rourke?
Yes.
Well, yes or no?
No.
Do you realize what you're doing?
Exactly.
Don't you know how big a commission this is? You're a young man. You won't get another chance like this.
We want you. We want your building. You need the commission. Why do you have to be so fanatical and selfless about it?
That, gentlemen, was the most selfish thing you've ever seen a man do.
He cleared out his office, locked the door, and dropped his key in the mailbox. Then he went to see Mike at the bar.
I've closed the office.
For good?
For the time being.
God damn 'em all, Red. God damn 'em.
Shut up. I need a job.
Yeah?
I don't know anyone in the trades. Not anyone who'd want me.
What are you talking about?
The trades. Structural work. What I've done before.
A plain workman's job?
Yeah. Will you get me one?
But why? You can get a decent job in an architect's office. You know you can.
But I won't.
Why not?
I'd have time to think in an office. I don't want to think. Not their way. And it'll have to be their way, no matter where I go.
But what'll happen to you, Red? I mean, your future.
I'll save money and I'll come back. Or maybe somebody will send for me.
Okay, Red. Okay.
The next day...
You know that bastard Franken, yeah? He's got a granite quarry down in Connecticut. One of the foremen's a great pal of mine. Ever worked in a quarry before?
In a private room in an expensive restaurant, a lavish dinner was held.
To Peter, the new partner of Franken and Keating.
It was the sound of destruction, and Dominique liked it. She decided to seek out the sound. She stood on a bluff and looked down at the quarry. Her eyes stopped at the face of a man who raised his head and looked hard at her. It was Rourke. She felt she'd been slapped by the contempt of his mouth and the cold brilliance of his eyes. His was the handsomest face she'd ever seen, and the cruelest. Instead of answering him with her face, she looked at the dust on his burnt arms, the wet shirt clinging to his ribs, and the long line of his legs. She wondered what he would look like naked. He then looked at her as if he could read her thoughts. Suddenly, she felt an intense hatred for the man.
Why, Miss Franken? How do you do, Miss Franken?
I thought since I'll inherit the quarry, I should show some interest in it.
After she'd been given a tour, she looked down again at Rourke, who glanced up, smirking. Turning sharply, she walked down the rocky slope and back home. For 2 days, she made herself believe she would escape, choosing a train, a hotel, a particular room, but she knew she wouldn't go, that she'd return to the quarry. 3 days later, when she stopped over the ledge where he worked and he raised his glance, she didn't turn away. Her glance told him she didn't respect him enough to conceal it. His, that he had expected her to come.
Miss Franklin, howdy.
I like to watch the work.
Quite a picture, ain't it? There's the train starting up with another load.
Her eyes glanced at Rourke, and the super's eyes followed them.
Hey, you! Are you paid to work or to gape?
At home, over the course of a week, she tried to distract herself to keep from thinking of him, but it didn't work. She'd been to the quarry twice. A third visit would make her look ridiculous. Borrowing a hammer from the tool shed.
Yes, this is Dominic Franken. That's right. I need you to send a workman to repair the marble in my fireplace. I'd like it to be the tall man with the orange hair. That's right. Good evening.
Ma'am.
There it is.
Her finger pointed to the marble slab.
I see.
Kneeling and taking a hammer from his bag, he struck a single blow, and the marble split in half.
Now it needs to be replaced.
Would you know what kind of marble this is and where to get another piece like it?
Yes, Miss Francone.
Go ahead then. Take it.
Yes, Miss Francone.
He piled up the broken pieces, then took a careful measurement, which he wrote down.
Is that it?
This is an atrocious fireplace.
Really? This house was designed by my father?
Of course, Miss Francone.
There's no point in your discussing the work of an architect.
None at all. I'll be sure to get the marble of the same quality. Generally speaking, there are 3 kinds. The white, which comes from recrystallized limestone, the onyx, which comes from calcium carbonate, and the green, which consists mainly of talc and isn't really marble. True marble is a metaphoric form of limestone, produced by heat and pressure. Pressure is a powerful factor. It leads to consequences which, once started, can't be controlled.
What consequences?
Let's just say that it wouldn't be advisable to substitute white Georgia marble for Alabama marble. This is Alabama marble. Very high grade, very expensive.
I see.
Where shall I put the stone?
Leave it. I'll have it removed.
I'll let you know when the new piece arrives.
This is for your time.
She was hoping he'd refuse it.
Thank you, Miss Francone.
Good night.
Good night, Miss Francone.
She stopped thinking of him, only of the piece she had ordered, counting the days. Then, one day...
Who are you?
I am Pasquale from the quarry, Miss Francone.
What do you want?
He said the fireplace got to be fixed and I got to fix her.
Yes, of course. I forgot. Go ahead.
Quickly saddling her horse, she rode off into the woods, where she whipped the animal to go faster and faster and faster. The next evening, as she sat at her dressing table, dressed in his work clothes, he stood looking at her. She jumped up, arms thrown back, fingers apart. He walked up to her and took her in his arms. She tried to tear herself away, but he pinned her arms behind her and pushed his lips into her breasts. Tearing free, she fell back against the dressing table, her eyes alive and wide. He smiled and moved towards her, lifting her with ease. Her teeth sunk into his hand and tasted blood. Pulling back her head, he forced his mouth against hers. She fought like an animal, but didn't call for help. When he threw her on the bed, she felt his hands moving over her. She fought in a last convulsion. Then she She felt him shaking with unbearable pleasure. She knew she had given it to him and knew he had gotten what he wanted, which was what she wanted. And then she watched him leave without a word or a glance. She lay still for a long time. She knew she wouldn't bathe. She wanted to keep his smell on her. She lay there till morning. A week passed. One evening after work, Rourke found a letter Mike had forwarded.
Dear Mr. Rourke, I've been trying for some time to get in touch with you. Please contact me at your earliest convenience. I'd like to discuss with you my Ayn Rand house, if you're the man who designed the Heller house and the filling station. Sincerely yours, Roger Ayn Rand.
Half an hour later, Rourke was on a train. Dominique had had a letter too.
When are you coming back? You're not a comfortable person to have around. I'm scared of you. But I might as well inflate your ego some more and confess that we're waiting for you impatiently.
Alva.
She then realized a week had passed since she would go to the quarry. But when she looked around, he wasn't there.
Lovely day, Miss Franken, ain't it?
Yes, there was a man you had here, tall with orange hair. Where is he?
Oh, that one? He's gone.
Gone.
Quit. Left for New York, I think. All of a sudden.
When? A week ago?
Why, no. Just yesterday.
I see.
She wanted desperately to ask his name, but she stopped herself. If she didn't have his name, she couldn't find him, and she was safe. In New York, with his feet up on his fancy new desk, Peter sat reading the Banner. Checking Tui's column, he was annoyed he wasn't mentioned. Then he noticed an envelope with Banner letterhead. In it was a proof of a column entitled Keating. In the margin was written,
"Drop in to see me one of these days. I'd love to discover what you look like."
Read that when you have time, Guy.
No.
Well, hello, Peter Keating.
How do you do, Mr. Tui?
I'm curious what you think of the Temple of Nike.
What I think of...
Nike Apteros. The Parthenon gets the recognition, but it's the beauty of the modest Nike, the supreme perfection of its humble yet delicate craftsmanship.
Yes, that's always been my favorite, Nike Apteros.
I was certain you'd say that. You have a very handsome face, Peter, when you don't stare. That's better. Of course, I knew you would be a little afraid of me. I admit, I was somewhat afraid of you. Isn't this much better?
I've always known ours would be an important meeting. Often when I draw, I ask myself, is this the kind of building Ellsworth Tui would like? You're such a profound thinker, Mr. Tui. A man of such cultural distinction.
We'll have none of that. We'll dispense with that sort of thing, shall we?
But Mr. Tui, I did want to...
Thank me for the column, yes. And here I've been trying so hard to prevent you from doing so. Do let me get away with it, won't you?
But I was so happy you thought I'm...
Great architect? Surely, my boy, you knew that already. Or weren't you quite sure?
Well,
As for your building, who can deny its extraordinary achievement? You know, I was greatly intrigued by its plan. Most ingenious. Brilliant, in fact. Quite different from your previous work.
Well, naturally, the problem was different from anything I'd done before. So I worked out that plan to fit the particular requirements of the problem.
Of course. Beautiful piece of work. You should be proud of it.
Peter suddenly knew that Tui knew he hadn't designed the building, but that he approved.
You must feel... no, not gratitude. Gratitude is such an embarrassing word. Shall we say appreciation?
That was my theme when I designed the building. The great masses and the flowers of culture. I've always believed that true culture springs from the common man.
Yes, we're going to be great friends, Peter.
Oh, I hope so, Mr. Tui.
Really, Peter? Not as old as all that. Oh, incidentally, it seems to me I should remember some personal connection between us. Though for the life of me, I can't quite... Oh, yes, of course. My niece, little Catherine. I understand you two are engaged.
Yes.
Charming. I should enjoy being your uncle. Ah, young love. Spring and dawn and drugstore chocolates. I think it's lovely. And you couldn't have made a better choice. She's the kind for whom the world is lost. The world with all its problems and its opportunities for greatness. Huh? Man has always insisted on making an ass of himself. Oh, come now. We must never lose our sense of humor. Aside from Adam and Eve, it's the greatest story ever told. Mickey and Minnie Mouse.
After Rourke's departure, Dominique's return to New York had become a necessity. But while the streets and the buildings had once soothed her, now they only reminded her that he was lost in the crowd, a nameless worker doing some nameless job shared with the entire city. When her vacation ended, she showed up at the Banner.
I just came to tell you I'm quitting, Alva.
Oh, why?
I'm not quitting. I just wanted to see what you'd say.
Phew!
Hello, Dominique. Heard you're back.
So it seems.
I've always had the feeling you would walk out on us some morning.
The feeling or the hope?
Wrong there.
I don't fit, do I, Ellsworth?
I could say, into what? But let's just say that people who don't fit have their uses also.
Not exactly a compliment.
But not a sign of an enemy either.
Now look at this.
She handed him a folded newspaper featuring a drawing of the Enright house.
As independent as an insult, isn't it?
A man who can create a thing as beautiful as this should never have allowed it to be built. Why? So that men will spit on his stairways and draw dirty pictures on his walls? He's defiled his own work by the first word you'll utter about it. You'll be committing only a little indecency. He's committing a sacrilege.
Later, at Tui's Architects Club.
Of all the crafts, yours is the most important. Not in the amount of money you might make, nor in the degree of artistic skill you might exhibit, but in the service you render to your fellow man. You are the providers of mankind's shelter. Remember this. Look to our cities, our slums, to realize the gigantic task awaiting you. You are not hard lackeys of the rich, but crusaders for the underprivileged and unsheltered. Let us stand united in this spirit and be faithful to this new and nobler dream. Monique, I'm flattered. Had I known you were interested, I'd have sent you an invitation.
Never underestimate a writer's instinct for a scoop.
Are you haranguing this poor man?
You know Mr. Keating, of course.
Oh, yes. Peter was in love with me once.
Aren't you using the wrong tense?
You mustn't take Dominique seriously. Would you care to join our little group, Dominique? Your qualifications make you eminently eligible.
I don't hate you enough to do that.
Why do you disapprove of it?
Whatever gave you that idea? I think it's just what we need and deserve. By the way, why didn't you invite the man who designed the Enright house? What's his name? Howard Rourke?
I've never had the pleasure of meeting Mr. Rourke.
Do you know him?
I've never met him in my life. I've only seen a sketch of the Enright house.
What did you think of it?
I don't.
In the car on the way home.
You've changed, Dominique. I don't know exactly how, but you've changed.
Have I?
Who was he?
She spun around to face him.
A workman in a granite quarry.
Serves me right. One shouldn't suspect the impossible.
Isn't it strange? It was you I thought I could make myself want once.
You did want me, Dominique.
I thought I could never want anything, and you suited that so well.
I don't know what you're saying. Only know that I love you and won't let you disappear again. Now that you're back.
I don't wish to see you again. Oh, I'll see you when we run into each other, but don't call on me. Don't come to see me. I'm not trying to offend you, Peter. You've done nothing to make me angry. You're just everything I despise, and I don't want to remember how much I despise it. If I let myself remember, I'll return to it. Try to understand, you're not the worst of the world. You're its best. That's what's frightening. That's why I'm saying this now, because if I ever come back to you, don't let me come. I'm warning you.
What are you talking about?
It doesn't matter.
I'll never give up, you know.
All right, Peter. You know, this is really the only time I've actually been kind to you.
You're unbearable when you're working hard. Tension's contagious, you know.
Tension? I feel completely natural only when I'm working.
You're completely natural only when you're an inch from bursting into pieces. It's only a building, Howard. It's not some combination of holy sacrament, Indian torture and sexual ecstasy.
Isn't it?
Rourke didn't think of Dominique often, but when he did, the feeling was strong. He knew where to find her, but he wanted her to come to him.
Listen, Howard, I know you hate that sort of thing, but that infernal pest Kiki Holcomb demands I bring you. It spoils a reputation to have a building like the Enright go up and not be able to display its architect. She collects them, you know. Anyway, she insisted I bring you, and she got a promise out of me I would.
What for?
Well, for starters, she's going to have Enright's pal Sutton there. Try, if it kills you, to be nice to him. He's practically decided to give you that building from what I hear. He's got a lot of others after him, and they'll all be there. I want you there. I want you to get that building. I don't want to hear anything about granite quarries for the next 10 years. I don't like granite quarries. It might even amuse you. You'll see a lot of your old friends. Peter Keating, Guy Franken and his daughter. You should meet his daughter. Have you read her stuff?
I'll go.
Well, I won't argue. Do you own a tux?
There is nothing as useless, my dear Kiki, as a rich woman who makes herself a profession of entertaining. But then, all useless things have charm.
You say disgusting things, Ellsworth. I don't know why I keep on inviting you.
Saying disgusting things is precisely why, my dear.
Isn't this a wonderful evening, Ellsworth?
Happy, are you, Peter? You're quite a sensation tonight. Though there's someone here who seems to be ignoring you quite frequently. I've always had the idea it would take an extraordinary kind of man to attract Dominique Franco. So, of course, I thought of another man than you.
No one's got her yet.
Oh, Mr. Rourke, I've heard so much about you. I must warn you, my husband doesn't approve of you. Purely on artistic grounds, you understand. But don't let that worry you. You have an ally in this household.
That's kind of you, Mrs. Holcomb.
Oh, I adore your Enright house. Of course, I can't say it represents my own aesthetic. But people of culture must be broad-minded, don't you think?
I don't know. I've never been broad-minded.
We've all been so interested in your work. Your first building?
My fifth.
Indeed. How interesting.
She turned to greet a new arrival.
Who shall we meet first? Oh, there's Dominique Franken staring at us. Come on, Miss Franken. May I present Howard Rock?
How do you do, Mr. Rourke?
Miss Francone?
The Enright house.
Yes.
I know Mr. Enright. He's a friend of my father.
Is he now?
I remember once Father invited him to a dinner. It was a miserable dinner. Father's considered a brilliant conversationalist, but he couldn't bring a sound out of Mr. Enright. One must know Father to realize what a defeat it was for him.
I once worked for your father, a few years ago, as a draftsman.
Ah, then you know. I think Mr. Enright liked me, though, but he's never forgiven me for working on a winding paper.
Kiki took hold of Hella and led him away.
Mr. Enright reads every paper in town. They're all brought to his office, with the editorial pages cut out. Heller, on the other hand, never reads anything but editorials.
What does Mr. Heller do for a living?
Oh, he knows many people.
There he is. Listen, kid, it's all settled. You're it. Now don't squeeze the last pennies out of me. You're a smart boy. Snared old Enright, didn't you? I'll give you a ring in a few days, and we'll have a dogfight over the contract.
When Rourke began to speak of the building, Sutton looked hurt. He hadn't come to speak of architecture, but of badminton.
You do play, don't you?
No.
You don't? I thought for sure with that lanky frame of yours you'd be a wow. That we'd beat the pants off of old Tompkins while the building's being put up.
While the building's being put up, I won't have time to play.
What do you mean you won't have time? What have you got draftsmen for? Hire a couple extra, let them worry. I'll be paying you enough.
Mr. Sutton, what are you actually hiring me for?
Why, to do a building, of course.
Do you really think it would be a better building if I'd played badminton?
Look, there's business and there's fun. Oh, I don't mind. Still, I thought with your tall frame, but all right. We can't have everything.
When Sutton had left...
You didn't handle that very well.
What?
I would have sworn I'd played badminton since I was 2 years old, and how it's the game of kings, and it takes a man of rare distinction to appreciate it. And by the time he put me to the test, I'd have made it my business to play like a king too. What would it have cost you?
I didn't think of it.
Always be what people want you to be. You're wearing a tuxedo. What are you, growing up, Howard?
You're drunk, Peter.
Yes, I suppose I am, but not on booze. Haven't touched the drop all night. I'm drunk on... oh, you'll never learn. It's not for you, and that's also what I'm drunk on. You know, Howard, I love you. I really do, especially tonight.
Rourke smiled and didn't look at Dominique for the rest of the evening. She watched him and those who stopped and spoke to him. He knew this was harder for her than his missing face at the quarry.
Who is that man?
Why, Howard Rourke, of course.
Oh.
Would you care to meet him?
Why, no, dear madam. I would not.
Well.
After Rourke left, Dominique too moved to leave.
My dear, what did you think of that new one I saw you talking to? That Howard Rourke?
I think he's the most revolting person I've ever met.
Oh, really?
I don't know what one could say for him, except that he's terribly good-looking, as if that matters.
Good-looking? Why, my dear, he's not good-looking at all. Just extremely masculine.
You seem astonished, Dominique.
About what?
Oh, it's just interesting what sort of thing appears good-looking to someone.
I don't know what you're talking about.
What kind of conversation is this?
Someday, Ellsworth, you'll make a mistake.
Quite possibly. But I suspect you, my dear, have made yours already.
And there, between a row of tenements and a filing station, stands the totemic Enright house, a monument to nothing but the egotism of Howard Rourke. No other setting could bring out so eloquently the essential insolence of the building and of its designer.
Very nice. But where did you meet Rourke before the party?
I never met Rourke before the party.
Must be my mistake.
I didn't like him when I met him.
You realize, Dominique, that it's not very well done?
What do you mean?
Many will read between the lines. He, for instance, and I.
I didn't write it for him. Or you.
Whatever you need to tell yourself.
What about you? What are you going to write about?
Nothing.
Nothing.
That's right. Speaking of architecture, why haven't you written about the Cosmo building?
Is it worth writing about?
There are people that would annoy very much.
I thought you adored Peter Keating.
I do. You can learn from him many interesting things. That he went to Stanton, for instance.
I knew that.
Interesting, isn't it? Some graduated with honors. Others were expelled.
So?
You obviously didn't know Rourke went to Stanton.
I don't know anything about Howard Rourke. We weren't discussing him.
Weren't we?
Dominique, did you really mean all that?
Who is this?
Sutton here.
Mr. Sutton, did I mean what?
All that about the Enright house and that fellow Rourke. Because you see, we're all set to go ahead on my building, and it's quite a bit of money, and, well, I've always trusted you, Dominique.
Yes, I did mean it, Mr. Sutton. Every word.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rourke. I hope you can understand. Mr. Keating has a much better name, and he's got that popular touch.
I see.
As a matter of fact, I had decided on you, but it was Dominique Francone, whose judgment I value, who convinced me otherwise.
Dominique Francone, you say?
Yes. Why on earth are you laughing, Mr. Rourke?
Later, in Rourke's room.
Come in.
Surprised to see me?
No, I expected you. What do you want?
You know what I want.
Yes, but I want to hear you say it.
If you wish. I want to sleep with you. Now, tonight, and at any time you wish to have me. I want your naked body, your skin, your mouth, your hands. I want you like an animal or a cat on a fence or a whore. You know I hate you, Rourke. I hate you for what you are. For wanting you, for you wanting me. I'm going to fight you, and I'm going to destroy you, and I'm going to pray that you can't be destroyed, even though I believe in nothing and have nothing to pray to. But I will fight to block every step you take, tear everything you want away from you, hurt you through the only thing that can hurt you, through your work. I will fight to starve you, to strangle you on things you thought were in your grasp. I've done it to you today, and that's why I'll sleep with you now. You wanted to hear it. You've heard it. Well...
Take off your clothes.
Afterwards, they lay in Rourke's bed.
Rourke, why were you working in that quarry?
You know why.
Anyone else would have taken a job in an architect's office.
Then you'd have no desire to destroy me.
Do you know that the Enright House is the most beautiful building in New York?
I know that you think so.
You worked at the quarry when you had the Enright House in you.
You're going to weaken in a moment, Dominique, and then you'll regret it later.
Yes. Rourke, I still want to destroy you.
You think I'd want you if you didn't?
Rourke.
A few days later, at Dominique's.
We don't see much of you in the office these days, so I thought I'd come to you. Not bad, not bad. A little cold, except for that bit of orange there. Just like Mr. Rourke's hair.
What do you want, Ellsworth?
That's the trouble with your written style, too. Too many question marks. Let's drop the interrogation, shall we?
All right, talk.
How many commissions have you landed for Peter in the last 3 months?
4.
That's interesting. I missed one. I counted 3.
If you came here to give me a pep talk about your Petey, it isn't necessary.
Wrong. On both counts. Your assumption I wish to help Peter, and that I came here to talk about him. You know perfectly well who I came here to talk about. And since we're on the subject of Peter, it is rather a coincidence he happens to be your father's partner.
So what?
A daughter working her head off to secure commissions for her father. There's nothing more natural. Except, you're not exactly the natural type, are you, Dominique, dear?
Why don't you just say it? I'm a bitch.
Oh, don't fool yourself. You're much worse than a bitch. You're a saint. And saints are dangerous. I'd like to give you a hint, if you care to take it.
Why should I?
Those commissions you got for Peter. We would appear to have a common enemy.
Do we?
I can hurt your Mr. Rourke much better than any phone call you can make.
What for?
Let's just say I don't inquire into your reason, and you don't inquire into mine. And by the way, you slipped up on the Norris country house. You got that one last week.
All right.
But Colton, of the California Pottery Coltons, is planning a branch factory here, and he's considering Rourke.
I see. Yes, Mr. Holt, I think Peter Keating is the man of the century. No, Mr. Inskip, you don't want Howard Rourke. You've met Mr. Rourke, Mrs. Jones, and you didn't like him? Oh, I'd say anyone we can't feel sorry for is a vicious person, Mr. Smith, like Howard Rourke.
Late at night, she came to Howard's room and removed her fancy clothes.
I made Mr. Simmons promise his job to Peter today. 35 floors and money's no object. What's this here? The banner. Howard Rourke is the Marquis de Sade of architecture. He's in love with his buildings, and look at them. Did you want the Colton factory badly?
You know I did.
Once she came in and found him working.
I've got to finish this. Sit down.
Later on,
Rourke, everything I've done all my life is because it's a kind of world that made you work in a quarry.
I know.
And when you were jobless and broke, I would have sent you precisely to that particular job in that particular quarry.
You'd have had me as a washroom attendant in the clubhouse of the Architects Guild.
Rourke, you know, the guy Dominic Franklin can't stand the guts of. Those two must hate each other. But from what I understand, they haven't even met.
What in the hell do you think you're doing, Dominique? This is the greatest exhibition of journalistic hooliganism I've ever seen in print. Why don't you leave that sort of thing to Toohey?
Ellsworth is good, isn't he?
Well, at least he has the decency to keep his mouth shut about Rourke. Though, of course, that too is an indecency. What's happened to you? It's one thing to behave like a tramp to emphasise the mediocrity of those you have to write about, but I didn't think you were just a reckless bitch.
You're wrong.
Get your hat, Dominique. You're coming with me to see it.
See what?
The Enright house.
in the back of the limousine.
What's the matter, Mr. Enright? Trying to bribe me?
I can understand stupid malice. I can understand ignorant malice. But I can't understand deliberate rottenness. You're free afterwards to write anything you wish, but it won't be stupid and it won't be ignorant.
You overestimate me, Mr. Enright.
They rode up in an elevator through the skeleton of the building.
Oh, Mr. Enright.
I didn't overestimate you or the building.
Good morning.
Miss Francone, Mr. Rourke.
We've met at the Holcombs.
Of course.
I wanted Dominique to see it.
Shall I show you around?
Please.
She dutifully asked questions, and he answered.
How many cubic feet of space, Mr. Rourke? How many tons of steel?
Careful of these pipes, Miss Francone.
How's it going, Howard?
2 days ahead of schedule.
They forgot her for a moment, and she stood there, taking in what she couldn't get in their nights in his room.
Are you tired, Miss Francone?
Not at all. I was just thinking. What kind of fixtures are you going to use here?
A few days later, in his room, she saw a folded copy of the banner on his drafting table.
I have visited the site of the Enright house. I wish that in some future air raid a bomb would blast this house out of existence. So much better than to see it growing old and soot-stained, degraded by the family photographs, dirty socks, cocktail shakers, and grapefruit rinds of its inhabitants. There's not a person in New York City who should be allowed to live in this building.
You have Enright completely bewildered.
Has he read it?
Of course. I was in his office. He called you some names I've never heard before. Then he said, "Wait a minute, if you read it another way..."
What did you say?
Dominique, I'm very grateful, but when are you going to stop handing me all that extravagant praise? Someone might get it.
Who will get it? Unless it's... Rourke, what do you think of Ellsworth Toohey?
I don't.
How did you do it, Peter? How did you do it? She must be crazy about you. Who'd ever think that Dominique, of all people... Why, she'd have made me a millionaire if she'd done her stuff 5 years ago. But then, of course, her father is not the same inspiration as, well, as her man, shall we say.
Please, Guy, we mustn't...
I know. We mustn't be premature. But hell, Peter, isn't it as public as an engagement? More so, and louder. And I'm glad, Peter. That's what I wanted. It makes me happy. I know I'll be leaving her in good hands. Her and everything else eventually.
Look, will you forgive me? I'm so terribly rushed. Had 2 hours sleep last night. The Colton factory. Jesus, what a job. Thanks to Dominique, it's a killer. But wait till you see it. Wait till you see the check, too.
As he left, Peter thought bitterly,
I've got to be the only man in New York City who doesn't think Dominique Francone is in love with me.
One day, he spotted her by chance, alone, in a restaurant.
Dominique, why have you been refusing to see me?
What should I have wanted to see you for?
Don't you think you owed me a chance to thank you?
You've thanked me many times.
Didn't you think I'd be a little bewildered?
I hadn't thought of it.
Well?
Well, what?
What are you up to?
About $50,000, I should think.
You're being nasty.
Want me to stop?
Oh, no, that is not...
The commissions. Fine. So, we're in perfect agreement.
It's not the word for what I... Look, I'm bowled over. I don't know what to do with myself.
Fine. Now you've thanked me.
I never flattered myself you thought much of my work. But then you... That's what makes me so happy. And, Dominique, do you really think I'm a great architect?
Peter, if people heard you asking that of me, they'd laugh.
I know. Do you really mean them? All those things you say about me?
They work.
But is that why you picked me? because you think I'm good.
You sell like hotcakes, Peter.
But I'd like to hear you say, just once, that
I've got to run, Peter. You'll probably hear from Mrs. Lonsdale soon. Remember, he's a prohibitionist, loves dogs, hates women who smoke, and believes in reincarnation. She wants her house to be better than Mrs. Purdy's house, so if you tell her Mrs. Purdy's house looks ostentatious and that true simplicity costs much more money, you'll get along fine. You might discuss needlepoint, too. That's her hobby. I've got to run, Peter.
No ribbon was cut for the Enright house, but Enright invited a few people he liked and unlocked the glass door. Some press were there, but Enright ignored them. A banner photographer noticed Rourke standing alone, looking up at the building, and snapped a picture.
Who the hell's that?
The architect.
He looks crazy. What's the matter with the man?
The Enright house rented promptly, and those who moved in loved it. But
imagine inviting guests if you lived in a place like that. Now, I rather like modern architecture, but this is not like that at all. This is a freak.
But clients came to Rourke, the few he wanted. He didn't smile at his draftsmen, take them out for drinks, or inquire about their families. He responded only to their creative capacity. One had to be competent to work for Rourke. It bred a feeling of self-respect in every man in the office. When she wasn't driving alone to see the Heller House or the filling station, Dominique stayed in the city all summer.
Kiss my hand, Rourke.
No, I think I'll kiss your ankle.
Do you need me, Rourke?
Don't you see I go insane when I see you? Why do you want to know whether you own me?
One day, a man named Lansing, a member of a corporate board, came to see Rourke about building a hotel.
I won't tell you how much I'd love to do it, but there's no chance of my getting it. No board's ever hired me, and I don't think one ever will.
Have you ever known a board to do anything?
In my case, they do plenty.
But do they? Really? I say boards don't exist.
I'd like to believe you, but what's the gag?
See, a board is one or two ambitious men and a lot of ballast. Groups of men are vacuums, great big empty nothings. Hell, sit at any committee meeting. The point is, who fills that vacuum? Don't look at me like that. You've fought a vacuum all your life.
I'm looking at you like that because I like you.
Of course you like me. We're brothers. But I talk too much. That's why I'm a good salesman. And I say, you're going to build the Aquitania.
The battle lasted for weeks.
Why are you fighting for me like that?
Why are you a good architect? Because you have standards, and they're your own, and you stand by them. I want a good hotel, and I have standards of my own. So when I fight for you, I'm doing what you're doing when you design a building. Integrity is the ability to stand by an idea. That means you have to think, and thinking is something one can't borrow or pawn. Don't worry, they're all against me, but I have one advantage. They don't know what they want. I do.
Rourke signed a contract to build the Aquitania.
Well, Dominique, in the 4 years we've worked in the same building, this is the first time you've entered my office. This is an occasion.
Do you really find it necessary to ask what brought me here? Why, it's there on your desk. Open at the real estate page, too.
You sound like that little piece of news made you happy.
It does.
And I thought you worked hard to prevent that contract.
I did.
But you're happy Rourke got it?
So happy I could sleep with this Lansing, whoever he is.
Then the pact is off?
By no means. I'm cinching a beautiful new hospital for Peter at the dinner party tonight. But it's not easy. He's beating us, Ellsworth. What if we were wrong about the world? You and I?
A rich old man worth $20 million wished to build an interdenominational temple. Ellsworth Toohey, whose advice the man took religiously, advised him against it.
You need a worthy memorial to your great name and generosity. The Hopton Stoddard Home for Disabled Children.
But the rich old man would have none of it.
No, Ellsworth, it's not right. It's not right.
The matter was left unsettled until one evening Toohey came to see the rich old man in his apartment.
Hopton, I was wrong. You were right about the temple.
I was?
Yes. Nothing else would be fitting. You must build it. A temple of the human spirit.
You think so, Ellsworth?
I know so. And you must build it in the best way possible.
Of course. You'll help me, won't you, Ellsworth?
I will.
What would I do without you?
Now, first of all, the architect. That's very important.
Yes, indeed.
You don't want one of those satin-lined commercial boys with the dollar signs all over them. You want a man who believes in his work, as you believe in God.
Yes, that's right. That's right.
You must have Howard Rourke.
Howard who?
Rourke.
Who's he?
He's the man who's going to build the temple of the human spirit.
But is he any good?
He's the best.
Oh.
But he is difficult to get. He doesn't work except on certain conditions. You must give him complete freedom. Tell him what you want and how much you want to spend, and leave the rest to him. Tell him you know nothing about architecture, and that you chose him because you felt he was the only one you could trust to do it right without any advice or interference.
If you vouch for him,
I do.
Well, that's fine, and I don't care how much it costs me.
Now, you must be careful how you approach him. He'll tell you he doesn't believe in God.
What?
Don't believe him. He's a profoundly religious man, in his way. You can see it in his buildings.
Oh.
But he doesn't belong to any established church, so you won't appear partial. You won't offend anyone.
Oh, that's good.
Don't wait to see his drawings. They'll take some time. And you mustn't delay your trip. Just hire him. Don't sign a contract. It's not necessary. Make arrangements for your bank to take care of your financial end and let him do the rest. You don't have to pay him his fee until you return. In a year or so, when you come back after seeing all those great temples, you'll have a better one of your own, waiting right here.
That's just what I wanted.
Now, you know of any great event that's not accompanied by a good publicity campaign?
No, wait, hold your horses. Publicity?
One great fanfare, like a blast on Gabriel's horn.
That's beautiful, the way you put it.
You mustn't allow the newspapers to dissipate your fanfare by dribbling out premature stories. You mustn't release the drawings of the temple. Tell Rourke you want them kept secret. Put up a solid fence all around the site. No one's to know what it's like until you come back and preside at the unveiling in person. Then, pictures in every damn paper in the country.
Ellsworth, your language.
Yes, I beg your pardon. Meantime, keep the public interested by hiring a good press agent. I'll give you a name. They'll see to it. Something about the mysterious Stoddard Temple in the papers every so often. Keep them waiting. They'll be good and ready when the time comes.
Right.
Above all, don't let Rourke know I recommended him. Don't breathe a word to anyone about my having anything to do with it. Not a soul. Swear it?
But why?
Because I have too many friends who are architects. It's such an important commission. I don't want to hurt anyone's feelings.
Yes, that's true.
Swear it?
Oh, Ellsworth.
Swear it. On your soul.
The next day...
Do you remember Hopton Stoddard and that All Faith temple he's been talking about for years?
Vaguely.
Well, he's going to build it.
Is he?
And he's giving the job to Howard Rourke.
No.
Yes.
Well, I guess I'll have to work on him.
No, you lay off. I told him to give it to him. I wanted you to know that I did it. There won't be any tactical contradictions. No one else knows or is to know. I trust you remember that.
What are you after?
I'm going to make him infamous.
Mr. Stoddard, I'm afraid you've made a mistake. I don't think I'm the man you want. It wouldn't be right for me to undertake it. I don't believe in God.
Oh, that doesn't matter. You're a profoundly religious man, Mr. Rourke. In your own way. I can see that in your buildings.
That's true.
Later, at Rourke's office...
Well...
I knew you'd come here someday.
What's that?
Clay.
The Aquitania.
Yes.
Do you always do that?
Not always, but there's a hard problem here. This will probably be my favorite building. It's so difficult.
A moment later, he had forgotten her presence. She sat, watching his hands. It was as if they were moving over the body of another woman. She leaned against the wall, weak with pleasure. When the first sketches of Stoddard's temple were finished...
Mallory, Mr. Rourke? You mean the sculptor who took a shot at Gelwynand?
That's the one.
For 2 days, the secretary phoned around, but couldn't find a phone number for Mallory, only an address.
What do you want?
I'd like to see you about a commission, Mr. Mallory.
Which building?
The Stoddard Temple. You may have heard.
I heard. Rourke, ain't it?
That's right.
You must be pretty hard up to come running after a sculptor. That ain't the way it's done. The way it's done is that you make me come to your office. And the first time I come, you're not there. See? The second time, you keep me waiting an hour and a half. Then you come out to reception and shake hands and ask me whether I know the Wilsons of Podunk and say how nice we have mutual friends. But you're in an awful hurry and you'll call me for lunch. Then 2 months later, you tell me I've got the job. Then you tell me you're sorry, but you hired Bob Bronson, and he does the job. That's the way it's done.
Not this time.
So you're Howard Rourke. I like your buildings. That's the only reason I let you in.
Listen, I want you to do a statue for the Stoddard Temple. Give me some paper, and I'll write you a contract right now, stating that I'll owe you $1 million damages if I hire another sculptor, or if your work's not used.
You can speak normal. I'm not drunk. Not all the way.
Well?
Why me?
Because you're a good sculptor.
That's not why. Who asked you to hire me?
Nobody.
Stuck on your budget, are you?
The budget's unlimited.
Feel sorry for me, do you? Because I'm black?
No. Why should I?
Want to get publicity out of me shooting at whining?
Good God, no.
Well, what then?
I like your work.
All right. You like my work. What's the real reason?
I like your work.
You mean you saw the things I've done, and you yourself, alone, without anyone telling you should like them, without knowing anything about me or giving a damn, only 'cause of the things I've done, and only 'cause of that, you decided to hire me. And you went to the trouble of finding me and coming here and being insulted, only 'cause what you saw made me important to you, made you want me. Is that what you mean?
That's right.
Nah, listen, I won't be mad at you. I just want to know, all right? I see you is set on me working for you, and you know you can get me for anything you say. You don't have to sign any $1 million contract. Look at this room. You know you got me. So why don't you tell me the truth? It won't make any difference to you, but it's important to me.
What's important to you?
All right. Let's say I go through it again. I just don't want to think ever again I'm working for somebody who likes my work. That I couldn't go through. Just tell me. I'll feel calmer, really.
What have they done to you, kid?
'Cause I've spent 2 years in this room trying to get used to the fact that what you're telling me don't exist.
What do you care what I think of your work or why I'm here? I think you're the best sculptor we've got. Not because your figures are what men are, but what men could be, should be. Because you make us see what is possible, but possible only through you. Because your figures have less contempt for humanity than any work I've seen. So no, I didn't come here because I felt sorry for you, or because you need a job, or because you're black. I came here for a selfish reason. You're the best. I didn't come here for you. I came for me.
How'd they ever let you survive?
Lay down now. Rest. We'll talk later.
The next morning at Rourke's office, a sobered-up Mallory studied the plans.
Like it?
Don't be stupid. It don't seem possible.
Just one female figure. It'll stand here. You're the only one who can do it. Do it any way you want. I'd like to suggest the model, but if you don't like her...
Who's your choice?
Dominique Francone. You know her?
I seen her picture. Yeah, but she won't pose. Not for me.
She will.
Listen, Dominique, there's a limit, even for you. I can't go anywhere without having somebody ask me about it. What am I supposed to do?
Order a reproduction of the statue, Father. It's going to be beautiful.
So it's true. You're posing for a statue for Rourke's temple.
Yes.
I don't like it.
No?
Oh, I'm sorry. I know I have no right. It's just, of all people, I hate to see you being friendly with Rourke. Anybody but Rourke.
Why?
Maybe it's because it's never seemed quite right that you would have such contempt for his work. It made me very happy, but it never seemed quite right. Not for you.
That was most unwise of you, Dominique.
I know.
Can't you change your mind?
I can, but I won't.
Even though the sculptor took a shot at your boss?
Even then.
Through the months of that winter, Rourke seldom slept more than 3 hours a night. Still, it was as if his body fed energy to those around him, running from his office to the Aquitania, to the temple and back.
When these three are finished, Howard, nobody will be able to stop you. Ever again.
A light burned in the wooden shack built as a studio for Mallory.
Just a minute.
Dominique stepped down from the platform and pulled on a robe.
Oh, it's you. We thought it was a watchman.
Evening, Miss Francone. Sorry to interrupt, Steve.
It's all right. I can't seem to get what I want tonight. Sit down, Howard. What the hell time is it?
9:30. If you're going to stay longer, I can have some dinner sent up.
I don't know. Let's have a cigarette. You can get dressed, Dominique. I think we're done for tonight. Why haven't you come in before, Howard? Of course, if I'd been busy, I'd have thrown you out.
I just wanted to see the place tonight.
Peeling off her robe, she walked naked to the platform and stared hard at Rourke.
Is this what you want, Steve?
Mallory looked from her to Rourke and back again. Then he saw what he'd been missing.
Hold it, hold it, hold it.
One day, work at the Aquitania was stopped. 2 of the owners had been cleaned out in the stock market, and a third had been sued.
I'll straighten it out if I have to murder a few of them. We'll finish it someday, you and I promise.
The unfinished symphony. Thank God.
I think I'll use that in my column.
Oh, that's the unfinished symphony, don't you know?
One evening, Rourke and Dominique walked together through the completed temple. It would open in a week, the day after Stoddard's return. No one had seen it, except those who had built it.
Rourke.
Yes, my dear?
Nothing.
Hopton Stoddard returned from his trip around the world and was met by Ellsworth Toohey.
But you told me this Rourke was good.
I expected he would be.
But then why? Why?
Can you think of any reason I should have lied to you?
Of course not. You're the greatest expert and most honest man living.
I don't understand. I just don't understand.
Why, it seems obvious that you cannot buy forgiveness at the top. You must first take humbler steps. You must atone to your fellow man before you can atone to God. This building was not meant to be a temple, but an institution of human charity, such as a home for disabled children.
Later, Ellsworth, later.
Now, don't be shocked by what I write about this. I must protect my reputation from a disgrace which is your fault, not mine. Just remember, you've sworn never to reveal who advised you to hire Rourke.
The next morning, in the Banner,
noted philanthropist Hopton Stoddard had intended to present the city with a temple of religion, a non-sectarian cathedral symbolizing the spirit of human faith. What Mr. Rourke has built, for him, might be a warehouse, were it more practical, or a brothel, which given its ornamentation is more likely. But it is certainly not a temple.
Stoddard filed suit against Rourke for breach of contract and malpractice. Damages were sought to pay another architect to make alterations to the structure. The clamour against Rourke astonished everyone, except Ellsworth Toohey. Ministers damned the building in sermons. Women's clubs passed resolutions of protest. Both the Architects Guild and the Council of Builders issued statements denouncing the temple as a spiritual and artistic fraud.
I've never received so many letters of sympathy. Perhaps you're right, Ellsworth. My brothers are forgiving me.
Of course.
The better newspapers dropped the story after a while, but the Banner kept it going.
If I could reach Mr. Winan in the Indian Ocean, I would. But he's never been one to refuse a crusade, and this one's gold.
It was Toohey who unearthed the photograph of Rourke at the opening of the Enright house and added a caption.
Are you happy, Mr. Superman?
He then sat back, watched, and smiled. Rourke did nothing.
Defend yourself? What do you know about the law?
I guess I'll find out.
But he'll win.
He might, but there's nothing I can do to stop him from destroying the building. He can blast it off the face of the earth or make a glue factory out of it, whether I win the suit or not.
But he'll take your money to do it with.
Mallory didn't say a thing, but his face looked like it had the night he first met Rourke.
You can talk about it, Stephen, if it'll make it easier.
Nothing to talk about. I told you I didn't think they'd let you survive.
Dominique came to Rourke's room the night Stoddard announced his suit.
You're wrong, Dominique. I don't feel that.
I don't want to know.
I want you to know. It doesn't matter to me that they're going to destroy it. I feel nothing except that I designed that temple. I built it. Nothing else seems very important.
You shouldn't have built it just so they could destroy it.
That doesn't matter. Only that it existed.
Don't you see what I was saving you from? When I took commissions away from you, to give them no right to do this to you, to give them no right to hurt you.
Dominique.
What do you intend to accomplish?
Sit down, my dear. I expected you sooner. I've had so many compliments on that piece, but honestly, I wanted to hear what you'd say.
What do you intend to accomplish?
I do hope you didn't mind what I said about that statue of yours. I just couldn't pass that one up.
What's the purpose of the lawsuit?
Isn't it obvious?
How's it going to stop him? It'll prove nothing, whether he wins or loses. The whole thing is just a spree for a great number of louts. Filthy, but pointless. I didn't think you wasted your time on stink bombs. All of it will be forgotten before Christmas.
You're right. Stoddard, his temple, they'll be forgotten. But not Rourke. How could you trust a man like that? He's an enemy of religion. He's immoral. First thing you know, he'll jip on your construction costs. The client had to sue him because he made such a botch of a building. Now, wait a minute. Isn't that the guy who got into all the papers over some sort of a mess? Some kind of scandal? The owner of the building had to sue him. You don't want to get involved with a character like that. What for? There are so many decent architects to choose from.
I don't know, Ellsworth.
You can never ruin an architect by proving he's a bad one, but you can ruin him because he's an atheist, or because somebody sued him, or because he slept with some woman, or because he pulls wings off butterflies. You'll say it doesn't make sense. Of course it doesn't. That's why it works. Reason can be fought with reason. How are you going to fight the unreasonable?
Look at you.
Yes, look at me. I also got something from Stoddard. My home for disabled children. The whole thing was most gratifying. Really, I thought you would be the one person who'd appreciate the spectacle. Don't you find it interesting that a huge, complicated piece of machinery, all levers and belts and interlocking gears, could be made to crumble into a worthless heap of scrap iron by pressing your little finger against one vital little spot? It has been done, my dear. Oh, by the way, Stoddard won't sell, if you were thinking about your late mother's assets, and he won't accept money for the alterations. He wants it from Rourke. But I don't think Rourke would like it if I let him know you were trying. Oh, Stoddard's attorney wants to know whether you'll testify against Rourke.
Yes.
Rourke sat alone at the defence table, no papers before him, only a large brown envelope. He waived his right to make an opening statement.
You are an expert on architecture, are you not?
Yes.
In several days of testimony, Tui proved the Stoddard Temple contradicted every brick, stone, and edict of history.
I have endeavored to show that the two essentials of a temple are a sense of awe and a sense of humility. Note the gigantic proportions of religious edifices, the soaring lines, the monster-like gods and gargoyles. All impress upon man his essential insignificance, to crush him by sheer magnitude. The Stoddard Temple is a brazen denial of the past, an insolent no, flung in the face of history. Of course, beyond its legal aspects, this is a moral issue. This building's a monument to the profound hatred of humanity. It's one man's ego defying the most sacred impulses of humankind, of every person on the street, of every person in this courtroom.
Your witness?
No questions.
The plaintiff calls Mr. Peter Keating. Will you please name some of the outstanding buildings you have designed, Mr. Keating?
Peter began a list of names, but then it petered out.
Aren't you forgetting the most important one? Didn't you design the Cosmo building?
Yes.
Now, Mr. Keating, you attended the Stanton Institute of Architecture the same time as Mr. Rourke?
That's right.
What can you tell us about Mr. Rourke's record there?
He was expelled.
Because he was unable to live up to the Institute's high standards.
That's it.
At that time, did you think Mr. Rourke showed any particular talent for architecture? Will you please speak a little louder, Mr. Keating?
I didn't think he had talent, no.
Keeping his eyes away from Rourke and the attorney, Peter looked like a boy who'd just drawn a moustache on a girl in a Subway toothpaste ad.
At one time you employed Mr. Rourke in your office.
Yes.
And you found yourself forced to fire him.
We did.
For incompetence?
Yes.
What can you tell us about Mr. Rourke's subsequent career?
Well, career is a relative term. Any draftsman in our office has done more than Mr. Rourke. We don't call one or two buildings a career. We put up that many every month or so.
Will you give us your professional opinion of his work?
I think it's immature. Very startling, even quite interesting at times, but basically adolescent.
Then Mr. Rourke cannot be called a full-fledged architect.
Not in the sense of a Guy Francone or Ralston Holcomb, someone like that. Of course, to be fair, Mr. Rourke had definite potential, particularly in engineering. I tried to talk to him about it. I tried to help him, honestly, I did, but it was like talking to one of his pet pieces of reinforced concrete. I knew he'd come to something like this. I wasn't surprised when I heard that a client had to sue him at last.
What can you tell us about Mr. Rourke's attitude towards clients?
Well, that's the whole point. He didn't care what the clients thought or wished, what anyone in the world thought or wished. I don't see what's so wrong with trying to please people, with wanting to be friendly and liked and popular. Why is that a crime? Why should anyone sneer at you for that? Sneer all the time, day and night, not giving you a moment's peace. Like the Chinese water torture, you know, where they drop water on your skull, drop by drop.
It was clear to the audience that Peter was drunk.
Mr. Keating, perhaps you had better tell us about Mr. Rourke's views on architecture.
He thinks you should take your shoes off and kneel when you speak of architecture. That's what he thinks. But why should you? Why? It's a damn business like any other, isn't it? Why so damn sacred about it? We want to make a living. We're human. Why can't things be simple and easy?
Now, Mr. Keating, I think we're straying from the subject.
I'm talking about the temple, don't you see? Why pick a fiend to build a temple? Only a very human sort of man should be chosen to do that. A man who understands and forgives. That's what you go to church for. To be forgiven.
Yes, but speaking of Mr. Rourke...
He's no good. Why should I be afraid to say he's no good? Why are you all afraid of him?
Thank you, Mr. Keating, that is all. Your witness?
No questions.
That evening, Peter lay stretched across a table in a saloon, his face on his arm. The next 2 days, a succession of witnesses testified.
They must have fought for the privilege of being called, for the sheer publicity.
Mr. Stoddard should have known better. Renaissance is the only permissible style for churches, temples, and cathedrals. Are you going to improve upon St. Peter's in Rome?
The correlation of the transcendental to the purely spatial is entirely askew. The flow, which comes from the sense of order and chaos, or, if you prefer, from unity and diversity, is here absolutely absent.
On the 4th day of the trial, the final witness was called.
Miss Dominique Francon.
Dominique was saved for last, partly because Stoddard's attorney expected a great deal from her, and partly because he was worried. She had refused to be coached and hadn't mentioned the temple in her column, but he had looked up her previous writings on Rourke, and Toohey advised him to call her.
Your occupation, Miss Francon?
Newspaper woman.
You are the author of the brilliant column Your House, appearing in the New York Banner?
I am the author of Your House.
Your father is Guy Francon, the eminent architect.
Yes.
We are indeed fortunate to have you with us. As an outstanding authority on architecture, you are eminently qualified to give us what I shall call the feminine angle on this case. Will you tell us, in your own words, what you think of the Stoddard Temple?
I think Mr. Stoddard made a mistake. He should have sued, not for alterations, but for demolition.
Will you explain your reasons, Miss Francon?
You've heard them from every witness at this trial.
I take it you agree with the previous testimony?
Completely. As Mr. Toohey said, this temple is a threat to all of us, but not for the reason stated. Howard Rourke built a temple to the human spirit, a place where man stands without guilt, without shame, naked in the sunlight. Ellsworth Toohey said that this building had its belly in the mud. By glorifying man, what was glorified was a pleasure of the flesh, for the realm of the spirit is beyond the grasp of...
Miss Francon, if you will confine yourself to...
I do not blame Ellsworth Toohey. No, I blame Howard Rourke. A building, it is said, must be one with its site. But in what world did Rourke build his temple? For what kind of men? Can you see a shrine becoming sacred by serving the likes of Mr. Hopton Stoddard? For the men who testified, when you look at them all, do you hate Ellsworth Toohey or do you hate Howard Rourke? Ellsworth Toohey is right. That temple is a sacrilege, though not in the way he meant it. When a man casts his pearls without getting even a pork chop in return, it is not against the swine you feel anger. It is against the man who so little valued his pearls that he was willing to fling them into the muck for a herd of grunting pigs.
Your Honour, there has been a misunderstanding. Miss Francon, for whom are you testifying? Mr. Rourke or Mr. Stoddard?
For Mr. Stoddard, of course. The Stoddard Temple is a threat. If it were allowed to exist, nobody would dare look at themselves in the mirror. That's a cruel thing to do. Ask anything of people, but don't ask them to respect themselves. They'll hate you for it. They won't say they hate you, they'll say you hate them. Such are people as they are. What is the use of building for a world that doesn't exist?
Your Honour, I don't see what possible bearing this can have on...
I am proving why you must listen to Ellsworth Toohey. The Stoddard Temple must be destroyed. Not to save men from it, but to save it from men. Yes, let's destroy it, but let's not pretend we are virtuous for doing so. Let us just say we're lemmings and can't help swimming out to our own destruction. That is all, Your Honour.
Your witness?
No questions.
The plaintiff rests.
The judge gestured for Rourke to proceed. Rourke got up, walked to the defence, took out a dozen photographs of the Stoddard Temple and laid them before the judge.
The defence rests.
Rourke lost the suit.
Mr. Rourke bared his breasts in court like the Greek courtesan Phryne, but didn't get away with it.
Rourke was ordered to pay for alterations which turned the temple into...
The Hopton Stoddard Home for Subnormal Children. Yeah.
Alva gasped when she glanced at the proofs and realized Dominique's column consisted entirely of her testimony in court.
Darling, we can't print that. Dominique, sweetheart, be reasonable. You know very well the stand this paper's taken on the case. You know the campaign we've conducted. We can't have one writer running against our whole policy.
You'll have to print it.
But sweetheart!
Or I'll have to quit.
Oh, don't be silly. You know better than that. We can't get along without you. We can't.
You'll have to choose, Alva.
Alva knew she'd catch hell from her boss if she printed the thing, and also if she lost Dominique, whose column was popular. So Alva cabled him on his cruise in Bali, explaining the situation. Within a few hours, Alva received an answer.
Fire the bitch. GW.
A copy of the cable ended up with Toohey through an office boy he'd gotten the job.
Feel like talking about the trial?
No.
I do owe you an admission. You proved me wrong. I hadn't expected it. It was a scurvy trick, though up to your usual standard. You made both your point and mine. As a token of appreciation, I have brought you a present.
He placed on her desk the cable, which she picked up and read.
You can't even resign, my dear. You can't even make that sacrifice to your pearl-casting hero. Knowing you attach great importance to not being beaten, except by your own hand, I thought you'd enjoy this.
Thank you, Ellsworth.
If you're going to fight me, my dear, it'll take more than speeches.
Yes, I see.
After packing her things, she took the cable to Alva's office.
I couldn't help it. How in the hell did you get that?
It's all right, Alva. I'm going to keep it. Mail me my check and anything else that has to be discussed.
You were going to resign anyway, weren't you?
Yes, I was. But I like it better, being fired.
Dominique, if you knew how awful I feel about it, really.
Don't make a martyr out of me, Alva. Nothing you can do to me, or to him, will be worse than what I'll do to myself. If you think I can't take the Starter Temple, wait till you see what I can take.
I could tell by the radio, Uncle, you weren't working. I'd like to speak to you.
Certainly never too busy for you. Turn it down a bit, will you?
In the last few years, he seemed to have forgotten her very existence. When she had a question, she asked it in passing, anxious not to delay him. She made it a point to show she expected nothing but the table scraps of his time.
Uncle, do people sleep a lot because they're tired or because they want to escape from something?
My dear, this doesn't sound like you at all. What's the matter?
I guess I'm no good, Uncle. I'm so terribly unhappy.
Oh?
You're not angry with me. You don't despise me.
My dear, how could I?
I didn't want to say it, not even to myself, but it's just that I've got to have somebody listen.
Katie, darling, why are you so frightened? Certainly not speaking to me. Just be yourself.
That's what I'm afraid of, because I'm vicious. No, Uncle, it's true. Ever since I was a child, I wanted to do right. I used to think everybody did, but now I don't think so. Some people try their best, even if they make mistakes, but others just don't care.
Come.
Me, I've always cared. I always knew it was evil to be selfish, so when Peter would disappear for months...
I see.
You're as close to the unselfish ideal as anyone can be. I tried to follow your example. That's why I chose to be a social worker. You never said I should choose it, but I came to feel that, well, I knew that unhappiness comes from selfishness, and one can be truly happy only in dedicating oneself to others.
And?
Well, look at me.
For a moment, his face froze. Then he smiled.
Apart from the fact your stockings don't match, and you can be more careful with your makeup.
Don't laugh, Uncle. Please don't laugh. I know you say we must learn to laugh at everything, particularly at ourselves. Only, I can't.
I won't laugh, Katie. What's the matter?
I'm beginning to hate people, Uncle. I'm beginning to be cruel and mean and petty in a way I've never been before. I expect people to be grateful. I find myself pleased when slum people bow and scrape and fawn over me. Once I told a woman that she didn't appreciate what people like us did for trash like her. I was so ashamed. I've begun to resent it when people argue with me, like they have no right to their own minds, that I know best, that I'm the final authority. There was a girl we were worried about because she was running around with a very handsome boy who had a bad reputation. I tortured her for weeks, telling her how he'd get her in trouble and that she should drop him. Well, they got married and they're the happiest couple in the district. Do you think I'm glad? No, I'm furious and I'm barely civil to the girl. Then there was a girl who needed a job desperately. There was an awful situation in her home, and I promised I'd get her one. Before I could find it, she got a good job all by herself. Was I pleased? No, I was sore as hell somebody got out of a hole without my help. Yesterday I was talking to a boy who wanted to go to college, and I was discouraging him, telling him to get a good job instead. I was angry too. And suddenly I realized it was because I had wanted so much to go to college. You remember? You talked me out of it. So I wasn't going to let that kid do it either. Uncle, don't you see? I'm becoming selfish in a way that's much more horrible than if I were some petty chiseler pinching pennies off people's wages in a sweatshop.
Do you really want me to tell you the answer?
Yes, Uncle.
You've given it yourself. And the things you said. What have you been talking about? Complaining about? About Katie Halsey. Nothing else. It was the most egotistical speech I've ever heard. Hello, Peter. Here to see me? Come in. Just your luck. I have the whole evening free.
No, I want to see Katie.
Katie? Oh, but of course. Well, go right in. Second door.
Hello, Katie. I didn't know you wore glasses now.
It's only for reading. Hello, Peter. I guess I look terrible tonight. I'm glad to see you, though. Is it just for a little while, or...
No, it's not just for a little while.
Peter, what have you been doing to yourself? You look awful.
Drinking, but it's over now.
Is it?
I wanted to see you, Katie.
What have they done to you, Peter?
I'm alright. Katie, have you ever heard of Hopton Stoddard?
I don't know. I've seen the name somewhere.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. I was only thinking how strange it is. You see, Stoddard's an old bastard who couldn't take his rottenness anymore. So to make up for it, he built a big present to the city. But when I couldn't take my...
When you couldn't take what, Peter?
I've done something very dirty, Katie. I'll tell you about it someday. Look, will you say you forgive me without asking what it is?
I forgive you, Peter.
Thank you.
You've gone through hell, haven't you?
Yes, but it's all right now.
He pulled her into his arms and kissed her.
Why haven't we married?
I don't know. I guess it's because we know we don't have to hurry.
But we do. It might be too late already. Don't look stunned, Katie. That's what I came here to tell you. We're going to get married. We're going to get married right away.
Yes, Peter.
We don't need announcements, dates, guests, any of it. We won't say anything to anyone. We'll just slip out of town and get married.
Yes, Peter.
Get your things ready. I'll be here at 9 in the morning the day after tomorrow.
Once he'd gone.
What's the matter, my dear? Has Peter done something to hurt you?
I'm not afraid of you, Uncle Ellsworth. I'm not afraid.
The next morning at Peter's...
Who?
Miss Dominique Francon.
You're daft, you damn fool.
Mr. Keating.
Hello, Peter.
Dominique, how come?
I phoned your office. They said you were at home.
Well, take off your coat.
No, I won't stay for long. Shall I tell you what I came for? Or do you want some polite conversation first?
No, I don't want polite.
All right. Will you marry me? If you want to marry me, you must do it now. My car is downstairs. We drive to Connecticut and back. It'll take about 3 hours.
Dominique.
I'm not pretending, Peter. Usually people discuss their reasons and feelings, then make the practical arrangements. Not with us. This is the only way. If I offered it to you any other way, I'd be cheating you. It has to be like this. No questions, no conditions, no explanations. There's nothing for you to ponder, only whether you want to or not.
Can't we discuss it? Can't we talk? I can only answer.
That's right.
If you just say one thing.
No.
If you just give me...
No. Either we go downstairs now, or we forget it.
But you have to understand. You've never allowed me to hope that you could... What do you expect me to think? Here I am alone and...
My advice is to refuse, but I won't help you by withdrawing the offer. You'd prefer not to have had the chance. But you have the chance. Now, the choice is yours.
Dominique, why?
You know the reason. I told you once a long time ago. If you don't have the courage to remember, I'm not going to remind you.
2 people like us getting married. It's almost a front page event.
Yes.
Wouldn't it be better to do it properly? With an announcement and a real wedding?
I'm strong, Peter, but not that strong. You can have your receptions and your publicity afterwards.
I can't say anything except yes or no?
That's all.
All right, Dominique. Yes.
Later, when she entered Rourke's room, his smile was one of waiting and pain.
Don't say anything about the trial. Afterward.
Their lovemaking was more intense than ever.
Rourke.
Yes?
I love you, Rourke. I was married today to Peter Keating. Rourke.
Just a moment. I'm all right. Go on.
Rourke, I've always been afraid of meeting someone like you, because I knew I'd see what I saw in that witness stand, and I'd have to do what I did in that courtroom. I hated doing it, because it was an insult to you to defend you, and it was an insult to me you had to be defended. Rourke, when I think of what you are, I can't accept any reality except a world where you have a fighting chance and a fight on your own terms. That doesn't exist, and I can't live a life torn between that reality and you. It would mean doing for you what I did for Peter. Lie, flatter, evade, compromise, pander, in order to beg him to give you a chance. Beg him to let you live. Beg him not to hurt you. I can't do it. I love you too much. You don't know them. I do. Their power's too great. Rourke, you won't win. They'll destroy you. But I won't be there to see it. I'll have destroyed myself first. That'll be my answer to them, and my gift to you. I'll probably never see you again, but I'll live for you. Through every minute and every shameful act I take, I'll live for you in my own way, in the only way I can. I'll live in the world as it is, not pleading and running from it, but walking out to meet it, beating it to the pain and the ugliness, not as the wife of some half-decent human being, but as the wife of Peter Keating. Only within my own mind, where nothing can touch it, will be the thought of you. And every once in a while, I'll say to myself, Howard Rourke, and I'll feel I've earned the right to say it.
If I told you to have that marriage annulled, to forget the world and my struggle, to feel no anger, no concern, no hope, just to exist for me, for my need of you as my wife,
I'd obey you.
now you see why I won't do it. I love you, as selfishly as the fact I exist, as selfishly as my lungs breathe air, for my own necessity, for the fuel of my body. I've given you not my sacrifice or my pity, but my naked need. This is the only way you can be loved, the only way I want you to love me. If you married me now, I'd become your entire existence, but I wouldn't want you then. You wouldn't want yourself, and so you wouldn't love me long. I won't try to stop you. You let the world hurt you in that courtroom. You have to figure out why. I can't help you. You have to find your own way. When you have, you'll come back to me. I love you, Dominique.
He kissed her and let her go.
Petey, darling, don't you want to come out and kiss your wife?
Good morning, Peter.
Dominique, my dear, this is like a dream come true.
Sorry you didn't carry me over the threshold, Peter.
Mother, Dominique Keating.
My dear, I'm so happy. I had no idea you were so beautiful.
Let's have lunch first. And then, Peter, you'll show me the place? My things will be here in an hour.
Lunch is all ready, Miss Franco. Oh dear, what should I call you, honey? Mrs. Keating or,
Dominique, of course.
Aren't we going to announce? To invite anyone?
Afterwards, Peter. It'll announce itself.
But aren't you children going to go away? It's all so sudden and romantic, but no honeymoon of any kind?
No, I don't want to take Peter away from his work.
This is temporary, of course. We'll get another apartment, a bigger one.
No, that won't be necessary. We'll stay here.
I'll move out. I'll take a little place for myself.
I'd rather you didn't. I don't want to change a thing. I want to fit myself into Peter's life just as it is.
That's sweet of you. Yes. Yes, it's Mrs. Keating. Yes, Mr. Franco. Why, yes, they're right here.
Tell Guy I'm on my way to the office.
And I'm busy unpacking.
Well,
when he entered Francon's office, Peter was greeted with a smile of blessing.
I'm so happy, Guy. I'm so happy.
I expected it, but now it feels right. It's all yours, all of it. This room, everything. Soon.
What are you talking about?
Come, you always understand. I'm tired, Peter. There comes a time when you get... No. You wouldn't know. You're too young. Hell, Peter, what use am I around here? Another year or two, sure. I love the place. It's so busy. It's done so well. People respect us. It was a good firm, Franco and Hire, wasn't it? What the hell am I saying? Franco and Keating. Then it'll just be Keating. Peter, why don't you look happy?
Of course I'm happy. I'm very grateful and all that, but why in blazes should you think of retiring now?
Why don't you look happy when I say it'll be yours? I'd like you to be happy about that, Peter.
For God's sake, Sky.
It's very important to me that you should be happy with what I'm leaving to you, that you should be proud of it. And you are, aren't you, Peter? You are.
Who wouldn't be?
I want you to be proud of me. I want to know that I've accomplished something. I want to feel that it had some meaning. I want to be sure that it wasn't all for nothing.
You're not sure. Not sure.
What's the matter?
At your age, with your name, with your prestige, with your...
I want to be sure. I've worked very hard.
But you're not sure. Well, I know somebody who'll be sure. At the end of his life, who'll be so goddamn sure. I'd like to cut his damn throat for it.
Who?
What's the matter with us? What are we even talking about?
I don't know.
That evening, Francon came to Peter's for dinner.
Congratulations.
Why, that's so incredibly kind of you, Mr. Francone.
When he congratulated Dominique, his face was serious, but instead of the mockery he'd expected, he saw a sudden understanding. It was late when the newlyweds were alone.
All right, let's get it over with.
As Peter lay on top of her in the darkness, his desire satisfied but not satiated by the lifeless body beneath him, he felt defeated in the one act he'd hoped to impose upon her.
God damn you.
Then he remembered.
Who was he? The man at the quarry.
Howard Rourke.
Rourke!
Peter, if I could do this, I can do anything now.
If you think I'm going to bother you often, if that's your idea of...
As often or as seldom as you wish, Peter.
A few days later...
Ellsworth, isn't my wife beautiful?
No less than I expected.
Actually, Ellsworth, it was Dominique who invited you. I didn't ask her to. You're our first formal guest, our best friend. I've always had the idea you two didn't like each other. God knows where I got that.
The office calling for you, Mr. Keating.
So, you've come back to the fold, have you?
It appears that way.
No more pleas for mercy?
Does it appear they will be necessary?
How do you like it? I should imagine Peter's not bad, but not as good as the man we're both thinking of,
What are you talking about, Ellsworth?
Oh, come, my dear. You've been in love with Rourke from the first moment you saw him in Kiki's drawing room, but he wouldn't spit at you, would he?
Is that what you think?
Isn't it obvious? Woman scorned. It's also obvious that Rourke would be the man you'd want, and that you want him in the most primitive way.
When Peter came back...
Before I go, Peter, we must have a chat about the rebuilding of Rourke's temple. I want you to bitch that up, too.
The temple was carved into 5 floors by...
Peter Keating.
Ralston Holcomb.
Gordon L. Prescott.
Hopton Stoddard Home for Subnormal Children. Right this way, ladies and gentlemen. Yes, our generous checks support this wonderful work, and of course, our other courses, forums, and workshops, hosted by yours truly.
Our work here is not charity, but human reclamation. The most important time of the day is the hour assigned to art activities. In this room, the children are given materials and encouraged to create freely. Now, you see...
She pointed to a dog with blue spots and 5 legs being drawn by an inmate of uncertain age and sex.
Isn't that wonderful and moving? There's no telling how far the child will go with the proper encouragement. Think of what happens to their little souls if they're frustrated in their creative instincts. It's so important not to deny them a chance for self-expression. Look at her face. Her face.
Rourke's office had shrunk to 1 room. The Depression had wrecked the trade. There was little work for any architect. The few commissions that dribbled out were snatched at like vultures.
Rourke, the tabloid hero. Money's too scarce to waste it on lawsuits afterwards.
He was offered a job remodelling a rooming house.
Don't take it, Howard. Offering you that kind of work after the Enright house?
I'll take anything.
He hadn't seen the reconstructed temple, so one evening...
Hello, Mr. Rourke.
Hello.
Please, don't run away.
I wasn't going to.
I think I knew you'd come here someday. I kept inventing excuses to hang about the place.
Well,
you shouldn't mind speaking to me. You see, I understand your work. What I chose to do about it is another matter.
You are free to do what you like.
I understand your work better than any living person. There aren't many who can say that.
You understand, all right.
Then you won't mind talking to me.
About what?
About this structure. What does it look like to you? A senseless mess? Random collection of elements? Do you see no purpose here?
I see none in discussing it.
We're alone here, Rourke. Why don't you tell me what you think of me?
But I don't think of you.
Get me the editor of the Wine and Herald in Springfield.
Yes, Mr. Wynand.
Cummings.
My God, it isn't.
It is. Now listen, one more piece of crap like yesterday's yarn on the last rose of summer, and I'll have you back at your high school bugle.
Yes, Mr. Wynand.
Good morning, Senator. Kind of you to answer this call. I call to thank you for passing the Hayes-Langston bill.
That's so nice of you, Mr. Wynand, but the bill has yet to be passed.
Well, it better be.
On a large table in his office were maps of Stone Ridge, a new community of small homes. Every curb, every street, every house built by Gail Wynand in a year when no one was building.
I've made my fortune on decisions that people called crazy.
An architect for Stone Ridge had yet to be chosen. The profession was abuzz, but Wynand refused to answer queries from the best architects in the country.
Excuse me, Mr. Wynand, but Mr. Toohey requests a word with you.
Send him in. Sit down, Mr. Toohey. How may I be of service to you?
Oh, I'm much more presumptuous than that, Mr. Wynand. I didn't come to ask for your services, but to offer you mine.
In what matter?
Stone Ridge.
Of what use can a newspaper columnist be to Stone Ridge?
A newspaper columnist? None, Mr. Wynand. But an architectural expert?
All right, Toohey. Who are you selling?
Peter Keating.
Well, sell him to me.
You understand, of course, that I'm not connected with Mr. Keating in any way. I'm acting only as his friend, and yours. I felt it my duty to give you my opinion. Not a moral duty, but an aesthetic one. I know that you demand the best in everything, and for a project of this size, there's not an architect living equal to Keating in efficiency, taste, originality, or imagination.
I hear you.
You do?
Of course, but why should I consider your opinion?
Well, I am your architectural expert.
My dear Mr. Toohey, don't confuse me with my readers.
Perhaps there's someone who can convince you of Peter Keating's ability better than I.
And who is that?
Mrs. Peter Keating.
And why would I wish to discuss the matter with her?
Because she's an exceedingly beautiful woman, and an extremely difficult one.
Good God! Am I as obvious as that?
No. I
had no idea that among your many humanitarian activities, you were also a pimp.
Which is the reason why, if you will humor me, that I took the liberty early this morning of sending to your home a present that you may feel justifies a meeting with Mrs. Keating.
Are you offering me a bribe?
I am.
You realize that's the sort of stunt you should be allowed to get away with completely or lose your job over?
I do.
All right, Mr. Toohey. I'll look at your present.
That evening in Winan's penthouse.
In a month or two, Gail, when it gets cold and nasty, let's take the I Do and sail somewhere straight into the sun like we did last winter.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, darling, what does it mean, the name of that wonderful ship of yours?
That's a question I don't answer.
Shall I get my wardrobe ready for the cruise?
Green's your best color. I love what it does to your hair. And your arms against the sea. I'll miss the sight of your naked arms against green silk. Tonight is our last night, my dear.
What reason, Gail?
And the obvious one.
He reached into his pocket, took out a diamond bracelet, and tossed it across the table.
A memorial, my dear. Much more valuable than what it commemorates.
Shall I earn the memorial, Gail?
I had intended that. But no, I'm tired.
After seeing her to the door, Winand retreated to his study. Grabbing a bottle, he sat at his desk. He was 51, and it was a day of no consequence. A small handgun from a drawer found its way into his palm. The thought of death made him feel nothing. He lifted the gun to his forehead. He might have pulled the trigger had a wooden crate not disturbed his line of sight. It was a huge vertical crate. He'd seen it earlier in the evening and thought, what the hell? Then had forgotten it entirely. He tossed the gun in the drawer. Refilling his glass, he tried to guess what the crate might contain. It was too tall for a piece of furniture. He'd expected a small envelope containing a hint of blackmail, though he did think Toohey would have more sense than that. Finding some tools in a drawer, Winand broke the crate open.
You want to know, of course, the name of the model?
Hell no. I want to know the name of the sculptor.
The sculptor? Well, let me see. Stephen Stanley. Stanley something or other. Honestly, I don't remember.
If you knew enough to buy this, you surely knew enough to ask the name and not forget it.
I look it up, Mr. Winand.
Where did you get it?
Some second-hand shop. Oh, one of those places on 2nd Avenue.
How did it get there?
I don't know. I didn't ask. I bought it because I knew the model.
You're lying. If that were all you saw in it, you wouldn't have taken the chance you took. You know very well I've never let anyone see my private gallery. Did you think I'd allow you to contribute to it? Nobody's ever dared offer me a gift of this kind. You wouldn't have risked it unless you were sure, absolutely sure of how great a work it is. Sure I'd have to accept it, that you'd beat me, and you have.
I'm glad to hear it, Mr. Winand.
I'll tell you also that I hate that this comes from you. I hate that you've been able to appreciate it. It doesn't fit. Though I was obviously wrong. You're a greater art expert than I thought.
I'll have to accept that as a compliment, and thank you, Mr. Winand.
Now, what was it you wanted? Am I to understand you won't let me have this unless I grant an interview to Mrs. Peter Keating?
I know, Mr. Winand. It's yours. I only intended for you to understand that this is Mrs. Peter Keating.
So you really did use this as a red lamp in a window. Perhaps you're not as smart as I thought.
But, Mr. Winand...
Surely you know this statue would be the surest way to kill any possible appetite I might have for your Mrs. Keating.
You haven't seen her, Mr. Winand?
She can't have what that sculptor's given her.
You haven't seen her?
Oh, right. I'll see her. But I don't promise you I'll lay her.
Why didn't you wear your emerald bracelet? Prescott's fiancée had everybody gaping at her star sapphire.
I'm sorry, Peter. I'll wear it next time.
It was a nice party. Did you have a good time?
I always have a good time.
I wish I did. Holcomb is such a pain. Such a damn snob. I can't stand him. It didn't show, did it?
No, you behaved very well.
By the way, you shouldn't laugh at Theosophy when you speak to Mrs. Marsh. She believes in it.
I'm sorry. I'll be more careful.
He waited for her to open a subject of conversation, but she said nothing. In the 20 months they'd been married, she'd never spoken first.
Dominique, I'd like to hear what you think.
Of what?
Of Prescott.
I think he's a man worth kissing the ass of.
For Christ's sakes, Dominique.
I'm sorry. That's bad manners, isn't it? Let's see. Prescott is a man, it's pleasant to know. Old families like his deserve a great deal of consideration, and we must have tolerance for the opinions of others because then they'll want to help us. Is that better?
He stared into the fire. He had everything he'd ever wanted. He'd wanted dominance, and was now on top of his profession. He'd wanted fame, and he had an album of clippings. He'd wanted wealth, and now he had enough to live in luxury for the rest of his life.
You're the luckiest fellow on earth.
How did you ever do it?
Say, do you know that gorgeous creature over there?
Slightly. She's my wife.
Only their nights left him miserable. She submitted whenever he wanted it, but it was always the same, an indifferent body in his arms. Each time, he vowed never again to touch her, but the beauty of her presence would reignite the flame. It was his mother who stated the obvious.
I can't stand it. If she would just get angry at me once, call me names, throw things at me, but I can't stand this.
What, Mother?
It's no use, Peter.
His mother, whose arguments, opinions, and reproaches he'd never been able to silence, wouldn't say another word about his marriage. She took a small apartment of her own. He should have been happy, but he wasn't.
Nobody's coming tonight.
No. Shall I leave you alone?
No! Of course not. I'm glad to have an evening with my wife all to myself. What would you like to do tonight?
Anything.
Want to go to a movie?
Do you?
I don't know. It kills the time.
All right. Let's kill time.
No. Why should we? That sounds awful.
Does it?
Why should we run from our own home?
Okay, let's stay here.
Dominique, you're so beautiful. You're always so utterly beautiful. I always want to tell you.
You're allowed to tell me anything, Peter.
I love to look at you. I always think of what Prescott said.
Dominique is God's perfect exercise in structural mathematics.
And Ellsworth.
Dominique's a reproach to every other female on earth.
And Holcomb? What did he say?
Oh, never mind. Hello? Hello, Ellsworth. No, not a thing. Free as a lark. Sure, come over.
How nice. A fire. And just the two of you. Hope I'm not intruding.
Hello, Ellsworth.
You're never intruding. It's so good to see you, Ellsworth. When I heard your voice on the phone, I wanted to jump and yelp like a pup.
Don't wag your tail, though. How have you been doing, Dominique?
Same as a year ago.
But not 2 years ago.
How were you 2 years ago?
You weren't married. The Stoddard Temple was just being completed.
Oh, that.
Hear anything about your friend Rourke?
No, I don't think he's worked for a year. He's finished this time.
Yes, I think so.
Got the banner pretty much where you want it, Ellsworth?
No, I can't say I have. Not quite. There are always the unknowns.
What are you talking about?
Professional gossip. By the way, what are you doing about Stonebridge?
I thought you were doing something about it. You know perfectly well that if it were anyone else, I'd get that commission just like that. I wouldn't even have to ask. The owner would come to me. But Mr. Gale Wynand? You'd think he was a holy llama who's allergic to the air I breathe.
You tried, I gather.
I spent $500 feeding lunches and pouring booze into all sorts of crappy people who said they could get me in to meet him. All I got was hangovers. It'd be easier to meet the Pope.
Then you do want Stonebridge.
Are you playing with me, Ellsworth? I'd give my soul for it.
Would you, Peter?
What's on your mind, Ellsworth?
Just a suggestion. Who's been your most effective salesman and got you some of your best commissions?
Dominique, I guess.
And since you can't get to Wynand, and it wouldn't do you any good if you could, don't you think Dominique's the only one who could persuade him?
Are you crazy, Ellsworth?
From what I've heard, Gale Wynand doesn't do favors for a woman unless she's beautiful. And if she's beautiful, he doesn't do it as a favor.
That's silly. How would Dominique ever get in to see him?
By phoning his office and making an appointment.
But how do you know he'd grant it?
Because he told me so.
When?
Last night.
I don't believe it.
I do, or Ellsworth wouldn't have started this conversation. So, Wynand promised you he'd see me.
Yes, my dear.
How did you work that?
I offered him a convincing argument. I'd advise you not to delay. It's been a while since you've undertaken a difficult feat like this, for Peter's sake.
If Peter wants me to.
If I want you to, it's the chance of a lifetime.
All right, Peter. I'll phone Wynand tomorrow.
Ellsworth, you're wonderful.
Get us a drink, Peter. We should celebrate.
You expected it.
Of course.
What's the real purpose? Why are you so anxious to have me sleep with Wynand?
Don't you think it would be an interesting experience for all concerned?
You're not satisfied with the way my marriage has turned out, are you?
Not entirely. Halfway.
You've got Peter right where you want him. A leading architect in the country, clinging to your boots.
I've never liked your style of expression, but it is accurate.
But only half successful.
My fault. I should have known better than to expect someone like Peter, even in the role of husband, to destroy you.
And you think Wynand will finish the job?
Right. What do you think?
What have you got on Wynand? Don't act like you're shocked.
Let's just say I've been planning to have him meet you for a long time.
And then there's Stonebridge.
Yes, there's Stone Ridge. I knew that would appeal to you. You'd never sell yourself to save your country or your soul or the man you loved. But you'd sell yourself to get a commission for Peter he doesn't deserve. Let's see what's left of you afterwards. Or of Wynand.
You're right, Ellsworth.
Even the part about the man you loved?
Yes.
You don't like to hear that name pronounced, do you?
Howard Rourke.
To the New York Banner and Gail Wynand.
How do you do, Mrs. Keating?
How do you do, Mr. Wynand?
You look like a stylized version of a stylized version. As a rule, seeing the models of artworks tends to make one atheistic. But this time, it's a close one between that sculptor and God.
What sculptor?
The one who did the statue of you.
And where and when did you see that statue, Mr. Wynand?
In my private gallery this morning.
And where did you get it?
Why, your friend Ellsworth gave it to me as a present.
To obtain this appointment?
More or less. Do you mind me having it?
Not particularly.
But you're not delighted?
No.
Am I to gather you lost track of the statue and have been trying to find it?
For 2 years.
Well, you can't have it. You might have Stone Ridge, though.
I changed my mind. I'm delighted Tui gave it to you.
Because it bought this interview?
Because you're the person next to last in this world that I'd like to have that statue. But Tui's last.
You didn't know Tui had it?
No.
We should interrogate our mutual friend. There are too many things he failed to mention. The name of the sculptor, for instance.
He didn't tell you that.
No.
Stephen Mallory.
Not the one who took a shot at me. And Tui told me he couldn't remember the name. There's a special kind of subtlety in being as blatant as that. I almost like his artistry.
I don't share your taste.
Isn't that the wrong thing for you to say?
Probably.
You're interesting.
I'm not trying to be.
About the statue, tell me, when was it made and for whom?
Another thing Mr. Tui forgot.
Apparently.
Do you remember a scandal about a building called the Started Temple? 2 years ago. You were away at the time.
How do you know where I was 2 years ago? Wait, the Stoddard Temple. I remember. A sacrilegious church or something that gave the Bible Brigade a fit.
That's right.
There was the statue of a naked woman involved.
Yes.
I was somewhere in Bali. I don't read newspapers when I'm sailing.
Have you seen pictures of the temple?
No. Was it worthy of the statue?
The statue was almost worthy of the building.
Which was destroyed, wasn't it?
With the help of your papers.
I remember Alva had a good time with it. A big story. Alva did well. By the way, how did you know I was away?
That story cost me my job.
Your job? With me?
You mean you don't know my name used to be Dominique Francon?
No.
It seems Tui's played a joke on us.
To hell with Tui. You're Dominique Francon?
I was.
You worked in this building for years.
6 years.
Why haven't I met you before?
Do you want me to say it plainly?
Yes.
I had no desire to.
With the kind of beauty you have and the reputation I have, why didn't you try to make a real career for yourself at the Banner?
I never wanted a career at the Banner.
Why?
For the same reason you don't read papers on your yacht.
That's a good reason. What was it you did to get fired?
I tried to defend the Started Temple.
Didn't you know better than to attempt sincerity at the Banner?
That's something I would say.
Am I entertaining you?
I liked working here.
You're the only one who's ever said that in this building.
I must be one of two.
Who's the other?
That would be you, Mr. Wynand.
Dominique Francon. I used to like your stuff. I almost wish you were here to ask for your old job back.
I'm here to discuss Stone Ridge.
Of course. Well, tell me.
I'd like you to give that commission to my husband. Of course, there's no reason why you should, unless I agree to sleep with you in exchange. If you consider that a sufficient reason, I'm willing to do it.
He looked at her silently. She stood looking at him with a face completely undisturbed.
That is what I was going to suggest, but not so crudely, and not at our first meeting.
I've saved you time and lies.
You love your husband very much.
I loathe him.
But you have great faith in his artistic ability.
I think he's a third-rate architect.
Then why are you doing this? this?
It amuses me.
I thought I was the only one who acted on such things.
You won't mind. You've never found originality a particularly desirable virtue, have you, Mr. Wynand?
You don't care if your husband gets Stone Ridge or not.
No.
And you have no desire to sleep with me.
None.
I could admire a woman who'd put on an act like that. Only it's not an act.
Please don't begin admiring me. I'll do my best to repel it.
As a matter of fact, your motive is to give yourself to me. You don't want Stone Ridge. You want to sell yourself for the lowest price to the lowest person you can find.
I didn't expect you to understand that.
You wish to express, through sex, your utter contempt for me.
No, Mr. Wynand. For myself.
Most people go to great lengths to convince themselves of their self-respect, but a quest for self-contempt? You'll never achieve it.
I didn't expect you to understand that either.
Shall I tell you formally that I accept your offer? As a matter of fact, I don't care who builds Stone Ridge. I've never hired a good architect. I give the public what it wants. I was stuck for a choice this time because I'm tired of the bunglers who've worked for me, and it's hard to decide without standards or merit. I'm actually grateful to you for giving me a much better motive than any I could have hoped for.
Well?
You'll go with me for a 2-month cruise on my yacht. We'll sail in 10 days. When we come back, you'll be free to return to your husband with the contract for Stone Ridge.
Very well.
I'd like to meet your husband. Will you both dine with me Monday night?
Yes, if you wish.
How will I tell the difference between you and your statue?
I don't know.
It's startling to see the same elements used in two forms with opposite themes. Everything about you in the statue is about transcendence, but your own theme is suffering.
I wasn't aware that was so.
No happy person can be quite so impervious to pain.
Wynand phoned his art dealer.
I want you to anonymously buy up all of the works of the sculptor Stephen Mallory.
Mallory?
You heard me.
I didn't mention your name, but Mr. Mallory would like to know what brought him to your attention.
Tell him I saw one of his works.
A few days later, in the newsroom.
Mr. Toohey, have so many tried to kill me that you can't remember their names?
I'm sure quite a few would like to.
You flatter your fellow men.
Peter, my boy, so glad to see you. Where have you been hiding? Why don't I see you around anymore?
Mr. Wynand, Mr. Holcomb.
Not Mr. Gale Wynand.
The one and only.
Delighted.
You don't have to be afraid of introducing another architect to me, Mr. Keating.
Afraid, Mr. Wynand?
Hasn't Mrs. Keating told you that Stone Ridge is yours?
She hasn't. I thought this dinner might. Do you always throw in surprises like that?
Whenever I can.
I shall do my best to live up to your expectations, Mr. Wynand.
I have no doubt about that.
The public's been kind to my past endeavors, but I shall make Stone Ridge my finest achievement.
That's quite a promise, considering the distinguished list of your works. Oh, I know them well. The Prudential Bank, which is genuine Palladio. The Slaughtern, which is stolen Christopher Wren. The Cosmo, which is pure I don't know who. Look what illustrious company I get for the price of one. It's quite a bargain.
I've heard about your sense of humor, Mr. Wynand.
Your wife has a lovely body, Mr. Keating. Her shoulders are too thin, but completely in line with the rest of her. Her legs are too long, but that gives her the elegance you find in a good yacht. Her breasts are beautiful, don't you think?
Architecture can be a crude profession, Mr. Wynand. If I didn't know you were a perfect gentleman, I might misunderstand it.
Oh, you should misunderstand it.
Mr. Wynand, I don't...
Shall I be more explicit?
No,
Shall we drop the subject?
Let's talk about Stone Ridge.
But we are, Mr. Keating.
Now, I know you're joking, Mr. Wynand.
Am I?
Things like this aren't being done.
Aren't they?
Not like this.
I grant you, I'm behaving abominably. I'm breaking all the rules. It's extremely cruel of me, I admit.
Please, Mr. Wynand, I don't know what I'm supposed to do.
Well, you're supposed to slap my face. You were supposed to do that several minutes ago. Of course, you don't have to. There's Mr. Holcomb there. He can build Stone Ridge just as well as you.
Why are you doing this, Mr. Wynand?
It's not to torture you, Peter. He's doing it to see how much I can take.
That's partly true. The other part is to justify myself.
In whose eyes?
Yours and mine. The banner is a contemptible paper. I've paid with my honor for the privilege of observing how honor operates in other men.
Several days before they were to set sail...
Yes?
Could you come over right now? Oh, it's not what you think. I live up to my agreements. It's just that I want to show you something. We're not going to my house. We're going to my private gallery.
As Dominique stepped into the gallery, she remembered that no outsider had ever seen it. She walked silently through the vast carpeted rooms for hours, looking at the incredible treasures of beauty. There was no sound from outside, no windows. He followed her, stopping when she stopped, his eyes on her face. She passed by, without stopping, the statue from the temple. When she was finished, he followed her to the door.
Why did you want me to see this? It won't make me think better of you. Worse, perhaps.
If I had thought of it that way. But I didn't. I just wanted you to see it.
Dominique stared at the gold letters on the bow of Wynand's yacht.
I do. What does it mean?
My answer to the sentence I heard the most in my childhood. You don't run things around here.
The moment they stepped on board, the yacht began moving. When they went below, he walked her to her cabin.
Let me know if there's anything you want.
When dinner was announced, Wynand knocked at her door.
You haven't asked me where we're going.
I don't care.
I'm glad, because I never have any definite destination. This boat is not for going places, but getting away from them. When I stop at a port, it's only for the pleasure of leaving it. I think here's one more place that can't hold me.
This ship is becoming to you.
Thank you. Was my art gallery becoming?
Yes, only it's less excusable.
I wouldn't want you to make excuses for me.
When they'd finished dinner, she waited for the inevitable invitation, but it didn't come.
Let's go on deck.
May I guess something you've never felt?
Sure.
You've never felt small when looking at the ocean.
Never. Nor looking at the planets. Why should I? When I look at the ocean, I feel the greatness of man to create this ship to conquer all that useless space. When I look at mountains, I think of tunnels and dynamite. When I look at the planets, aircraft.
That sacred rapture they say you feel contemplating nature. I've never felt it. Only from...
What?
Buildings, skyscrapers.
I'd give the greatest sunset in the world for one sight of New York's skyline. People tell me about their trips to some dank jungle hellhole where they pay homage to a crumbling temple created by some leprous savage. Let them come to New York, stand on the shore of the Hudson and look and kneel. When I see the city from my window, I don't feel how small I am, but that if a war threatened all this, I'd like to throw myself into space over the city and protect these buildings with my life.
I don't know whether I'm listening to you or to myself.
People are so eager to make themselves small before nature. How virtuous a person sounds when he says that. Oh, I'm so glad to be a pygmy. As if their best is dust before an earthquake, sand in the face of a hurricane. That's not the spirit that unleashed fire, steam, electricity, that built airplanes and dams and skyscrapers. What is it that they hate so much? Those who love to crawl.
And I find the answer to that. When are we going below?
We're not going below. Will you marry me?
What?
I know you don't love me. I'm only your tool of self-destruction. I know all that. I accept it. But I still want you to marry me. To match your worst. Not against my worst, but against my best. Now, your first victim wasn't worthy, I know, but I'm pleading my case on your own terms. What I want from the marriage isn't important. You don't have to consider it. I ask for no promises and impose no obligations. You'd be free to leave whenever you want. Incidentally, I love you.
I didn't want that.
I know, but you made a mistake. You let me see who you are.
Isn't that ridiculous after the way we met?
I've spent my whole life pulling the strings of the world. I've seen it all. You think I could believe any inner beauty that didn't come twisted into the dreadful shape yours is?
You want me to marry you, to become Mrs. Wynand Papers.
If you wish to call it that, yes.
I will marry you.
You will? We'll cut the cruise short. You'll leave for Reno the day after we return. Your husband can have Stone Ridge and anything else he wants. We'll be married the day you get back.
Yes, Gail. Now let's go below.
No, I won't touch you until we're married. I know it's a silly gesture, but that's why I want it.
As you wish.
He pulled her to him and kissed her mouth. It was so intense. She tried to stiffen, but felt her body responding, forgetting everything but the physical touch of the man who held her. When he let her go, she knew he had noticed.
Good night. I think I'll stay out here for a while.
What's the matter? Don't I get Stonebridge?
You'll get Stonebridge, Peter. Mr. Wynand will tell you the rest tonight.
Any words I speak will be offensive, so I'll be brief. I'm going to marry your wife. She's leaving for Reno tomorrow. Here's the contract for Stone Ridge. I've signed it, attached as a check. It's in addition to what you'll receive under the contract. I'd appreciate it if you didn't comment. I know I could have had your consent for less, but I don't want a discussion. Shall we consider the matter settled?
I don't want it. You can have my consent for nothing.
You don't want Stone Ridge either?
I want Stone Ridge. I want it all. Why should you get away with it?
Peter didn't go home, but walked to his designer's apartment and began to make a wild night of it. Paying for everyone in the bar, Peter seemed anxious to find ever more things to pay for, leaving exorbitant tips.
We're friends, aren't we? Aren't we friends? Aren't we?
The next day, after registering that the house was empty and she was gone, he went to work as usual. That evening...
Oh, hello, Peter. You catch me on the worst possible evening. But sit down. Sit down. What's the matter?
Peter reached into his coat and produced a crumpled $10,000 check signed over to Ellsworth Toohey.
Please, Ellsworth, take it. For a good cause. You know best.
Very handsome of you, Peter. Very handsome. What's the occasion?
You remember what you said, that it doesn't matter what we are or do if we help others. That's all that counts. That's good, isn't it? That's clean.
Of course.
You're my friend, aren't you? You're the only friend I've got. I'm not even friendly with myself, but you are. With me, aren't you, Ellsworth?
Why, of course. It's more valuable than any friendship with yourself.
You understand. Nobody else does. You like me.
Devotedly, when I have the time.
Ellsworth,
What is it, Peter? What is this all about?
I sold Dominique.
What are you talking about?
She's gone to Reno.
What?
To get a divorce, so she can marry him.
Oh, you fool! You shouldn't have allowed it.
What could I do? Against Wynand?
Let him marry her.
Why not? It's better than...
I didn't think he'd ever... Damn it! I'm a bigger fool than you are.
But it's better for Dominique if...
To hell with Dominique! It's Wynand I'm thinking about. Keep still, will you? Let me think.
After a moment, Toohey shrugged, sat down beside Peter, and slipped an arm around his shoulders.
I've been inexcusably rude. It was just a shock. You mustn't take it too hard. It doesn't matter. You're only human. Who has the right to cast the first stone? We're all human.
He can't. Not Dominique Francon.
He will, as soon as she returns.
I'm fond of Dominique. Always have been. But to have her as Mrs. Gail Wynand...
My sentiments exactly.
I've always advised him to marry. He skated on pretty thin ice for a very long time. But Dominique? It's...
Not suitable.
Nope, it isn't. Why, she's dangerous.
And so is he.
In some ways, yes.
My esteemed editor, there are times when it's helpful to formulate things. Now, we two are variations on a theme, but our dear boss is quite another tune. He's an accident waiting to happen, and dear Dominique is a speeding convertible. Must I state things any plainer?
You're a smart man, Ellsworth.
Yes.
I'll talk to him. You better not. He hates your guts, and I don't think it'll make any difference.
No, but it's always good to admit defeat, when it must be admitted.
But then why did you...
Tell you? Advance information.
I appreciate it, Ellsworth. I really do.
Later that evening...
Gail, you know that I want you to be happy. You know that. I've known Dominique for years. Long before you ever heard of her. I love her like a daughter. But you got to admit, she's not the kind of woman your public will expect as Mrs. Gail Wynand. Your wife is a public figure, Gail. Automatically. A public property. Your readers will demand and expect certain things from her. How do you expect Dominique to live up to that? How do you expect her to preserve appearances? She's the wildest person I know. And worst of all, a divorcee. We've spent tons of good print standing for the sanctity of the home and the purity of womanhood. How am I going to sell your wife to them?
Don't you think this conversation had better end, Alva?
Yes, Gail. I know. We'll put Dominique back on the paper and we'll have her write a column. A different kind of column. A column on the home. You know, household hands, babies, and...
Shut up, Alva.
Yes, Gail.
Tomorrow morning, you'll send a memo to every one of our papers. You'll tell them to go through their files and find any pictures of Dominique and destroy them. You'll tell them that henceforth, any mention of her name or use of her picture in any of my papers will cost the editor responsible their job. When the time comes, you'll have an announcement of my marriage appear in all our papers. The briefest announcement you can compose. No commentaries, no stories, no pictures. Remember, it's anyone's job, yours included, if this is disobeyed.
But good God, Gail, it's news. The other papers will...
I don't care what the other papers do.
Meanwhile, in a surprise speech...
We have hesitated for a long time to acknowledge the powerful phenomenon known as modern architecture. Such caution is required for anyone who acts as mentor to the public taste. Too often, isolated expressions can be mistaken for a broad popular movement, and one should be careful not to ascribe them a significance they do not deserve. But modern architecture has stood the test of time, has answered the demand of the masses, and we're glad to salute it. This new architecture demands unadorned simplicity, like the simple honesty of the common man. Under the old system of exploitation, the most useful societal elements, the servants, were never permitted to realize their importance. Their practical functions were disguised by fancy uniforms, while the functional elements, doors, windows, stairways, were likewise hidden beneath heavy ornamentation. But in a modern building, it is precisely these useful elements that come starkly into the open. Do we not hear in this the voice of a new world, where the worker shall come into his own? As an example, call your attention to the new plant of the Bassett Brush Company, designed by Augustus Webb, a young architect of tremendous promise.
Ellsworth, did you mean it?
What?
About modern architecture.
Of course I meant it. How do you like my little speech?
It was terrific, very convincing. But why do you pick Gus? I've done lots of modernistic things the last few years. The Palmer building was quite bare, and the Mowry building was nothing but roof and windows, and the Sheldon warehouse.
Now, Peter, don't be a hog. I've done pretty well by you, haven't I? Let someone else get a boost once in a while.
For Peter, the task of designing Stone Ridge proved too daunting, so he turned it over to his staff.
Make it some sort of period. The homeowners won't go for it otherwise. Historical touches, but with a modern feeling. Any way you want.
He told Francon about the divorce.
It's all right, Peter. It's not your fault or hers.
Soon after, Francon retired.
I told you it was coming. I'm tired. Good luck, Peter.
Stone Ridge would be the last Francon and Keating contract. When Dominique stepped off the train...
Hello, Gail.
Hello, Dominique. My car is waiting. Had I known you'd look like that, I wouldn't have been able to stand the waiting. I love you.
I'm glad to be back, Gail. I didn't know I would be, but I'm glad. Where are we going?
To get the license, then to the judge's office.
I want a real wedding, and I want it at the most ostentatious hotel in town. I want engraved invitations, guests, celebrities, flowers, flashbulbs, and newsreel cameras. I want the kind of wedding the public expects of Gail Wynand.
All right. That'll take a week to arrange. I'll have to take you to a hotel. Where would you like to stay?
At your penthouse?
No.
In the Nordland lobby.
A week from today, at the Belmont. The invitations will be in the name of your father. Let him know I'll be in touch with him.
The mockery of the reception wasn't lost on the bride or the groom. Of all the hundreds, they were the only ones to whom the performance was odious.
I want you to be happy, my dear. I want it very much. I hope he's the right man.
I hope you're happy, Dominique, but why?
What are you talking about, Alva?
The blackout, of course.
What blackout?
You know full well what blackout. With every sheet in the city here, every damn one of them. The lousiest tabloid included. The wire services too. Everything but the banner. Not a single Wynand paper. How am I to explain? Is that a thing to do to a former comrade of the trade?
You're going to have to repeat that, Alva.
You mean you didn't know Gail wouldn't allow a single one of our people here? That we won't have any stories tomorrow? Not a spread, not a picture, only 2 lines on page 18?
No, I didn't know.
She handed Alva her champagne glass and made her way to Wynand.
Let's go, Gail.
Yes, my dear.
Finally, she stood inside his penthouse.
Well, you were married as you wanted to be married.
I guess so. It was useless to try to torture you.
I didn't mind it too much.
You didn't.
It's what you wanted. It was only a matter of keeping my promise.
But you hated it, Gail.
Utterly. So what? It was only hard when you first said it in the car. And anyway, if you wanted to make me suffer, you wouldn't have been completely indifferent to me.
No, I guess not.
You're a good loser, Dominique.
I'm catching that from you. By the way, there's something I want to thank you for.
What?
That you banned our wedding from the Wynand papers.
That's out of character. You're thanking me for that.
It was out of character for you to do it. I haven't asked you what we're going to do now. Are we going on a honeymoon? I thought about the wedding and nothing else.
We're not going anywhere, unless you want to. Then we stay here. Going away has always meant running for you and me. This time, we don't run.
Later, as she lay in his bed, she pressed her palms to the sheets so as not to let her arms move and touch him.
That won't do, Dominique.
She knew then that the barrier between them would not hold, that she had no power to hold it. She felt the answer in her body, an answer of acceptance, of pleasure.
Now, do you get the point?
He stood leaning against the back of Alva's chair as Alva sat staring at a hamper full of mail.
Thousands Ellsworth. You ought to see what they call him. Why didn't he print the story of his wedding? What's he ashamed of? What's he got to hide? How could he marry a divorcee? That's what they're all asking. Thousands. And he won't even look at the letters.
Oh dear.
Here's a sample. I'm a respectable woman, a mother of 5 children who's taken your paper for 14 years. But now you show you're the kind of man that has no decency and makes a mockery of the holy institution of marriage with a fallen woman, another man's wife, who gets married in a black dress as she jolly well ought to. I won't read your newspaper anymore as you're not a man fit for children. I read it to him. He just laughed. What's got into him?
Nothing's got into him. Something's got out, at last.
Know how many papers dug up pictures of her nude statue from that goddamn temple and ran it right with a wedding story? Are they ever glad to get back at Gail? They're giving it to him. The lies. Of course, it's just one of those storms in a teacup. They'll forget all about it in a few weeks. Shouldn't do much harm.
Not by itself.
Are you predicting something?
Those letters predicted, not the letters themselves, but that he wouldn't read them.
Oh, it's no use getting silly either. Gail knows where to stop and when. Let's not make a mountain out of a Christ, Ellsworth, you're right. What are we gonna do?
Nothing, my friend. Not for a long time yet.
For 2 weeks, neither Dominique nor Wynand left the penthouse. When he returned from work, the world ceased to exist. He erected a wall between his wife and his papers. She would not head committees, sponsor charity drives, or endorse crusades. In general, she liked this arrangement, though once...
I've never apologized for the banner, and never will.
But this is really awful, Gail.
Don't expect me to change the banner, or sacrifice it, Dominique. I wouldn't do that for anyone.
At the banner, Wynand worked with a newfound drive. He sometimes stayed in the office all night, as he hadn't in a long time.
We were wrong about him, Ellsworth. It's the same old Gail. God bless him, better than ever.
My dear Alva, nothing's ever as simple as you think.
But he's happy. Don't you see? He's happy.
To be happy is the most dangerous thing that could have happened to him.
Popular banner columnist Sally Brent, who dressed like a model and wrote like a chambermaid, decided to outwit her boss, gaining clandestine access to the Wynand penthouse.
Mrs. Wynand, I've come here to help you deceive your husband.
I see.
Our dear Mr. Wynand has been unfair to you, my dear, depriving you of your rightful fame. But we'll fix him. What can a man do when we girls get together, eh? He simply doesn't know what good copy you are. So just give me your story. I'll write it, and it'll be so good that he simply won't be able not to run it.
So Dominique did?
Yes, of course. I cook his breakfast. Ham and eggs is his favorite. Just plain ham and eggs. Oh yes, Miss Brent, I'm very happy. I open my eyes in the morning and I say to myself, it can't be true. It's not poor little me who's become the wife of the great Gail Wynand, who had all the glamorous beauties of the world to choose from. You see, I'd been in love with him for years. He was just a dream to me, a beautiful, impossible dream. And now it's like a dream come true. Please, Miss Brent, take this message from me to the women of America. Patience is always rewarded and romance is just around the corner. Perhaps it'll help other girls as it's helped me. Yes, all I want is to make Gail happy, to share his joys and his sorrows, to be a good wife and mother.
It's terrific!
Run it, Alva, just to proof, and leave it on his desk. He'll okay it, see if he won't.
Not only is she fired, I never want her allowed in the building again, for any purpose whatsoever.
But Gail, you can't fire Sally!
When I can't fire anyone I want on my paper, I'll close it and blow up the goddamn building.
But her public! We'll lose her public!
To hell with her public.
That night, Wynand took from his pocket a crumpled proof of the story and threw it at Dominique's feet. The following night, in her dressing room, as he bent to kiss her, Wynand spotted a cable in the corner of her mirror.
Fire the bitch, GW. How did you get that?
Ellsworth gave it to me. I thought it was worth preserving.
The next morning, she thought she'd find the cable gone, but he hadn't touched it. In the spring, when he'd been away at a convention, she surprised him by greeting him at the airport.
What a treat.
At home,
You'd better dress, Gail. We're going to the theater tonight.
Are we? Okay.
I have tickets for No Skin Off Your Nose. They were very hard to get.
Good God, Dominique, not that one.
Tui, Alva, Sally, before she was fired, all said it was gold. I thought you'd want to see it.
in the audience, there was mostly silence, an air of inanities uttered as revelations. The playwright and his supporters had made it clear anyone unable to enjoy the play was, basically, worthless.
It's wonderful. I don't understand it, but I have a feeling it's something important.
Shall we go?
No, we'll stay to the end.
He was quiet in the car on the way home. She thought again of what she'd thought in the theatre, that it was the banner that had destroyed the Stoddard Temple, and the Stoddard Temple had been destroyed to make room for this play.
Dominique, what's the matter?
I think you should take a manuscript of that play and place it on a stand in your gallery. I think you should rechristen your yacht and call her No Skin Off Your Nose.
Quiet!
And I think that every night you should make me play the character who adopts the homeless muskrat and...
I said quiet! If you want to hear it, it made me sick, as you knew it would. So of a great many things the banner has done. The banner was created for the benefit of fools. What else do you want me to say?
Just say what you felt.
Disgusted, because you sat there with me. But that's what you wanted, wasn't it, to make me feel wretched? Still, you miscalculated, because I thought this is what people are like, but I've found you. So I did suffer, but only to a certain point, and then...
Shut up, God damn you! I'm sorry, Gail. I had no right to say that to you.
What is it, Dominique?
Nothing.
It's not just that fool play. There was something else for you tonight in your face. What is it?
Will you forgive me?
What is there to forgive? It was the condition of marrying me, to make me pay for the banner.
I don't want to make you pay for it.
Why don't you?
It can't be paid for.
She stood at the yacht's rail, looking at Wynand stretched out in a deck chair.
Gail?
He opened his eyes.
I wish I had a recording of that. I'd like to play it back in the bedroom.
I'll repeat it there, if you like.
I shouldn't presume too much. It's not as though you're in love with me.
Why do you think that?
If you loved a man, it wouldn't be just a matter of a circus wedding and an atrocious evening in the theater. You'd put him through complete hell.
How do you know that?
Because I love you. If you were in love, you'd want to be broken, trampled, dominated. Because that's the inconceivable for you in a relationship. That'd be the gift you'd want to offer the man you love. It wouldn't be easy for you.
If that's true, then why are you...
gentle and humble, to your great astonishment, because I'm the worst scoundrel living.
I don't believe that.
Am I not the person before last anymore?
Not anymore.
If you look at me too closely, you'll see things you won't like.
What things?
You're so beautiful, Dominique.
What things?
You know what you're in love with? Integrity. And there's only one place where that can be found. Art. That you wanted in the flesh. Hell, I've never had any integrity.
Are you sure?
Have you forgotten the banner?
To hell with the banner.
It's nice to hear you say that. But the truth is, I've never felt any need for integrity. I hate the very idea of it. It's presumptuous.
Dwight Carson.
Yes, the man I bought. The individualist who became a glorifier of collectives and a drunk. I did that. That was worse than the banner, wasn't it?
You don't like to be reminded of that.
No. But you know, of all the giants I've broken, I don't think anybody ever realized just how much I enjoyed doing it. It's a kind of lust. I'm perfectly indifferent to slugs like Ellsworth Toohey or Alva, but let me see a person of slightly higher dimension, and I've got to make a Carson out of him. I've got to. It's like a sex urge.
I think you underestimate Ellsworth Toohey.
Don't expect me to try to untangle that snail's shell.
What about me? Why didn't you set out to destroy me?
Because I love you. I had to love you. God help you if you were a man.
Gail, why?
Why all this?
Yes.
Power. The only thing I ever wanted. To know that there's not a man living I can't force to do anything. Anything I choose. The man I can't break will destroy me. I've spent years finding out how safe I am. They say I have no sense of honor. I've missed out on something. Well, I haven't missed out on much. Because the things I've missed, they don't exist.
Are you sure?
I've had a lot of fun proving it.
Yes, but why tell this to me? It's not what you want me to think of you.
No, it isn't. But I want to be honest with you. Just you and me. I wouldn't have the courage to tell you anywhere else. Only here it doesn't seem real, does it?
No.
I think I hoped here you'd accept it and still think of me as you did when you said my name earlier, and I wanted to record it.
One night on their roof garden...
Ah, there they are. The sky skyscrapers. Do you remember? They were the first link between us.
I remember.
I like to see a man standing at the foot of a skyscraper. They say it makes him no bigger than an ant, but it's man who made it. The whole incredible mass of stone and steel. It doesn't dwarf him. It makes him greater than the structure. It reveals his true dimensions. What we love about these buildings is their creative power. The heroic in man.
He pointed south to a red light.
That's the Banner Building. See, over there, that blue light? Yeah, I've done so many things, but there's no whining building. Someday, I'll build a new home for the Banner. It'll be the greatest structure in the city. I started in a dump when the paper was called the Gazette, but I thought then of the whining building that would rise someday. I've thought of it all the years since.
Why haven't you built it?
I wasn't ready.
Why not?
Well, I'm not ready now. I'll know the right time when it comes.
He pointed west to some dim, scattered lights.
That's Hell's Kitchen, where I was born. I was 16 when I stood on a roof and looked at the city like tonight and decided what I would be.
Gale, fire Ellsworth Toohey.
Why?
Gale, listen. I've never wanted to stop Toohey. I've even helped him. I thought he was what the world deserved, and I never thought it would be the Banner, which he fits best, that I'd want to save from him.
What on earth are you talking about?
Gale, I didn't know I'd come to feel this kind of loyalty to you. It contradicts everything I've done, everything I am. I only know that this is what I owe you. Fire Ellsworth Toohey. Get him out before it's too late. You've broken much less vicious men, and much less dangerous. Fire Toohey. Go after him and don't rest until you've destroyed every last bit of him.
Why? Why should you think of him just now?
Because I know what he's after.
What?
Control of the wine and papers. Gale.
Oh, for God's sakes, Dominique.
You've never understood him.
And I don't care to. Can you see me going after Ellsworth Toohey? A tank to eliminate a bedbug? Why should I fire Elsie? He's the kind that makes money for me. People love to read his twaddle. I don't fire good booby traps like that. He's like a piece of flypaper.
That's part of the danger.
Look, I've had bigger and better sob sisters on my payroll. When a few had to be kicked out, that was the end of them. Their popularity stopped at the door to the Banner, but the Banner went on.
It's not his popularity. You can't fight him on his terms. You're only a tank, an honest tank that goes first out in front and mows down everything in its path. He's a corrosive gas, the kind that eats lungs out. You know what he's after, don't you?
Control of the wine and papers.
As a means to an end.
What end?
Control of the world.
What kind of gag is this?
I'm serious, Gale. Absolutely serious.
Control of the world, my dear, belongs to men like me.
It's hard to describe, but if you'll listen to me...
I won't listen. Forgive me, but the idea of Ellsworth Toohey as a threat is ridiculous. No, darling, I don't think you understand and don't want you to. Forget it. Leave the Banner to me.
Is that a demand?
It's an ultimatum.
All right.
Forget it. Don't go getting complexes about anyone as small as Ellsworth Toohey. It's beneath you.
All right, let's go in. It's too cold for you here without a coat.
It was the kind of concern she'd never shown him before. He took her hand and kissed her palm, holding it against his face. One evening, as she sat at her dressing table, he stood leaning against the wall beside her.
Someday I'll ask your forgiveness for marrying you. I wanted you to be my chain to the world. You've become my defense instead.
I told you I'd accept any reason you chose.
But you've changed everything for me. Or was it me that changed? I don't know. We've done something strange to each other. I've given you what I wanted to lose, and you've done everything I would have done. Do you know how much alike we are?
I knew it from the first.
I'm afraid, Gale.
Of what?
Of what I'm doing to you.
Why?
I don't love you, Gale.
I can't care even about that. Dominique, I love you so much. Nothing matters to me, not even you. Can you understand that? I've never felt this way before. I can't be afraid. I love you, Dominique. I love you. You're letting me say it. I love you.
She reached over, took the cable off the mirror, and crumpled it. Opening her hand over the wastebasket, she let the paper drop. Rourke never understood why he was chosen to build the resort at Happy Valley.
It's Howard Rourke, Mr. Bradley.
Send him in.
You're the architect who built the Stoddard Temple?
Yes.
Funny. I hadn't thought of you myself.
3 days later, he'd signed a contract, and for the last year he'd lived at the site along with Mike and a gang of electricians and Mallory to do the fountains and sculptures.
It's the Stoddard Temple all over.
Don't worry, he can't lose. They can't beat him. They just can't. Not the whole goddamn world.
Remembering Stoddard, Rourke demanded Bradley's initials on every drawing, and Bradley agreed to everything. But his compliance had an unsettling undertone, as if he were humouring a child. After visiting the site, just to smile and then leave.
It's the Stoddard Temple all over.
I can't figure out what he's after, but it doesn't matter, does it? Not what they do about it, or who comes to stay here, only that we've made it. Would you have missed this, no matter what price they make you pay for it afterward?
Hell no.
Within a month of opening, the entire resort was rented. Everybody was talking about it. Rourke himself was about to rent one of the houses for the summer when he received a cable from New York.
It took 5 years to get rid of investors, but the Aquitania is now mine and yours. Come finish it.
So Rourke went back to the city to see the hotel completed, glowing in the night sky.
I was in New York, and I liked the Enright house.
How about that Cord building?
I saw a picture of the temple they tore down.
From different states, from unexpected parts of the country, calls came for him. Private homes, small office buildings, modest shops. They were mostly small jobs that he travelled by train to do, but they kept him working.
Well, Howard, you know why you got the resort job?
Bradley arrested.
Don't read it. It'll make you sick.
All right, what is it?
They sold 200% of it. They thought it was worthless. Got the land practically for nothing. Thought it was so out of the way with no bus lines or movie theaters around that it was certain to fail. They had a nice scheme ready for how to get out of it when the place went bankrupt. They were prepared for anything except for it being a success. Don't you understand? They chose you as the worst architect they could find. Howard, it's not funny.
Of course it is. Sit down, Stephen. You look as if you'd just seen a bunch of butchered bodies.
I have, and I've seen what makes the butchering possible. The drooling beast. It's there, in that story. The smug bastards who read it'll say, genius must struggle. It's good for him. And then go look for some village idiot to teach to weave baskets. That's the beast for you. Close your eyes and think that the men who ordered it believed it was the worst thing they could possibly build. Howard, there's something terribly wrong in the world if you're given your greatest job as a rotten joke.
Ah, Stephen, when will you learn to forget? When will Dominique?
Are you still waiting for her to come back? Mrs. Gail Weiner?
Shut up, Stephen.
I'm sorry.
Go home and forget about Bradley. They'll all be suing each other, but we won't be dragged in, and they won't destroy what we built. Hell, it's a hit.
You're right, it is.
Austin Heller wrote an op-ed about Rourke and the resort.
If it takes fraud for greatness to reach us, so be it.
Thus began a violent controversy.
Howard, you're famous.
Am I?
Those who once said
Rourke? Never heard of him.
now said
Rourke? He's too sensational.
Though some were impressed by a simple fact, Rourke made money for those who did not wish to make it.
2 private homes in Connecticut, a movie theatre in Chicago, and a hotel in Philadelphia. Not too bad.
In the spring of 1936, San Francisco announced plans for a World's Fair to be called the March of the Centuries. A council of 8 architects was chosen to design it, Rourke among them.
I would be glad to design the fair, alone.
Why, you can't be serious. After all, with a stupendous undertaking of this nature, I mean, 2 heads are better than 1, and 8 heads.
If you want me, you'll have to let me do it alone. I don't work with councils.
You wish to reject a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity like this?
I don't work with collectives. I don't consult. I don't cooperate. I don't collaborate.
Immediately, in architectural circles...
The conceited bastard!
Who does he think he is?
The incident illustrates perfectly the antisocial nature of Mr. Rourke's egotism, superiority of the unbridled individualism which he has always personified.
In the fall, Rourke moved his office to the top of the Cord building, stopping for a moment to look at his name on the door. He then entered his new office, where through the glass he could see the Enright, the Aquitania, and even Henry Cameron's Dana building.
Mr. Rourke, this has got to be something big. I made an appointment for you for 3 o'clock tomorrow afternoon at his office.
Whose office?
Mr. Wineland.
Okay. Gail Wynand.
Howard Rourke.
Please. I don't think you'll want to work for me.
I want to work for you.
Have you seen the kind of things I've built?
Yes.
This is different. It's not for my public. It's for me.
You mean you've never built anything for yourself?
Not if you don't count the cage I have up in my penthouse and this old print factory here. Why, I don't know. I thought perhaps you'd know.
Because you've been unhappy.
Care to elaborate?
You understand.
I'd like to hear you explain it.
The house a man owns is a statement of his life. If he doesn't build when he has the means, it's because his life hasn't been what he wanted.
Don't you think it's preposterous to say that to me, of all people?
No.
I don't either. But you and I are the only two who'd say it. How old are you, Mr. Rourke?
36.
I owned most of the papers I have when I was 36. I don't know why I said that. Just happened to think of it.
What would you like me to build for you?
My home. You were correct in your diagnosis, because now I'm happy.
What kind of house?
You'll decide that. I've bought the land, 500 acres, in Connecticut, in the country.
Did Mrs. Wynand choose me for the job?
No, Mrs. Wynand knows nothing about this. It was me who wanted to move out of the city, and she agreed. I asked her to select the architect. My wife's the former Dominique Francone, once a writer on these things, but she preferred to leave the choice to me. You want to know why I picked you? It took a long time to decide. At first I was lost. I didn't know any architects at all, save the imbeciles who built Stone Ridge, and this is no Stone Ridge. So I went around the country, looking at homes, hotels, all sorts of buildings. Every time I saw one I liked and asked who designed it, the answer was always the same: Howard Rourke.
I see.
If you want to know the truth, I didn't want to meet you.
Why?
You've heard of my private gallery?
Yes.
I never meet the man whose work I love. The work means too much to me. I don't want the men to spoil it. They usually do. I've told you this only because I want you to know that I respect very little in life, but I respect the things in my gallery and your buildings. It's the only religion I have. I figure I've destroyed, perverted, and corrupted just about everything that exists, but I've never touched that. Why are you looking at me like that?
Tell me about that house you want.
I want it to be a residence for 2 people only, my wife and me. We don't intend to have children, nor to entertain. 1 guest room, in case we need it. Living room, dining room, library, 2 studies, 1 bedroom, servants' quarters, garage. I'll give you the details later. The cost, whatever you need. The appearance, let's just say I want it to have the Rourke quality.
And that is?
You understand.
I want to hear you explain it.
I think some buildings are cheap show-offs, all front. Some are cowards, apologizing for themselves in every brick. And some are just botched and false. Your buildings have one sense above all, a sense of joy. Not an easy joy, the difficult, demanding kind. The kind that makes you feel as if it were an achievement to experience it.
I suppose it was inevitable.
What?
That you would see that.
I want this house because I'm desperately in love with my wife. What's the matter?
Nothing. Go on.
I can't stand to see my wife with other people. It's not jealousy, it's much worse. I can't stand to see her walking down the streets of a city I can't share, not even with shops, taxi cabs, or sidewalks. I must put her out of reach where nothing can touch her. This house is to be a vault, to guard things too precious for sight. But it must be more, a separate world so beautiful we'll never miss the one we left. Not prison bars and cells, but your talent as a wall between us and the world. That's what I want.
You want a temple.
That's exactly what I want, a temple to Dominique Wynand. I want you to meet her before you begin.
I met Mrs. Wynand some years ago.
Then you understand.
I do.
You'll start at once. Drop anything else you're doing. I'll pay whatever you want. I want that house by summer. I haven't asked whether you want to do it.
I'll do it.
As a rule, before I make a deal with any man, I make it a point to know everything about him. I never checked up on you. Doesn't seem necessary.
I can answer any questions.
I can't think of any.
I never make any conditions, except one. If you accept the preliminary drawings of the house, it's to be built as I designed it, without any changes of any kind.
That's understood. I've heard you don't work otherwise. Will you mind if I don't give you any publicity on this house? Keep it out of the papers.
I won't mind.
Will you promise not to release pictures of it for publication?
I promise.
I'll give you all the plugging you want on other projects.
I don't want any plugging.
I don't think you have any idea how your fellow architects would have conducted this interview. I don't think you've been conscious for a second who you've been talking to.
I have.
That was my way of thanking you. I don't always like being Gail Wynand.
I know that.
May I ask you a personal question? Have you always liked being Howard Rourke?
When Rourke had gone,
tell Alva to send me everything she has on Howard Rourke.
Guess what?
Go away, Alva. I'm busy.
But this is interesting, Ellsworth. Really, it's interesting. I know you want to know.
All right. What is it?
Ellsworth, your private FBI is slipping.
What are you talking about?
Bet you don't know what Gail's been doing.
Gail?
Guess who was in his office today?
My dear Alva, I've no time for quiz games.
You won't guess in 1,000 years.
Well, since the only way to get rid of you is to play the fool, who was in dear Gail's office today?
Howard Rourke.
No.
Yes.
Well.
Yes, it's funny, but just exactly why, Ellsworth?
It would take so long to tell you.
Look, you know how we've gone out on a limb, you in particular, on how this Rourke is just about the worst architect in town. And if our own boss hires him...
What was Rourke doing there? Was it a commission?
That's what I can't find out.
Have you heard the boss is planning to build anything lately?
No, have you?
No, I guess my FBI is slipping.
I have an idea.
What idea?
Ellsworth, Gail's been impossible lately. You were right. You're always right. I don't know if it's Dominique or some kind of midlife crisis, but something's happening. Why does he suddenly start reading every damn line of every damn edition and raise hell for the silliest reasons? He's killed 3 of my best editorials lately, and he's never done that to me before. Never. The other day, he called Jules Fowler a bargain basement mine, right to his face, and threw his Sunday piece into the garbage. Jules Fowler, our best writer. No wonder Gail hasn't got a friend left in the place. If they hated his guts before, you ought to hear them now.
I've heard them.
He's losing his grip, Ellsworth. I don't know what I'd do if it weren't for you and the swell bunch you've handpicked. They're our most productive workers, those boys of yours. They keep the banner going. But Gail, listen, last week he fired Dwight Carson. Sure, Dwight was dead weight, but he was the first of those special pets of Gail's, the boys who sold their souls. So in a way, I liked having him around. It was all right. It was healthy. It was a relic of Gail's best days, his safety valve. So when he suddenly let Carson go, I didn't like it, Ellsworth. I didn't like it one bit.
You're not exactly telling me things I don't know.
I've been so damn mad for so long, I'm fit to be tied. But here's what I'm driving at. This Howard Rourke, what does he make you think of?
I could write a column on that, Alva, but this is hardly the time.
What I mean is, what's the one thing we know about him? That he's a crank and a freak and a fool? All right, but what else? That he's one of those fools you can't budge with love or money or a 16-inch gun. He's worse than Dwight Carson. Worse than the whole lot of Gail's pets put together. Get my drift? What's Gail going to do when he comes up against that kind of a man?
Yes, what will he do?
Why, the safety valve, of course. He'll try to break that Rourke's spine. It'll be good for Gail. The best thing in the world. Bring him back to normal. That was my idea. What do you think?
Perhaps. But it may be much worse than you think. Either way, means little to us now. Because you see, Alva, as far as the banner's concerned, if it came down to a showdown between us and our boss, we might not have to be afraid of Mr. Gale Wineland much longer.
A boy carrying a thick envelope of clippings approached Winand's desk.
That much? I didn't know he was so famous.
It's the Stoddard trial, Mr. Winand.
All right, thank you.
Rourke and Winand stood on the top of a hill.
Where do you think the house should stand?
Here.
I hoped you'd say that. May I ask you something?
Of course.
Why did you take this commission?
Because I'm an architect for hire?
You know what I mean.
I'm not sure I do.
Don't you hate my guts?
No. Why should I?
What about the Stoddard Temple?
So you did check up on me.
I read your clippings. Everything we said about you. We called you an incompetent fool, a tyrant, a swindler, an egomaniac.
Stop torturing yourself.
Rourke, you don't know me. I don't apologize. I never apologize for any of my actions.
What made you think I want an apology?
I stand by every word printed in the banner.
Have I asked you to take them back?
I know what you think. I didn't even know about the Stoddard Temple until yesterday. And it wasn't me who led the campaign against you. But you need to understand that that campaign was in the true spirit of the banner. No one is responsible for that but me. Alva was only doing what I taught her. Had I been here, I'd have done the same.
That's your privilege.
You don't believe I would have done it?
I can't do what you're asking me to do.
And what's that?
Punch you in the face.
Why don't you?
I can't pretend something I don't feel. You want me to demand payment, to close the book, but I can't help you. I'm not the person you're afraid of right now.
And that is?
Yourself.
Who gave you the right to say that?
You did.
Go on.
I think it hurts hurts you to know you've made me suffer. You wish you hadn't. And yet there's something that frightens you more, that I haven't suffered at all.
Go on.
That I'm neither kind nor generous, but simply indifferent. It frightens you because you know things like the Stoddard Temple always require payment, and you see that I'm not paying for it. You're astonished I took this commission. You think my taking it required courage. It took far greater courage to hire me. Me, I'm through with the Stoddard Temple. How about you?
Later, sitting on a fallen tree trunk,
I did worse than that. I did just about everything. What job did you like the best?
Catching rivets on steel.
I like being a bootblack on the Hudson Ferry. I should have hated it, but I didn't. I don't remember the people at all. I remember the city, always there on the shore, spread out, waiting, as if I were tied to it by a rubber band. And the band would stretch and carry me to the other shore, but then it would snap back and I would return. I knew I would never escape from the city, and it would never escape from me. Were you ever homeless and hungry?
A few times.
Did you mind it?
Not really.
I didn't either, but I minded having to take orders. That's bad enough, but having to take them from your inferiors.
I felt that.
Did you drive that feeling down and store it for the day you'd rule those people and everything around you?
No, I hate incompetence. It's probably the only thing I do hate, but it didn't make me want to rule people or teach them anything. It made me want to do my own work in my own way and be torn to bits if necessary.
And were you?
Not in a way that counts.
I know what you mean.
I'd like to help you, Mr. Wynand.
Gale. You mean like with the Stoddard Temple?
Yes.
You're a damn fool. Don't you realize?
I'm doing it already.
Doing what already?
Building this house for you.
When he dropped Rourke at his building,
you're free to go back to the site as much as you like. I don't have to go with you. You can get the surveys and all the other info from my office. Let me know when the first drawings are ready.
When they were...
How do you do, Mr. Rourke?
Rourke handed him the drawings, which Wynand studied for a long time.
I'm impressed. So much so that I want to make a special deal with you. You want to see this house built. You want it very much.
Yes.
It will be built, just as you designed it. On one condition. You sign a contract agreeing to be my exclusive architect for any building I choose to build in the future. Every man in your profession would drool at the chance. I'm offering it to you. Should you refuse, it'd be easy for me to arrange that no commission be available to you anywhere in the country. No small employer can withstand the pressure I'm able to exert. You've gone through wasted periods before, but they were nothing compared to the blockade I can impose. You might have to go back to the granite quarry. Oh, yes, I know about that. Only I'll see to it that the quarries are also closed to you. Yes, you'll build colonial homes, rococo hotels, and semi-Grecian office buildings. You'll take your spectacular talent and make it obedient. Originality and subservience shall be welded together. My house will be the last Rourke building on Earth. You've read about ancient rulers who killed the architect so that others might not exceed his glory. Well, the effect will be the same. For the rest of your life, you'll obey the will of the mob. If you refuse, you'll never build anything again. But if you accept, you'll build this house that you want to build and a great many others you don't, and make a great deal of money for both of us. For the rest of your life, you'll design stone ridges. That's what I want.
I'll be glad to do it. That's easy.
Rourke grabbed a pencil and the back of a letter and drew rapidly.
Is this what you want?
It was Wynand's house, but with colonial porches, a Dutch roof, 2 massive chimneys, assorted columns and porthole windows.
Good God, no!
Then shut up, and don't ever let me hear any architectural suggestions. You knew better than that.
Howard, I meant it until I saw this.
I could tell you meant it.
You knew you were taking a terrible chance.
Not at all. I had an ally I could trust.
What? Your integrity?
Yours, Gale.
Dominique descended the penthouse stairs.
You look happy. That's not the word, but it's the closest.
I feel light, and 30 years later. It's illogical and impossible and wonderful.
That usually means you've met someone, a woman.
Not a woman, a man. Dominique, you're very beautiful tonight. I know I always say that, but I'm very happy tonight that you're so beautiful.
What is it, Gale?
I've never stopped thinking it's a miracle our marriage has lasted. Now, I believe it won't be broken by anything or anyone. I have a present for you. Rather, I'll have it for you by the end of the summer. Our house.
The house? You haven't mentioned it for so long. I thought you'd forgotten about it. Have you decided on an architect?
I've done more than that. I have a drawing to show you. See?
She stopped. She was too far away to see the signature, but knew instantly that only one man could have drawn it.
Rock.
Yes, I didn't think anyone would ever understand what I wanted. He did.
Rock.
I looked all around the country. Every building I liked had been done by him.
Yes.
I know I picked an architect you spent all your time at the Banner denouncing.
You read that.
It was obvious you admired his work, but hated him personally. You defended him at the starter trial.
Yes.
You even worked for him once. That statue, too, he gave me.
Yes.
I didn't even know it when I chose him. I'd forgotten his name and the trial. But it's he who gave you to me, that statue. And now he's gonna give me this house. Dominique, why did you hate him?
I don't hate him. It was so long ago.
I guess none of it matters now, does it?
I haven't seen him for years.
Well, you're going to see him tonight. He's coming to dinner.
How do you do, Mr. Rourke?
How do you do, Mrs. Wynand?
I'd like to thank you for the house you've designed for us. It's the most beautiful of your buildings.
It had to be, by the nature of the assignment, Mrs. Wynand.
Please, take a seat.
If you like the house, you're mostly liking your husband's conception of it.
Are you sharing credit with the client?
In a way,
I believe this contradicts your professional convictions.
but supports my personal ones.
I'm not sure I understand, Mr. Rourke.
I believe in conflict, Mrs. Wynand.
Was there conflict involved in the designing of this house?
I like working for some more than others. I knew this house would be what it became only because it was done for Mr. Wynand. I had to work with that and against it. The house had to surpass the architect, the client, and the muse.
But the house, it's you, Howard. It's still you.
Thanks for understanding that, Gail.
I'm the most possessive man on earth. Let me pick up an ashtray from a dime store, pay for it, and put it in my pocket. Then it becomes a special kind of ashtray, unlike any on earth. I feel that about everything I own. From my overcoat, to the typesetters in the newsroom, to the copies of the Banner on newsstands, to this penthouse, to my wife. And I've never wanted to own anything as much as I want to own this house. I'll probably be jealous of Dominic living in it. I can be quite insane about things like that. And yet, I don't feel that I'll own it. Because no matter what I do or say, it'll still be yours, Howard. It'll always be yours.
I haven't thanked you, Mrs. Wynand, for accepting me as your architect. I know Mr. Wynand chose me, but you could have refused my services. I wanted to say that I'm glad you didn't.
Why would you think I'd wish to reject a house you had designed, Mr. Rourke?
A day or two later, in Wynand's office, Ellsworth Toohey stared up uncomfortably at an enlargement of the picture of Rourke he had so memorably captioned.
Are you happy, Mr. Superman, wasn't it?
Yes.
I don't know what makes you tick, Mr. Toohey. Frankly, I don't have the stomach for it. So I'll tell you directly. From now on, there's a name you will never mention in your column again. I could make you reverse yourself publicly and enjoy it, but I prefer to forbid the subject entirely. Not a word, Mr. Toohey. Not ever again. Go on writing your column, but remember its title. One small voice. Keep it small, Mr. Toohey. Very small.
Yes, Mr. Wynand.
After dinner, when Dominique had excused herself,
everything you've done in your life is wrong, according to the ideals of mankind. And yet here you are. It's like you've played a huge joke on us.
Have I?
One morning,
will you have lunch with me, Howard?
What did you want to talk about?
Nothing special. Just spent a revolting half hour and wanted to get the taste of it out of my mouth.
What was revolting?
Had my picture taken with Ernest Hemingway.
Who's Ernest Hemingway?
That's it, Howard. That's why I had to have lunch with you.
Rourke kept an apartment in the Enright house, and Wynand would drop by.
I like this place of yours. It's simple. I like to sit here.
I like to have you here.
Howard, have you ever held power over a human being?
No, and I wouldn't take it if it were offered.
I can't believe that.
It was offered to me once. I refused it.
Why?
I had to.
Out of respect for the man?
For the woman.
You damn fool. For a woman?
For myself.
We're as opposite as two men can be.
Are we?
Don't you despise everything I've ever done?
Everything I know of.
As they sit on the fallen tree trunk, the frame of a house can be seen in the distance.
Howard, you ever been in love?
I still am.
When you walk through a building, is what you feel greater than that?
Much greater. Look, Gail.
Rourke got up and tore a thick branch off a tree, held it in both hands, and bent the branch slowly into an arc.
Now I can make what I want of it. A bow, a spear, a cane, a railing. That's my work. That's it.
Are you happy, Mr. Superman?
Dominique had never visited the job site.
I'll see it when it's finished.
She accepted that Rourke was her husband's property, not hers. Presiding at dinner, she left the men alone afterwards. One night, Wynand came home late after spending the evening at Rourke's apartment.
What is this, Gale? An obsession?
Well, I guess so. It's strange that you don't like him.
I haven't said that.
I can see it. I'm not surprised. You would dislike him, precisely because he's the type of man you should like. Do you know, I love you more since I've met him. Even when you lie in my arms, it's more than it was. I feel like I have a greater right to you.
I understand. But what is he to you? A shrine?
More like a hair shirt.
All I know is unselfishness is the noblest moral principle, and much more important than freedom. Unselfishness is the only way to happiness. I would have everybody who refused to be unselfish shot. Put them out of their misery. They can't be happy anyway.
Isn't that going a bit far, dear? You can't expect everyone to be a saint.
It's education we all need. Mr. Toohey understands. If everybody were compelled to be properly educated, we'd have a better world. If you force people to do good, they will be free to be happy.
Everyone can't be as competent as you, my dear. We must help others. It's our moral duty. We ought not to be scared of the word compulsion. It's not compulsion when it's for a good cause.
Yes, there's a great deal to be said for compulsion when it's democratically planned. The common good comes first, whether we like it or not.
Something has to be done about the masses.
They don't know what's good for them. How can people like us understand collectivism so well and sacrifice our personal advantages when the working man, who has everything to gain, remains so stupidly indifferent? Really, I can't understand why workers in this country have so little sympathy for collectivism.
Can't you?
Oh yes, the banner. God damn it.
I know.
It's slipping. It's definitely slipping. A swell investment it turned out to be. It's the only time Ellsworth's been wrong.
Ellsworth is never wrong.
Well, he was about that. It was he who advised me to buy a piece of that lousy shit. What I mean is, I'm not complaining. Ellsworth may even help me to slice something off my damned income tax. But that filthy rag is surely going downhill.
Have a little patience.
You don't think I should get out from under?
I don't.
If you say so, I can afford it.
Well, I can't. Have you heard about the Don't Read Wynand movement?
I've heard about it.
They paste stickers on windshields. I don't think it's a large group, but last week, a young woman threw a fit in my store, called me an enemy of Labour because I advertise in the banner.
Wynand's a political primitive. There's a kind of innocence about his brand of politics, don't you think?
Well, I can't afford that kind of thing. Who am I to stick my neck out for Wynand? There's a bunch of us who are thinking the same. We all want to yank our ads out of the banner.
Like I said, a little patience. There's a proper time for everything.
There's a feeling in the air. It'll become dangerous someday.
When the World's Fair flopped and Peter's firm was reduced to one floor, he asked his mother to move back in with him.
You're happy, Petey, aren't you?
Yes, Mother.
Petey, I think you should get married. It would be much better if you were married. Petey, why don't you marry Katie Halsey?
Mother, let's not.
But it was she who forced him to think again of Ellsworth Toohey.
They say the government will take over whether you like it or not. Look at Gordon Prescott. What a sweet little deal he's got himself in housing projects and post offices. Look at that young Gus Webb muscling in on the racket.
I know, Mother.
You might as well call a spade a spade. You need a surfboard to ride the next wave, and there's a good sturdy one waiting for the boy who's smart enough to grab it, and that surfboard is Cortland Holmes.
How do you know about Cortland Holmes?
I listen, Petey. Everybody's saying that if they were Toohey's special pet, they'd get this Cortland like that. Just like that. And nobody can understand what you're waiting for. Apparently, it's your friend Ellsworth who's running this particular show.
He's not. He has no official position. He never has any official position.
Didn't you tell me that most of the boys that count in every office are his boys? Damned if I know how he got them in, but he did. What's the matter, Peter? Are you afraid of asking Ellsworth Toohey a favor?
All right, I'll speak to Ellsworth.
He found him in his office at the Banner.
You're gaining weight, Peter, and you look peaked. That's a bad combination. Fat people should be happy and jolly.
I'm all right, really.
You used to have a nice disposition. You mustn't lose that. People will get bored with you.
I haven't changed, Ellsworth. I'm just what I was when I designed the Cosmo building.
What exactly was that? Change, Peter, is the basic principle of the universe.
Of course. Just a few years ago, Gus, he was a nobody. Now, he's on top, and he's yours. Anywhere I look, any big name I hear, it's one of your boys.
Yes, but it's not as simple as it looks. I am just one lever in a vast movement.
but you're clever. You can pick people out who have talent, have a future. You can also sniff out a worthy villain, such as Howard Rourke.
Yes, divide and conquer does have its applications. But I discovered a much more potent formula. Unite and rule.
What do you mean?
You wouldn't understand. You must overtax your strength. You don't look as if you have much to spare.
I'm all right. I'm a little worried, but...
Worry's a waste of energy. It's not a damn thing we can do about anything whatsoever. Of course, there are exceptions. For instance, thinking free action is possible, that I might get you Cortland.
You can read me like a book.
What kind of a book, Peter? Love story? Crime thriller? Or just a plagiarized manuscript? Tremendous project, Cortland. Yes, tremendous. Bigger than Stonebridge. Oh, you remember Stonebridge, don't you, Peter?
Of course.
I hold a project much bigger than Stonebridge in the palm of my hand.
I hate Wynand. I hate him more than any man living.
Do you now?
Not you, Ellsworth. You're a man of integrity.
That's sweet of you, Peter.
That's why I can't understand why you dropped me. Why you don't write anything about me anymore. Why is it always Gus, Gus, Gus?
Why shouldn't it be?
But
You learned nothing of my principles? I don't believe in individualism, Peter. Why do you think I chose you? Put you where you are? To protect the field from men who would become irreplaceable. Why do you think I fought so hard against men like Howard Rourke?
You failed there, didn't you, Ellsworth? Look at Rourke now.
Do you really think I have no mission in life except to worry about the fate of your Howard Rourke? Actually, I'm still dealing with him, just not directly. One can devote one's life to pulling out each weed as it comes up, or one can spread a certain chemical in such a way that it becomes impossible for weeds to grow.
Ellsworth, I don't know what you're talking about.
Of course you don't. That's my advantage.
Have you heard Rourke's doing a house for Gail Wynand?
You think I had to wait to learn that from you?
I hear Rourke and Wynand are the best of friends. Try and stop Rourke now. Try and stop him. Ellsworth, I came here to talk about Cortland. I want to design it. I want you to give it to me.
Why should I?
Because I need it. Badly.
I know you do. You know I can only recommend an architect.
That's all I want. A word of recommendation.
If you want to know the truth, I tried to get it for Prescott and Webb. But neither of them could design a decent unit that could rent for $15 a month. You'd be surprised at how many people they turned down. They want a millionaire's kitchen on a sharecropper's budget. Really think you can do it?
I have ideas, Ellsworth. I've studied the new methods. I'll
give you the dope. I can't promise anything, but if you come anywhere near it, I'll push it for all it's worth. It's really up to you, Peter. It's up to you.
About the way I look. It's not because I mind so much that I'm a failure. It's because I can't understand why I slipped from the top like that, without any reason at all.
Perhaps you should ask yourself why you should have been at the top in the first place. Oh, come, Peter. Smile. I'm only kidding. One must keep one's sense of humor.
The next morning, Peter locked himself in his office, spread out everything on a table, and asked his secretary to bring him a sandwich. At dinner time, he ordered another sandwich. By morning, it was clear he couldn't do it. When he heard employees coming into work, he walked to his desk and dialed.
Will 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon with Mr. Rourke be convenient for you, Mr. Keating?
Are you really only 2 years younger than I am?
I think so. I'm 37.
I'm 39. Is this what they mean by turning the other cheek? You're letting me come here?
If I'd been hurt, but I don't think a man can hurt another. Not in any important way.
It would be less cruel if you felt you had been.
I guess so.
You haven't changed, Howard.
I guess not.
If this is my punishment, I want you to know I'm taking it, and that I understand. At one time, I would have thought I was getting off easy.
You've changed, Peter.
I know.
I'm sorry if this is punishment.
I know you are, but it's all right. I really took it the night before last.
When you decided to come here?
Yes. Howard, I'm a parasite. I've been a parasite my whole life. You designed my best projects at school. You designed the first house I ever built. You designed the Cosmo building. I fed on you and men like you who lived long before we were ever born. The men who designed the Parthenon, the Gothic cathedrals, the first skyscrapers. If they hadn't come before, I wouldn't have known how to put one brick on top of another. I haven't added a new doorknob to what men have done before me. I've taken what wasn't mine and given nothing in return. I've come here to ask you to save me again. If you want to throw me out, do it now.
No.
I suppose you know I'm finished as an architect. Well, not exactly finished, but near enough. People don't forgive a man who's slipping. I must live up to what they thought, and I can do that only in the same way I've done everything in my life. I need a prestige I don't deserve, for an achievement I didn't accomplish, to save a name I haven't earned. I've been given a last chance. I know it's my last. I know I can't do it. Look, I won't try to bring you a mess and ask you to correct it. I'm asking you to design it and let me put my name on it.
What's the job?
Cortland Homes.
The housing project?
Yes, you've heard about it?
Of course. Who offered it to you? On what conditions?
Peter explained.
There's no reason why you should do it for me. If you can solve their problem, you can go to them directly and do it on your own.
You think I could get past Tui?
No, I don't. I don't think you could.
Who told you I was interested in housing projects?
What architect isn't?
Well, I am. But not the way you think.
You want to do it?
I might if you offer me enough.
Howard, anything you ask, anything. I'd sell my soul.
Selling your soul's easy. Most people do it all day. I'm asking if you'd be willing to keep your soul.
Yes, I think so.
Well, give me a reason why I'd want to design Cortland.
You can have all the money they pay me. I don't need it. You can have double the money.
You're no better than that, Peter. Is that the best you have?
It's a great public project, Howard. Think of the poor people who live in the slums. If you can give them comfort within their means, you'll have done a noble deed.
That doesn't interest me.
You'll love designing it.
Now you're speaking my language. Now listen. I've been working on the problem of low-rent housing for years, not because of poor people in slums, but because of the possibilities of our modern world, the new materials and the chances to use them. There are so many products of man's genius around us today, such great possibilities to explore, to build cheaply, simply, intelligently. After the Stoddard Temple, I didn't have much to do, so I worked, because I can't look at any material without thinking, what can be done with it? And the moment I think that, I've got to do it, to find the answer, to break the thing. I've worked on it for years. I love it, because it's a problem I want to solve. You want to know how to build a unit to rent for $15 a month? I'll show you how to build it for $10. In all the years I've worked on this problem, I never hoped to see a practical application. I forced myself not to hope. Your government's made buildings so expensive that private owners can't afford low-rent projects. And I'll never be given any job by any government. I've never been given a job by any group, board, council, or committee unless some man fought for me. There's a reason for that. That's why I need you. That's why it'll be a fair exchange.
You need me.
Peter, I love this work. I want to see it made real, living, functioning, built exactly as I design it. You understand?
Yes.
I like to receive money for my work, but I can pass that up this time. I like people to know my work is mine, but I can pass that up too. I like that tenants are happy with my work, but that doesn't matter. The only thing that matters is the work itself, my work done my way. Peter, there's nothing in the world you can offer me except this. Offer me this, and you can have anything I've got to give.
Yes, Howard, I understand.
I'll design Cortland. You'll put your name on it, you'll keep all the fees, and you'll guarantee it'll be built exactly as I design it.
Yes, I see.
It won't be easy.
It'll be extremely difficult.
Because it's a large project, and a government project. You'll have a hard battle.
I'll try to live up to it, Howard.
You'll have to figure out your own way of accomplishing it. Get an ironclad contract, and then fight every bureaucrat that comes along for the next year or more. I'll have no guarantee except your word. Care to give it to me?
You have it.
Okay. An agreement, stating the basic terms. It would probably have no legal validity whatsoever, but I could make it public. And if it's prestige you want, you can't allow this to become known. Remember, if at any point your courage fails you, you'll lose everything by giving in. But if you keep your word, I'll never betray this to anyone. Cortland will be yours. On the day it's finished, I'll send this paper back to you and you can burn it.
All right, Howard. Everybody would say I'm getting everything.
That's what they'll say, but I'll take what nobody can give a man except himself. I will have built Cortland.
You're getting more than I am, Howard.
They sat on the shore of the lake, Wyden slouched on a boulder, Rourke stretched out on the ground, and Dominique sitting up straight. The Wynand house stood finished above them.
I like to look at it from here, watching the light change on it.
When you're designing, Howard, do you know what the sun will do from every angle?
Sure, but I can't control it here. Move over. I like the sun on my back.
You look like the laziest creature in the world, Howard.
I am.
I've never seen anyone relax like that.
Try staying awake for 3 nights in a row.
I told you to get up here yesterday.
I couldn't.
You look as though you could pass out right here.
I'd like to. This is the way I'd like to die. Stretched out on some shore, like this. Just close my eyes and never open them.
What are you killing yourself over?
Ventilator shafts, at the moment.
For who?
Just clients.
You have to work nights?
For these people, yes.
What are you talking about?
Nothing. Don't pay me any attention. I'm half asleep.
Let's get up early. Go for a swim before sunrise.
Mr. Rourke is tired, Gale. You're imposing country hours on a guest from the city who's not used to them. You can't order Mr. Rourke around as if he were an employee of the Banner.
There's nobody on Earth I'd rather order around, whenever I can get away with it.
I don't mind taking orders. Not from a man as capable as Gale.
Dominic's right. I'll tell the servants not to disturb you.
I'll be all right in a few hours. I'd like to swim before breakfast. Knock on my door when you're ready.
Be Peter, you're a genius, and you know exactly what I mean.
Look at the plans. It'll rent for $10 a unit.
This will go through. Don't worry, this will be accepted.
What are you up to?
What?
Architect's drawing of Cortlandt Homes by Peter Keating.
So?
You think I picked the things in my private gallery by their signatures? If Peter Keating designed this, I'll eat every copy of today's banner.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You might, if I run a story that a certain housing project was designed by Howard Rourke, which would make a swell joke on Mr. Toohey, who's certain to be the puppeteer behind this whole thing.
Publish that and I'll sue the hell out of you.
You really would?
Can't you see I don't wish to discuss it?
Later, Winand showed the paper to Dominique.
Who designed this?
Rourke, of course.
What the hell, Gail?
That's what I want to know. Motherhood in a changing world. The world we have known is done for, and it's no use kidding ourselves. We can't go back. It's all right, Alva, to dish out crap, but this kind of crap...
You're out of step with the times, Gail.
Go and knock out something else, Alva.
He knew the banner was losing some popularity.
A temporary fad.
He'd run a limerick contest, see a slight rise in circulation, then forget all about it. Then he'd smile when reading Rourke's name, for word had come down from on high. Plug Howard Rourke. This he never spoke of to Rourke, and Rourke never mentioned it.
Think of all the politicians, movie stars, and murderers the banner has trumpeted all these years. Think of my great crusades. Streetcars, red light districts, homegrown vegetables. For once, Dominique, I can say what I believe.
Yes, Gail.
All this power never used. Now I'll force them to recognize him, as he should be recognized.
Do you think he wants this?
Probably not, but I don't care. He needs it, and he's going to get it.
All that copy. Do you write it yourself?
Most of it.
Gail, what a journalist you could have been.
The campaign brought results, just not the kind Winand expected.
Rourke? Oh yes, Winand's pet.
The banner's glamour boy.
The genius of the yellow press.
The banner's now selling art. Send 2 box tops.
We'll see.
Winand had won for Rourke a yacht club, an office building, and 2 private homes.
I'll get you more than you can handle. You'll catch up with all the years they made you waste.
Howard, this business of Mr. Gail Winand. Now, the friendship is your business, but there's one thing that must be stopped, and you're going to listen to me for once.
I'm listening.
All these commissions he's dumping on you? Though he'll be lifted several rungs for that in hell where he's certain to go. The publicity in the banner has got to stop. It's hurting you professionally.
I know.
Well, are you going to make him stop?
No.
Well, why in blazes not?
I said I'd listen. I didn't say I'd do anything.
Early one evening in the city after work,
It's nice out. Let's go for a walk, Howard. I want to show you something.
he led the way to a 2-block stretch of grimy tenement buildings in Hell's Kitchen.
You own it.
All of it.
Why show it to me?
Come.
They entered a diner across the street and ordered coffee.
That's the first piece of property I ever bought. A long time ago. I haven't touched it since.
What were you saving it for?
You. This is where I was born. As soon as I could, I bought this piece, house by house, block by block. Took a long time. I could have bought better property and made more money like I did later, but I waited until I had this. I decided, you see, that someday this is where I'd build the Winand building.
Gail.
Want it pretty badly, do you?
I think I'd almost give my life for it. Only then I couldn't build it. Is that what you wanted to hear?
Something like that. I won't ask for your life, but it's nice to shock the hell out of you for once. It means you understand what the Winand building will stand for. The highest building in the city, and the greatest.
Of course. That's what you'd want.
I planned it when the banner was nothing but a 4th-rate rag. I've waited for it from the day I was born, and now you'll wait with me. I really do like to torture you, you know that?
I know.
Peter saw her standing in front of a bookstore window.
Katie?
Why, Peter Keating. Hello, Peter.
Imagine running into you like this. I thought you moved to Washington.
Just a business trip. Have to dash back tomorrow. Can't say I mind. New York seems so slow these days.
I'm glad you like your job. Isn't that what you meant?
Like my job? What a silly thing to say. Washington's the only grown-up place in the country. What have you been doing, Peter? I saw your name in the paper the other day about...
I'm working. You haven't changed much, Katie. I mean, your face. You look like you used to, in a way.
It's the only face I've got. Why do people always have to talk about the changes if they haven't seen each other for a year or two?
You do look nice. It's nice to see you.
I'm glad to see you too. How's the building industry?
Must have been Cortland that you read about. I'm doing Cortland Homes, a government.
Yes, of course, that was it. Good for you, Peter. Not just for private profit, but with a social purpose. I think architects should stop money grubbing and give to government. That's wonderful.
Why, most of them would grab it if they could. It's one of the hardest rackets to break into. It's closed.
I know. It's impossible to make the layman understand our methods, and that's why all we hear are these stupid, boring complaints. You shouldn't read the Winan papers, Peter.
Oh, I never read the Winan papers. What has that got to do with... I don't know what we're talking about. Katie.
You do look like you've gained a bit of weight, Peter.
I've changed, haven't I? Do I look awful?
No, it's just... it isn't healthy, that's all. In general, men make too much fuss over personal appearance. They're much vainer than women. It's really women who are taking charge of all the productive work. It's women who will build a better world.
How does one build a better world?
Well, the determining factor is, of course, economic.
No, I didn't ask it that way. I meant I've been very unhappy.
I'm sorry to hear that. One hears that from so many these days. It's a transition period and people feel rootless. But you always had a sunny disposition, Peter.
You remember what I was like.
You talk as if it had been 60 years ago.
So many things happened. I was married and divorced.
I read about that. I was glad. If your wife was the kind of woman who could marry Gail Winand, you were lucky to be rid of her.
Katie, you're very kind, but please, drop the act. Tell me what you thought of me. What did you feel that day when I didn't come and then you heard I was...
Oh, I cried and screamed some dreadful things at Uncle Ellsworth. All the conventional things everybody goes through, like measles. Of course I knew it was for the best. I can't imagine myself married to you.
You can't?
Nor to anyone else for that matter. I'm temperamentally unsuited to domesticity. It's too selfish and narrow. Of course, it's only human you should feel remorse, since you did jilt me. But we must look at it objectively. We're grown-up, rational people. We can't really help what we do. We're conditioned. We should just charge it off to experience and go on from there.
Katie, you're not talking some fallen girl out of her problem. You're talking about yourself.
Is there a difference? Everybody's problems and emotions are the same.
Katie, for 6 years, I've thought of how I'd ask your forgiveness someday. It was the worst thing I did in my life. Not because I hurt you, which I did, but because I wanted to marry you. It was the only thing I ever really wanted. Katie, why do they always teach us it's evil to do what we want? It's the hardest thing in the world to do what we want.
Peter, what you're saying is very selfish and ugly.
Maybe. I don't know. I've always had to tell you the truth about everything, even if you didn't ask.
Yes, you did. You were a charming boy, Peter.
I loved you, Katie. Whatever I made of it, even if this is me saying it for the last time. Remember when I came to your house for the first time? I held you on my lap and told you I'd never love anyone else. And you said you knew it.
I remember.
I have such...
You're sweet, Peter. I've always said men are the sentimentalists. Oh, I'm late. I must run along. I'll give you a ring the next time I'm in town and we'll get a bite. Though I can't promise when that will be. I'm so busy. Last month it was Detroit. Next week I'm flying to St. Louis. But when they shoot me out to New York again, I'll ring you. So long, Peter. It was ever so nice.
Winand hadn't sailed his yacht for several years. This time, he left Dominique behind.
You're killing yourself, Howard. You're going at a pace nobody can stand for long, ever since that resort.
I know when to stop, but I can't stop unless it's completely.
I warn you, we'll be away for months. If you cry for your drafting table in a week, I won't take you back. I'm the worst kind of dictator at sea. You'll have everything you need except paper or pencils. I won't even leave you freedom of speech. No mention of girders, plastics, or reinforced concrete once you step on board. I'll teach you to eat, sleep, and exist like the most worthless millionaire.
I'll try.
Rourke's current jobs were being wrapped up, and his new commissions didn't start until the spring. All the drawings Peter needed for Cortland, Rourke had made, and construction was about to begin.
You understand that it's not running away from you. I just need some time away from everything. Being with Howard is like being alone with myself, only more so.
Of course, Gail. I don't mind.
Dominique, I believe you're jealous. It's wonderful. I'm more grateful to him than ever if he can make you jealous.
The yacht sailed at the end of December. Rourke grinned as Winand found no need to enforce discipline. Rourke spoke nothing of buildings, lay for hours on deck in the sun, and loafed like an expert.
You made a mistake on the Stoddard Temple, Howard. That statue should have been of you.
No, I don't want to be the symbol of anything. Only myself.
Howard, this is what I wanted.
I know.
I'm a miser about two things. You and Dominique. I'm like a savage who's discovered the idea of private property and run amok with it. It's funny. Makes me think of Ellsworth Toohey.
How?
What he preaches. Selflessness in the absolute sense. Why, that's what I've been. I've made myself into a barometer subject to the pressure of the whole world. Toohey's masses pushed me up and down, and I collected a fortune in the process. But suppose I gave away every penny. Suppose I never took any money at all, but set out in pure altruism to serve the people. Would I have done anything differently? I've given the greatest pleasure to the greatest number. I've expressed the opinions, desires, and tastes of the majority. A majority that voted me its support freely in the form of a 3-penny ballot dropped at the corner newsstand every morning. For 31 years, my papers have represented everybody except Gail Wynand. Yet people call me corrupt. Yes, I took cars and silk pajamas, a penthouse, and gave the world my soul in exchange. But who sacrificed more? Who?
I didn't think you'd ever admit that to yourself.
Oh, I knew what I was doing. I wanted power over a collective soul, and I got it. Pick up any copy of the banner and you'll see. Of course, Toohey would say this is not what he means by altruism. I should leave it up to the people to decide what they want. I should decide, and then ram it down their throats. And it would have to be rammed.
Yes, it would.
No, I'll never become an alpha. She believes what the public believes. I despise the public. That's my only vindication. I've sold my life, but I got a good price, and I've never really used my power. Now I'm free. Now I can use it for what I want, for what I believe, for Dominic, for you.
I hope so, Gail.
What's that in your voice? What have you been thinking these past weeks?
The principle behind the dean who expelled me from Stanton.
What principle?
Selflessness.
What Dewey's selling?
Looking at Peter Keating, what's left of him, has helped me understand. What was his aim in life? Greatness, but in other people's eyes. Fame, admiration, envy, all things that come from others. He didn't want to be great, but to be thought great. He didn't want to build, but be admired as a builder. He borrowed from others in order to impress others. What could be more selfless than that?
But if I were Toohey, I'd say, aren't you making a case against selfishness? Isn't he acting on a selfish motive? To be noticed, liked, admired.
By others, at the price of his own self-respect. A truly selfish man isn't affected by the approval of others.
You can fake virtue for an audience. You can't fake it in your own eyes.
That's right. They don't ask, is this true? They ask, is this what others think is true? Not to do, but to give the impression of doing. Not to create, but to show. Not ability, but connections. Not merit, but pull.
Everything's second-hand.
That's what stopped me whenever I faced a committee. The second-hander acts, but his action is everywhere and nowhere, and you can't reason with him.
Notice how they'll accept anything except a man who stands alone. They recognize him at once, by instinct. There's a special kind of hatred for him. They'll accept criminals and dictators, but the independent man kills them. Look at your own life, Howard, at the people you've met. They know you're a reproach.
Because they live secondhand. Then they wonder why they're unhappy. Our greatest moments are personal, self-motivated, private. The things precious to us are the things we don't want to share. But now we're supposed to throw everything into the public ring for common pie. Gail, I think the only evil on earth is placing your prime concern with other men. I've always demanded a certain quality in my friends. It's the only quality I respect in men, a self-sufficient ego. Nothing else matters.
Well, I'm glad you admit you have friends.
Gail, if this boat were sinking, I'd give my life to save you. Not because it's my duty, but because I like you. I could die for you, but I wouldn't live for you.
It was 3 months when they returned to the city. Rourke opened a copy of the banner at his desk.
The Cortlandt Homes Housing Project, Peter Keating, architect, Gordon Prescott, and Augustus Webb, designers.
It had begun so innocently.
What do you care if they're put on the payroll? Won't affect your prestige at all. They'll just be your draftsmen. I just want to give the boys a boost.
What for? There's nothing for them to do. It's all done.
Just some last-minute drafting. Save time for your own staff. Don't be a hog.
The changes began with an added gymnasium, then other changes of a purely aesthetic nature followed.
But we're ready to start.
Hell, it'll set them back just a couple $1,000 more is all. And as for the balconies, you don't want the thing to look so bare. Besides, people people are used to sitting on fire escapes. They miss them. You've got to give them a place to sit in the fresh air.
But what about the cost?
We'll go without the closet doors. What do you need doors on closets? It's old-fashioned.
Peter fought and fought.
Doesn't come out of your pocket, does it?
Who are you to have it all your way?
Let the boys contribute something.
It's awful, Ellsworth. You know it's awful.
I suppose so. What do you care? Your poor Terence won't be able to appreciate the finer points anyway. See that the plumbing works.
But what for? What for?
Why shouldn't we have any say?
We want to express our individuality too.
When Peter invoked his contract,
Go ahead, try and sue the government.
he felt a desire to kill, but nobody was responsible. It had just happened.
Good evening, Peter.
What are you going to do?
Leave that to me.
I couldn't help it, Howard. I couldn't help it.
I guess not.
What can you do now? You can't sue the government.
No.
Want me to confess the truth to everybody?
No.
Let me give you the fee. All of it. I'm sorry. I'm scared, Howard.
Whatever I do, Peter, it won't be to hurt you. I'm guilty too.
You're guilty.
It's me who's destroyed you from the beginning by helping you. I shouldn't have done your projects at Stanton. I shouldn't have done the Cosmo building or Cortland. Now we'll both pay for it.
Would you rather I go, Howard?
Yes.
Howard, they didn't do it on purpose. I didn't do it on purpose.
I know. That's what makes it worse. Good evening, Dominique.
Good evening, Rock.
I want you to help me.
Yes, Rock.
Next Monday night, exactly at 11:30, I want you to drive to the site of the Cortland homes. You must be alone in your car, and you must be on your way home from some place you had an appointment to visit, made in advance, a place that can be reached only by driving past Cortland. You must be able to prove that afterwards. I want your car to run out of gas in front of Cortland at 11:30. Honk your horn. There's an old night watchman there. He'll come out. Ask him to help you and send him to the nearest filling station, which is a mile away.
Yes, Rock.
When he's gone, get out of the car. There's a big stretch of vacant land by the road across from the building, and a kind of trench beyond. Walk to that trench as fast as you can. Get to the bottom and lie down flat. After a while, you can come back to the car. You'll know when to come back. See that you are found in the car and that your condition matches the car's condition.
Yes, Rock.
Have you understood?
Yes.
Everything?
Yes, everything.
She knew he didn't need her help for the thing he was going to do. He could find other means to get rid of the watchman, but he had let her play a part because she wouldn't survive what was to follow if he hadn't. It had been a test. He'd wanted her to understand and show no fear. She had run from seeing him hurt in the Stoddard trial, but she had agreed to help him with this. She'd agreed and was at peace with it. She was free, and he knew it. She was in rare form at the dinner given by the wife of a banker friend of Gail's. She made her guests laugh, and it had been the gayest dinner party her hosts could remember.
Dominique, I didn't know you could be so wonderful.
By 10:45, she'd said her goodbyes, and by 10:50, her foot was on the accelerator. After coasting towards Cortland on the last of her fuel, she honked and got out of the car.
What's the trouble, ma'am?
I believe I'm out of gas.
None in the trunk, eh?
I'm afraid not.
Well, there's a service station about a mile down the road.
Oh, dear. In these heels.
I suppose I could run down there and back.
Would you now? That would be so kind of you.
The rear wheels of the car were crushed under a beam, and an elevator door lay over the hood. She got behind the steering wheel. Gathering handfuls of glass off the floor, she poured it over her lap and her hair. Taking a glass splinter, she slashed her neck, her legs, her arms. As blood shot out of her arm, her head fell back, her mouth open, panting. She was free. She had no idea she had cut an artery.
You little fool! Why did you have to make such a good job of it?
I ran out of gas and I was waiting in my car when suddenly...
I've already told that story to the police. So has the night watchman. Didn't you know that glass must be handled carefully?
It didn't hurt.
Next time you want to play innocent bystander, let me help you.
They believe it though, don't they?
Oh, they believe it all right. You almost died. I don't see why you had to save the night watchman's life, but almost take yours.
Who?
Howard.
What does he have to do with it?
Darling, you're talking to me, not the police. You will be, though. And you'll have to be more convincing than that. But you'll do it, just like you did it at the Stoddard trial. Whatever you think of him, you'll always feel what I feel about his work.
Gail, you're glad I did it?
Yes.
May I see the papers?
Not until you're up.
Not even the banner?
Especially not the banner. Anyway, you have a visitor waiting. He's been here every day.
Who?
Your lover, Howard Rourke, out on bail. Wanna let him thank you now?
Yes, I want to see him, if I'm going to decide whether to make him my lover.
Well, I'll kill you both. Now, lie flat. You've got 26 stitches in you.
When the first policeman reached the scene, he found Howard standing next to a dynamite plunger.
What do you know about this, buddy?
You'd better arrest me. I'll talk at the trial.
It was Wynand who bailed him out.
I'm worth $40 million. That should be enough to hire a lawyer.
I'll represent myself.
Howard, you're not gonna submit photographs again, are you?
Not this time.
You were in jail.
For a few hours.
What was it like?
Now don't start acting like Gail did.
I won't.
I may have to go back there for years. You knew that when you agreed to help.
I did.
I'm counting on you to save Gail if I go.
Counting on me?
You're Mrs. Gail Wynand, and you were at the scene by accident. If it becomes known what we are to each other, it'll be a confession I did it.
I see.
Drop any thoughts about wanting to share my fate. If I'm convicted, I want you to stay with Gail. And never tell him about us, because you and he will need each other.
And if you're acquitted?
I don't want to say it here, but you know.
If they convict you, if they smear your name in every filthy headline, if they never let you design another building, if they never let me see you again, it won't matter.
I've waited 7 years to hear you say that.
He took her hand and held it to his lips.
It happens, upon rare occasions, that forces too great to comprehend become focused on a single event. Such is the outrage of Cortland. Here, under a microscope, we can observe the evil that has crushed our poor planet from the day of its birth. One man's ego against mercy, humanity, and brotherhood. One man condemning thousands to the horror of the slums, to filth, disease, and death. And for what? For some vague sense of personal vanity. For some empty gesture. I regret that the laws of our state allow nothing more than a prison sentence for this crime. That man should forfeit his life. Society needs to rid itself of men like Howard Rourke.
Can you imagine? He blew up a home built for charity, for the poor.
He's an egomaniac, devoid of all moral sense.
What possible motive could he have had?
We demand justice.
Gail, we can't defend the dynamiter.
Be quiet, Alva. In the howling going on all around us, nobody seems to remember that Howard Rourke remained at the scene to be arrested. Should we discover his reasons? We've convicted him without a hearing. We want him to be guilty. Any illiterate maniac, any worthless moron who commits some revolting murder gets shrieks of sympathy from us and marshals an army of defenders. But a man of genius is guilty by definition. Of course, it's unjust to condemn a man simply because he's weak and small. But what level of depravity have we reached to condemn a man simply because he's strong and great? Such is the moral atmosphere of our time, the century of the second-rater.
Oh, Gail.
We've come to hold that greatness is to be gouged by self-sacrifice. Self-sacrifice, we jewel, is the ultimate virtue. But is sacrifice a virtue? Should a man sacrifice his integrity, his honor, his freedom, the independence of his thought? These are a man's supreme possessions. It is precisely these things that cannot and must not be sacrificed.
Wynand's 22 newspapers, his magazines, and his newsreels were given the order.
Forget the facts. This will be a trial of public opinion. We've always made public opinion. Let's make it. Sell Rourke. I don't care how you do it. I trained you. You're experts at selling. Now show me how good you are.
The banner ran a photo of the Enright house.
Is this a man you want to destroy?
A picture of Winans' home.
Match this, if you can.
A picture of the resort.
Is this a man who's contributed nothing to society?
Articles ran by a man nobody had heard of.
Socrates, Galileo, Pasteur, thinkers, scientists, a long, heroic line. Each a man who stood alone, who defied other men.
For God's sakes, Gail, it was a housing project.
I guess it's impossible to make you fools understand it has nothing to do with housing. All right, let's talk about housing.
So the banner ran an expose.
The graft, the incompetence, the buildings erected at 5 times the cost a private builder would have required. It said hell is paved with good intentions. Could it be because we've never learned what constitutes the good? Never before have so many good intentions been so loudly proclaimed in the world. And look at it.
Dominique had recovered and returned to the country house.
My whole career at the Banner before this was contemptible. But this will vindicate everything. I know you've never understood why I felt no shame, why I love the Banner. Now you'll see. My power's never been tested. They'll think what I want them to think. They'll do as I say, because it's my city, and I run things around here. Howard, by the time you come to trial, I'll have them so turned around there won't be a jury in hell who'd convict you.
Gail.
Go to sleep, you two. I'll be up in a few minutes.
On the second floor landing.
It's horrible.
It's great.
He can't help you, no matter what he does.
I know it, but that's not the point.
He's risking everything to save you. He doesn't know that by saving you, he loses me.
It's not me he wants to save. I'm only the excuse.
Lifting her hand, she softly brushed his cheek, then exited to her bedroom. The next day...
Is it not appropriate this Rourke is being defended by the Winan papers? If anyone doubts the moral issues involved in this appalling case, here is the proof of what's what and who stands where. The Winan papers, that stronghold of yellow journalism, that organized insult to public taste and decency, that intellectual underworld ruled by a man with fewer principles than a cannibal. The Winan papers are the proper champions of Howard Rourke, and Howard Rourke is their rightful hero. After a lifetime devoted to blasting the integrity of the press, it is only fitting that Gail Winan should now follow a fellow dynamiter.
There's all this fancy talk, but here's the plain dope. Old man Winan salted away plenty, and I mean plenty, by skinning suckers in the real estate racket all these years. Does he like it when the government muscles in so the little fellas can get a roof over their heads and a modern John for their kids? You bet your boots he don't, not one bit. It's a put-up job between the two of them, Winan and Rourke. And if you ask me, Rourke got a good hunk of cash for pulling the job.
The socialist worker has it from a reliable source that Cortland was only the first step in a gigantic plot to blow up every housing project, every power plant, every post office and schoolhouse in the country. A conspiracy headed by Gail Winan and by other bloated capitalists of his kind, including some of our biggest moneybags.
Too little attention has been paid to the feminine angle of this case. The part played by Mrs. Gail Winan is certainly highly dubious, to say the least. Isn't it just the cutest coincidence that it was Mrs. Winan who just so conveniently sent the watchman away just at the right time, and that her husband is now raising the roof to defend Mr. Rourke?
The Banner's circulation dropped week by week, like an elevator out of control. Rourke was nearly forgotten in the storm against Winan.
Look at all these letters. The women's clubs, the ministers, the mothers, the small shopkeepers, all against us. What can I do?
Tui was summoned to Winan's office.
Listen, you. As far as your column is concerned, you're deaf, dumb, and blind. You've never heard of any explosion. You've never heard of anyone named Rourke.
No, Mr. Winan.
Don't let me see too much of you around here.
Yes, Mr. Winan.
Winan's lawyer, who'd served him for years, tried to stop him.
What's the matter, Gail? You're acting like a child, like a green amateur. Pull yourself together, man.
Shut up.
You were the greatest newspaper man on earth. Must I state the obvious? An unpopular cause is a dangerous business for anyone. For a popular newspaper, it's suicide.
If you don't shut your mouth, I'll get myself another shyster.
Ellsworth, what are we gonna do? What are we gonna do? Couldn't we scare up an international situation or something? In all my time here, I've never seen people go so wild over so little. A dynamiting job. Christ, it's a back page story. We get them every month, practically with every strike. The furriers, the dry cleaners. Oh, what the hell? Why all the fury? Who cares?
There are times, Alva, when it isn't about the facts, and the public reaction seems all out of proportion but isn't. We should be thanking our lucky stars. Though damned if I expected it on a platter like this.
On a platter?
This is where we take over, Alva.
Take over what?
Wynand Papers.
You're crazy. Gail holds 51%.
Alva, I love you. But I wish you weren't such a goddamn fool so I could talk to you.
There's no practical value to the thing. Now, if he blasted it when it was full of people, a few children blown to pieces, then you'd have something. But this? Hell, they'll send the fool to the clink, and that's that.
I don't know what to do with Petey. He won't see anyone. He won't even go to the office. I'm scared, Mr. Toohey. Maybe you can help. Pull him out of it. He thinks the world of you. Look, Petey! I have a guest for you.
Hello, Ellsworth. I wanted to see you, to talk to you.
Well, that's what I came here for.
I hope you didn't think I didn't want to see you. It's just the newspaper people. They won't leave me alone.
Why, how times change. I remember when one couldn't keep you away from newspaper people.
I wish I had a sense of humor left.
Think you can get away with it?
With what?
The Hermit Act. The royal silence.
Ellsworth, what's the matter with you?
So he's not guilty, is he? You want us to leave him alone, do you?
What do you want?
The whole story.
What for?
To send him to the penitentiary, of course.
I have nothing to tell you.
I hope you have enough wits left to realize you're no match for me. You'll talk if I want you to talk, and I don't feel like wasting time. Who designed Cortland?
I did.
You know I'm an architectural expert.
I designed Cortland.
And the Cosmo building too?
What do you want from me?
I want you on the witness stand. Tell your story in the court. I don't know what he's up to. But remaining at the scene was smart. And you'll be suspected, and so he's playing it subtle. God knows what he intends to say. The motive is what they're all stuck on. But you know it, and you'll state it under oath. You'll tell them who designed Cortland and why.
I designed it.
If you want to say that on the stand, you'd better do something about that shaking.
Leave me alone.
You've worshipped him all your life. You've knelt and worshipped. I'm stabbing you in the back. You've loved him and destroyed him. And now there's no place to run, and you'll have to go through with it.
What's he to you? What difference does it make to you?
You should have asked that a long time ago, but you didn't, because you knew it. You've always known it. That's what's making you shake. That's what you came to me for, to help you lie to yourself. That's what they all come to me for. But you can't get something for nothing. Now it's my turn.
I won't talk about Howard. You can't make me talk about Howard.
No? Why don't you throw me out of here? Why don't you take me by the throat and choke me, huh?
Let me go.
Who designed Cortland? Who designed Cortland?
It's worse, what you're doing. Much worse.
Than what?
Than what I did to old Hire.
What did you do?
I killed him.
What are you talking about?
At least I let him die.
Stop raving.
Why do you want to kill Howard?
I don't. I want him in jail, in a cell, behind bars, alive. He'll get up when they tell him to. He'll eat what they give him. He'll move when he's told to move. And if he doesn't move fast enough, they'll slap him and beat him if he doesn't obey. And he'll obey. Oh, yes. He'll obey.
Ellsworth!
You make me sick. You have to have your sugar coating. That's why I prefer Gus. He can take it straight.
What's going on?
Get out of here! Who designed Cortland?
Here.
It was his contract with Rourke.
Well, I didn't expect you to have it in writing. The signature even. I take it back. Yes, it's perfect. You made him work for you. You harnessed him. Took his achievement, his award, his glory, his name. I only wrote about it. You did it. Tomorrow, I'll send this to the DA. Rourke will never know it. Us sentimental types are all the same. You go along with me, spout what I teach, profit by it, but you haven't the guts to admit to yourself what you're doing. The act I have to put on for mean little mediocrities like you.
What do you want, Ellsworth?
Power, Petey. Power.
Wynand couldn't believe his eyes.
This case is a test. What we think of it will determine who we are. In the person of Howard Rourke, we must crush the forces of selfishness and individualism that threaten our modern world. The district attorney now has in his possession a piece of evidence which proves conclusively that Howard Rourke is guilty. We, the people, now demand justice.
Gail, I wasn't here. I haven't been here for 2 days. Laryngitis, Gail. Ask my doctor. I wasn't here. I just got out of bed. I've got 103 fever. Gail, I wasn't here. I wasn't here.
Fire Tui and every editor who touched it. Have them gone in 15 minutes.
Gail, we can't.
Get out of here. Stop every copy on the street. Stop them!
I came to quit, Mr. Wynand.
How did you get in here?
I also came to tell you that I'll be back on this job, on this column, in this building, and when I do, I'll run this paper.
I'll see you in hell first. Now get out of here.
Gail, the newsroom just walked out. On strike. Here are their demands.
Reinstatement of the editors and Tui, and reversal of the stand on the Cortland case.
Only old Manning and the copy boys are left.
Tell Manning we'll have to fill in with the copy boys on beats. And send up proofs as soon as you can. And bring me a sandwich, any kind.
Wynand filled in as editor, wireman, rewrite man, copy boy. He didn't leave the building, sleeping on the couch in his office.
Just like the old days, hey, Alva?
Gail, why don't you negotiate? Meet with them at least.
Shut up.
There might be a bit of truth on their side, too. They're newspapermen. You know what they say. The freedom of the press.
Alva, if we hadn't turned that lousy Gazette I bought into the Banner, where would the press be for them to be free on?
Though there were police outside, acid was thrown at the front door and sand into one of the presses. Delivery trucks were wrecked and a driver hospitalized. A group of large advertisers sent a notice cancelling their contracts.
We've signed to advertise in a reputable newspaper, not in a sheet that has become a public disgrace, that brings pickets to our doors, ruins our businesses, and is not read by anybody.
Wynand surveyed the city from his office window.
I've supported strikes when it was dangerous to do so. I've fought Gail Wynand all my life. I never expected that one day I would stand with Gail Wynand.
Gail, I've come for my old job back.
I see you have. Take this to the back room. Pick up the wires and bring them to me. Then report to Manning at the city desk.
It's all right, Alva. I'm here to patch what's necessary, and boy, is this cloth ripping fast.
You're a lifesaver, Dominique. It's like the old days. Only I don't get it. He won't allow a photo of you when it's a decent, respectable place, but now that it's like a prison riot, he lets you work here.
Can the commentary, Alva. There isn't time.
She wrote a review of a movie she hadn't seen, a report on a convention she hadn't attended, and a string of recipes.
I didn't know you could cook.
Neither did I.
One night, when the only man on duty was passed out in the men's room, Dominique went out to cover a dock fire.
Good job, but try that again and you're fired.
She'd bring him a cup of coffee, and he'd snatch it gratefully. He'd find fresh sandwiches on his desk when he needed them. Once, he found her, broom in hand, sweeping an office.
Is that what I'm paying you for?
We can't work in a pigsty. I don't know what you're paying me, but I want a raise. And you thought I was just a luxury object.
At any time, in any part of the building, she knew when he needed her the most. He woke up at his desk and found her looking at him. She stood by his chair, took his head in her hands, and kissed his hair.
Don't try to come here, Howard. I've given orders. You won't be admitted.
But Gail...
One night, Wynand left the building.
Gail...
I don't know what's worse, to blurt things out or ignore them blatantly. I look like hell. Say it.
You look like hell. Sit down, rest, and don't talk. I'll run you a hot bath.
Howard, the Banner isn't helping you. It's ruining you.
Of course, but so what? It doesn't matter as far as I'm concerned. I'm not counting on any public opinion anyway.
You want me to give in?
I want you to hold out, if it takes everything you've got.
Good.
I don't expect you to save me. I think I have a chance to win. But don't worry about me, and don't give in. If you stick to the end, you won't need me any longer. You know what I'm saying. You'll come visit me in jail, if necessary. I'm glad of this strike. I knew something had to happen when I saw you for the first time.
2 months ago, I promised you.
You're keeping it, Gail.
You've seen Rourke.
How did you know?
Here's a Sunday mock-up. It's fairly lousy, but it'll have to do. I sent old man Manning home. He was about to collapse. Jackson quit, but we can do without him. Alva's column was a mess. She can't keep her grammar straight anymore. I rewrote it, but tell her you did.
Go to sleep. I'll take Manning's place. I'm good for hours.
The Wynand board sat around the table, with Wynand at the head.
It's gone beyond all sense. Is this a business organization or a charitable society for the defense of personal friends?
$300,000 last week. All right, it's your money, but if you expect to add that to the balance sheet, let me tell you, we're wise to your tricks. You're not going to saddle the corporation with that one. Not one penny of it. Not this time.
The men are willing to come back at once. All they ask is we accept their simple demands and pick up their contracts on the old terms.
Right. Now, if they were demanding a raise, I'd say fight the bastards. But this? A goddamn intellectual issue? Are we losing our shirts for principle?
Over some fool dynamiter who's blown up some dump. Everybody's laughing at us. Honest, I've read your editorial scale and it's the lousiest stuff ever put in print. You'd think you were writing for college professors.
The situation's a disgrace. It's about time somebody had some say around here. One man running all these papers as he damn pleases. What is this, the 19th century? It's about time this paper had a liberal progressive policy. For instance, take the way he's...
Would you please be quiet?
I won't be quiet. I'm just as pleased. All right, let's not forget who holds the biggest hunk of stock next to Superman here.
Gail, it's no use. But we can save the pieces. Look, if we just admit that we were wrong about Cortland and take back the men, and maybe Toohey.
I don't want to hear that name mentioned.
Great. We won't mention it. We'll reverse our policy on Cortland and take back the men, but not you know who. We give in, they give in, saves everybody's face. What do you say, Gail?
I think Alva's got the solution. After all, Mr. Wynand must be allowed to maintain his prestige. We can sacrifice a columnist to keep the peace.
Yes, I stand with Alva. I think Gail Wynand is a hell of a swell boss.
Gail, what do you say?
Damn it, Wynand, it's now or never. This can't go on.
I'll buy you out. I'll buy you!
Oh, for God's sakes, Wynand, don't be a fool.
Gail, it's the banner. It's our banner. We'll stand by you, Gail. We'll pull the old paper back on its feet. We'll do as you say. You'll be the boss. But for God's sakes, act like a boss now.
Wynand, this is final. We switch policy on Cortland, we take back the men, and save the wreck. Yes or no?
Wynand, you can't keep this up. It's either this or close the banner.
Save the banner, Gail.
All right.
Later, after many drinks alone in the back of a bar, Gail stumbled past a newsstand.
A banner.
On the front page was a picture of Rourke.
After careful investigation and in light of new evidence, we join the voice of public opinion that Howard Rourke is a reprehensible character, a dangerous, unprincipled, anti-social kind of man. If found guilty, as seems inevitable, Howard Rourke must be made to bear the fullest penalty the law can impose. Signed, Gail Wynand.
I'd like one peek, just one peek at the great Mrs. Gail Wynand's face today.
Isn't it splendid? Wynand surrendered.
I'm just sore at the union. How could they double-cross you like that, Ellsworth?
Don't be a sap.
What do you mean?
I told them to accept. I filed suit with the Labour Board. I'm always on one to skin a cat.
Mr. Wynand cannot see you, Mr. Rourke.
The next morning at the Banner,
Mr. Wynand has asked me to tell you, Mr. Rourke, that he does not wish to see you ever again.
Dear Gail, I had hoped you could escape it, but since it had to happen, start again from where you are. Nothing's changed for me. You're still what you were. It's not the final verdict on you. Give me the chance to let you forget it. I know it's something no man can do for another, but if I am what I've been to you, you'll accept it. Call it a blood transfusion. Do it for my sake, if that helps. But come back. There's another chance. Don't let it go.
the letter came back unopened. Standing at the window of the resort house he had rented, he couldn't believe his ears, then his eyes.
Howard?
Dominique, wait till he recovers.
You know he won't recover.
He had no choice.
He could have closed the paper.
It was his life.
This is mine.
I love you, Dominique.
Howard, I know what you intend to do at the trial, but it won't make any difference if they learn the truth about us.
It won't make any difference.
When you came that night and asked me to help you, I didn't try to stop you. I knew you had to do it. Now is my time. Don't question me. Don't protect me, no matter what I do.
I know what you'll do.
You know what I have to do.
Yes.
She turned away to delay. She wasn't ready. She'd never be ready when he pulled her around to face him and his mouth was on hers. 7 years she had wanted this, had lived with the pain, and now she felt it all, the touch of his arms, his body as he carried her to a chair and gently held her on his knees.
Yes, Howard, that much.
Dominique.
As your wife or your mistress, secretly or openly, here or in a room I'll take in some town near a prison where I'll see you through wire and glass. I'll stay what I am and I'll stay with you, now and forever, in any way you want.
The next morning, while he slept, she slipped into his robe.
This is Mrs. Gail Wynand. I'm speaking from the summer home of Mr. Howard Rourke. I wish to report that my sapphire ring was stolen here last night. About $5,000? It was a present from Mr. Rourke. Can you get here within an hour? Yes, bungalow 88. Thank you. Sit down. Let's have breakfast.
When they'd finished, a sheriff, a deputy, and 2 local reporters stood at the door.
Good morning. Please, come in. All of you.
Mrs. Wynand?
That's right, Mrs. Gail Wynand. Come in. It was a star sapphire set in platinum. I took it off and left it here on this table next to my purse before going to bed. It was about 10 p.m. When I got up this morning, it was gone.
Did you hear anything?
No.
Was it insured?
I haven't had the time. Mr. Rourke only just gave it to me.
Are there any servants, other guests?
Only Mr. Rourke. You may look through the house, all of you, I don't mind. Any questions?
When they'd left,
I'm sorry. It was the only way to get it in the papers.
You should have told me which of your star sapphires I gave you.
I don't have any. I never liked them.
That was a more thorough job of dynamiting than Cortland.
So he thinks you're an antisocial type of man, does he? Well, let him smear me too. Sorry, I don't have your sense of mercy. And don't say anything or I'll break it. I'm not as strong as that sheriff thinks I am.
God damn you, Gail. It serves you right and I'm glad. Damn your clueless soul. Now what are we gonna do?
We'll run it. It's news.
But how?
Any way you want.
Gail, you must divorce her. You got to keep what's left of your reputation. It's you who must file the suit.
All right.
Will you? At once?
All right.
Alva scurried to a nearby phone.
Drop everything and file it now. Today. Hurry, before he changes his mind.
Wynand drove to the country house where Dominique was waiting for him.
I've given you a story that'll help build circulation.
Yes. I'd like to know, was that the first time since our marriage?
Yes.
But it wasn't the first time.
No, he was the first one who had me.
I should have known. You married Peter Keating right after the Stoddard trial.
I met him when he was working in a granite quarry. That's how it began. Want to use it? Want to run it in the banner?
He loved you.
Yes.
Yet he built this house for us.
Yes.
I just wanted to know.
God damn you. If you can take it like this, why in God's name?
That's why I can take it.
Yes?
Hello, Dominique.
Hello, Father.
You're going to leave Wynand now.
Yes?
Come and stay with me until the trial.
All right, Father.
Try not to speed as you always do. The roads aren't good.
Over milk and sandwiches.
I can't pretend to understand it all, but I know this much. This time, it's the right man.
Yes.
You can tell Mr. Rourke he is welcome here any time.
Don't let me fall asleep, Father. I'm so tired.
Everybody knew the ring story was a self-frame-up, but it didn't stop them from accepting it, or gobbling up the smears Alva ran in the banner.
Look at all these letters, Gail. They're with us, just like the old days. It was clever, wasn't it, Gail?
Yes.
I was afraid when you married her. Remember when you didn't allow us to cover your wedding? That was a sign. She damn near ruined the banner. But I'll be damned if we don't rebuild it, just as it was.
Yes.
Rourke sat at the defense table, Wynand in the balcony. Rourke's eyes kept returning to Wynand, but Wynand looked away.
The motive, which the state shall prove, will to most of us appear monstrous and inconceivable.
Dominique sat with
Mallory,
Hella,
Lansing,
Mike,
Roger Enright,
and to the shock of many,
Guy Francone,
across the aisle,
Prescott,
Gus Webb,
Sally Brandt,
and
Ellsworth Toohey.
As the dynamite swept a building away, so did this man blast all sense of humanity from his soul. We are dealing, gentlemen and ladies of the jury, with the most vicious explosive on earth, the egotist. Today, Today, when our world is beset by problems that threaten our very survival, this man allowed his artistic opinions to become of such outsized importance that they motivated a truly heinous crime against society.
Those in the gallery had come to see and be seen, to gawk at celebrities, to kill time.
A ruthless, arrogant egotist who wished to have his own way at any price.
12 men and women sat in the jury box. A defense lawyer would have chosen the gentlest faces. Rourke had chosen the hardest.
Had it been some tycoon's mansion, but a housing project, gentlemen and ladies of the jury. A housing project.
A judge sat on a tall bench.
A man trained to serve society. A builder who became a destroyer.
The first witness was the policeman who had arrested Rourke.
I found him standing by the dynamite plunger.
Then the night watchman.
The lady asked me if I couldn't fetch some gasoline for her on account of the high-heeled shoes she's wearing, and I agreed.
Then the contractor's super.
There was lots of missing dynamite, and Mr. Rourke, being the architect, did have a key.
Then came Peter.
Mr. Keating, do you state under oath that you designed the project known as Cortlandt Homes?
No, I didn't.
Who designed it?
Howard Rourke.
At whose request?
At my request.
Why did you call on him?
Because I wasn't capable of doing it myself.
Is this the agreement you signed?
Yes.
Are these the signatures of yourself and Howard Rourke?
That's right.
Will you please read the agreement to the jury?
He did.
Why did you object so strenuously to the excellent structural changes suggested by Mr. Prescott and Mr. Webb?
I was afraid of Howard Rourke.
What did your knowledge of his character lead you to suspect?
Anything.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I was afraid. I was just afraid.
The questions went on, but the audience was bored. It was as if Peter wasn't there.
The prosecution rests.
Mr. Rourke, you may proceed.
Your Honor, I shall call no witnesses. This shall be my testimony and my summation.
Take the oath.
He did. Then he stood by the witness stand.
Thousands of years ago, the first man learned to make fire. He was probably burned at the stake, one he taught his brothers to light. He was considered an evildoer who had conspired with a demon. But thereafter, men had fire to keep them warm, to cook their food, to light their caves. He'd given them a gift. He had lifted darkness off the face of the earth. Centuries later, the first man invented the wheel. He was probably torn on the rack he had taught his brothers to build. He was considered a heretic who ventured into forbidden territory. But thereafter, men could travel past any horizon. Prometheus was chained to a rock and torn by vultures. Adam was condemned to suffer because he'd eaten of the fruit of the tree of knowledge. Whatever the legend, it began with one man, and that one man paid for his courage. Throughout the centuries, there were those who took first steps down new roads, armed with nothing but their own vision. Their goals differed, but they had this in common. Their step was first, the road new, and the response they received, hatred. The great creators, the thinkers, the artists, the scientists, the inventors, stood alone against their fellow men. Every great new thought was opposed. Every great new invention was denounced. The first motor was considered foolish. The first airplane impossible. The power loom vicious. Anesthesia sinful. But these men of unborrowed vision forged ahead. They fought, they suffered, and they paid, and they won. No creator is prompted by a desire to serve his brothers, for his brothers reject the gift he offers, which upsets the routine of their lives. His truth is his only motive, his own truth, and his own work to achieve it in his own way. A symphony, a book, an engine, an airplane, or a building, that's his goal. Not those who hear, read, operate, believe, fly, or inhabit the thing he's created. The creation, not the benefits others derive from it. The creation which gave form to his truth, a truth above all things and against all men. The Creator serves nothing and no one. He lives for himself, and only by living for himself is he able to achieve things which are the glory of mankind. Such is the nature of achievement. Man cannot survive except through his mind. He comes on earth unarmed. His brain is his only weapon. Everything man's created, from the bow and arrow to the wheel to the skyscraper, came from the mind of a single man. There's no such thing as a collective brain or a collective thought. An agreement reached by a group is only a compromise. The primary act, the process of reason, must be formed by a man alone. No man can use his lungs to breathe for another. No man can use his brain to think for another. Sure, we inherit the wheel. We make a cart. That becomes an automobile. The automobile becomes an airplane. But all through the process, the moving force is the creative impulse, and the creative impulse belongs to individuals only. And as man arrives with nothing, everything he needs must be produced. Thus, he can survive in only one of two ways: by the independent work of his own mind, or as a parasite on others. The creator originates, the parasite borrows. The creator faces nature alone, the parasite through an intermediary. The creator lives for his work. He doesn't need other men. The parasite lives second-hand, claiming to serve others. Thus, altruism is born. Now, no one can live for another. One cannot share one's spirit, just as one cannot share one's body. But the second-hander uses altruism as a weapon to destroy the creator, teaching that dependence is a virtue. Of course, the nearest approach to this in reality is the slave. And if slavery of the body isn't repulsive enough, how much more so is slavery of the soul? This is the essence of altruism. We've been taught that the highest virtue is not to achieve, but to give. Yet, one can't give what hasn't been created. Creation comes before distribution, or there will be nothing to distribute. The need of the creator comes before that of any possible beneficiary. Yet we're taught to admire the second-hander, who dispenses gifts he hasn't produced, not the one who made the gifts possible. We praise an act of charity, but shrug at an act of achievement. We've been taught our first concern is to relieve others' suffering, but suffering is a disease. To make it the highest test of virtue is to make suffering the most important part of life. Then many will want to see others suffer, so that they may be virtuous. But the creator is not concerned with disease. Still, the work of creators has eliminated one form of disease after another, and brought more relief from suffering than any altruist could ever dream of. We're given two choices: egotism as the sacrifice of others to self, and altruism as the sacrifice of self to others. But this is wrong. The egotist is not the one who sacrifices others. He's not concerned with them at all. He doesn't exist for others, and he doesn't ask others to exist for him. Sure, an architect needs clients and they need him, but they don't order a house just to give him a commission. Work is exchanged by mutual consent to mutual advantage. This is the only possible relationship between equals. Anything else is slave to master, master to slave. And though an architect requires many people to build his building, he doesn't ask them to vote on his design. Though he uses steel, glass, concrete produced by others, these remain just materials until he touches them. What he does with them is his individual product and his individual property. This is the only way for cooperation among people. From the beginning of history, two forces have stood face to face: the creator and the second-hander. When the creator invented the wheel, the second-hander invented altruism. Every major horror in history was committed with an altruistic motive. Has any act of selfishness ever equaled the carnage perpetuated by disciples of altruism? Now, observe the results of a society built on individualism. This, the noblest country on earth, the country of greatest achievement, greatest prosperity, greatest freedom. This country was not based on selfless service, sacrifice, renunciation, or any such nonsense. It was based on a man's right to the pursuit of happiness, his own happiness, no one else's, a private, personal, selfish motive. And look at the results. In this age of collectivism, the rise of the second-hander has brought folks to a level of indecency never seen before. It's poisoning every mind. It's swallowed most of Europe, and now it's coming for us. I'm an architect. I know what it is to recognize the principle upon which something is built. We're creating a world we will not want to live in. So now you know why I dynamited Cortland. I agreed to design it for no other reason than to see it built as I designed it. That was the price I set for my work. I was not paid. I do not blame Peter Keating. He had a promise that the structure offered would be built as designed. The promise was broken. A man's love for the integrity of his work and his right to preserve it are now considered unimportant, unessential. You've heard the prosecutors say that. Why was the building disfigured? No reason. Such acts never have any reason, unless it's the vanity of second-handers who feel they have a right to someone's property. Who permitted them to do it? No particular person among the dozens in authority. No one can be held to account. Such is the nature of all collective action. Though I didn't receive the payment I asked, the owners of Cortland got what they wanted. They wanted to build a structure as cheaply as possible. They found no one else who could do it. I could and did. They took the benefit of my work and made me contribute it as a gift. But I am not an altruist. I did not agree to that gift. I am said to have destroyed the home of the destitute. But without me, the destitute couldn't have had this particular home. But somehow the poverty of the future tenants gave them a right to my work, that it was my duty to contribute anything demanded of me. I came here to say I don't recognize anyone's right to 1 minute of my life, no matter who makes the claim, how large their number, or how great their need. I came here to say that the integrity of a man's work is of greater importance than any charitable endeavor. Those who don't understand this are the ones destroying our world. This is my act of loyalty to every creator made to suffer by the forces responsible for the Cortland I dynamited. To every tortured hour of loneliness, denial, frustration, abuse they were made to endure, and to the battles they won. To every creator whose name is known, and every creator who perished unrecognized before they could achieve. To every creator who was destroyed in body or in spirit. To Henry Cameron, to Stephen Mallory, to a man who doesn't want to be named, but who's sitting in this courtroom and knows I am speaking of him.
Legs apart, arms at his sides, head lifted, the way he stood in an unfinished building. Later, those who had been in the room felt they could still see him this way, a moment's picture, forever etched in their minds. A surprise knock at the jury room door made it clear that an immediate verdict had been reached.
The prisoner will rise and face the jury. Mr. Foreman, have you reached a verdict?
We have, Your Honor.
What is your verdict?
Not guilty.
Rourke looked, not at Dominique, nor the judge, nor the jury, but at Wynand, who turned sharply and exited the courtroom. Later, Enright bought the Cortland ruins and hired Rourke to rebuild. Wynand was granted a divorce from Dominique. Toohey won his case before the Labour Board and was ordered reinstated at the Banner.
Good morning, Mr. Toohey.
Hello, Mr. Wynand. Is anything the matter?
Sit at your desk, Mr. Toohey. Go to work. We must comply with the law. It is exactly 9 a.m. You are back on the job, Mr. Toohey.
And I'm happy as a lark to be back. Honestly, I miss this place like you wouldn't believe. Really, Mr. Wynand, there's no reason you and I can't get together.
It is 9:05 a.m., Mr. Toohey. You are out of a job. The Banner has ceased to exist. Yeah, I bought them all out 2 weeks ago. I thought it proper that the end of the Banner should be marked with you.
I'm sorry, Mr. Rourke, but Mr. Wynand's secretary wishes to know whether it would be convenient for you to come to his office tomorrow at 4 in the afternoon.
Yes. Tell her yes.
Mr. Rourke, this interview is necessary but very difficult for me. Please read this and see if it meets with your approval.
What is it?
Your contract to build the Wynand building. Please listen carefully. I wish to begin construction at once, which will be the tallest structure in the city. You will design the building as you wish. Your decisions will be final. You will have complete authority. However, after today, I will not have to see you. An agent will represent me in all matters technical and financial. You will deal with him. I do not wish to see you ever again. If you are prepared to comply with these conditions, please read the contract and sign it. You have not read it. Both copies, please. Thank you. This is your copy. I haven't mentioned the financial part of the undertaking. The Wynand Empire in New York City may be wheezing, but it's doing as well as ever throughout the country. You will, therefore, have no reason to limit costs in your design. You are free to spend as much as necessary. The building will be here long after the newsreels and tabloids are gone.
Yes, Mr. Wynand.
I am fully aware that the age of the skyscraper has passed. This is the age of the housing project, after all. But you are not afraid of a gesture against the whole world. This will be the last skyscraper ever built in New York. The last achievement of man before he destroys himself.
Man will never destroy himself, Mr. Wynand. Not as long as he builds things like this.
I once told you that this building was to be a monument to my life. There's nothing to celebrate now. The Wynand building will only have what you give it. Build it as a monument to that spirit which is yours and could have been mine.
On a spring day, 18 months later, Dominique walked to the site of the Wynand building. On a wooden fence were the names of firms helping construct the tallest building in the world. One sign she had never seen before.
And I know if you carry these words through to the end, Howard, it will be a victory. Not just for you, but for something that should win. that moves the world, and yet never wins acknowledgement. It will vindicate so many who have fallen before you, who have suffered as you have suffered.
On the fence was a small tin plate bearing 3 words.
Howard Rourke,
architect.
Dominique walked to the shed of the super. She'd come here often to watch the progress of construction, but there was a new man who didn't know her.
I'm looking for Mr. Rourke.
He's on top by the water tank. Who's calling, ma'am?
Mrs. Rourke.
You've reached the end of the by-mouth audio drama The Fountainhead by author Ayn Rand. The Fountainhead was dramatized, produced and edited by Martin Garrison, with music by Jacob McNatt, and featuring the voice talents of Matthew Dubourg, Whitney Holland, Christian Collado, Beau Marie, James Smiley, Kate Robertson, Hannah Rose Tristram, Lisa Graziano, Time Winters, Colin W.D. McLean, Stephanie Taylor, Frank Hopkins, Ian Russell, Tony Rayner and Mark Fields Davidson. With Jacob McNatt, Shane Emmett, Cecilia Ramsdale, Maggie Pistner, Skye Stafford, Seth Drake, Brian Edgeland, Mary Nagosian, Peter Baker, Jeff Pillars, Christopher Kendrick, Richard Browning, Brianne Bushes, Francesca Manzi, Gabe Chandler, Stephanie King-Myers, Carrie Dravlik, Mike Mahoney, George Rodman, Dave Elliott, Kathleen Strecker, Tiffany Baker, Frank Guglielmelli, Marco Colosumo, Brandon Forgione, Jerry Schultz, Richard Turner, Jeff Brett, Raymond Bader. Some voices in The Fountainhead have been digitally altered to best serve character and story. This production was made possible in part by contributions from Luong Dang and the Stephen J. Fajardo family. This audio drama was brought to you by Mouth, bringing classic novels to sonic life in their essence. To stream or download more of our work, please visit bymouth.org.